Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto self-taught Powerfull Shinobi? Part 5, check out full playlist. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 29, A Gamble. Naruto frowned as he looked over at Jiraiya. They had been walking down the road for several hours and neither had really said much to each other. Not that there was much to say, but Naruto had never been comfortable with any long moments of silence. Even to this day he hated silence. And so, he did the only thing he could think of. Hey Rasengan, I was wondering, who are we searching for exactly? Jiraiya sighed as he realized that name was never going to leave him. Ugh, his mom called me that too. We're looking for my teammate, Senju Tsunade. She's another Sannin, right? Asked Naruto. The Slug Princess, I believe, was one of her nicknames. I hear she's a legendary healer known for her ability to heal near-fatal injuries, as well as her super strength that can crush a mountain with a single punch. Jiraiya laughed. Yep, that's her alright. He looked down at his blonde companion. I'm actually surprised you know so much about her. Naruto shrugged. My friend Tenten is a really big fan of Tsunade's. In fact, her whole life's purpose is to one day be a kunoichi as great as Tsunade is, to prove that women can be just as strong as men. So naturally I learned a lot about her idol whenever we hung out. Ah, I see, and is this Tenten your? Jiraiya trailed off and wiggled a pinky at Naruto. Knowing the meaning, Naruto frowned rather than blushed like he used to. No, at least, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we're just friends. Pretty sure? The white-haired sage raised an eyebrow. Honestly. Naruto sighed. I don't know if I'm cut out for any kind of relationship. Aside from being a shinobi, which is a hazardous profession in and of itself, I also happen to be Kyubi-chan's Jinchuriki, and while there is nothing wrong with that, it will make any relationship hazardous for the other person. Jiraiya frowned at the boy's response, though he could not deny the truth behind that, especially with what Jiraiya knew. He also filed away Naruto's use of the chan suffix for Kyubi. Of course, he already knew the Kyubi was a girl. Sarutobi had told him of Naruto's encounter with the fox. Jiraiya had to admit he was surprised, not only because the fox had a gender, but that, from what Naruto said, she did not seem to be quite the evil entity everyone thought she was. Say, you were the Yandame's teacher, right, Rasengan? Asked Naruto after another poignant pause. Yeah, that's right. Now there was a real shinobi, a true genius among geniuses, Jiraiya said, his eyes glazed over a small fraction in reminiscence. Why do you want to know? Naruto shrugged. I was just wondering what it was like to train him. You know, what was the Yandame like? Well, let's just put it this way, the Yandame was one of those once-in-a-generation geniuses that very rarely came along. He was smart, talented, brave, strong, and really good with the ladies. He was like the son I never had. As Jiraiya spoke, he looked at the blonde and had to shake his head when he saw the image of Minato overlap Naruto's. You kind of remind me of him in some ways. Naruto blinked as he looked away from the road and at Jiraiya as he grinned. I guess that means I'm pretty awesome, huh, Rasengan? Realizing his mistake, Jiraiya scoffed. Don't think I meant anything like that. What I was talking about was your ridiculous blonde hair and stubbornness. Bah. Then you obviously don't know talent when you see it. Stupid perverted hermit. Goddamn brat. Two pairs of eyes watched as Jiraiya and Naruto entered the town. Great, so the brats with a Sannin, Kisame muttered. This could spell trouble for us. That is true, however even the greatest of ninja have their weaknesses, Itachi said. Come, our best bet is to distract Jiraiya and take the Kyubi Jinchuriki then. The two black-cloaked figures headed into the town. Naruto sighed as he sat down on his bed. They had just gotten into a town not too far off from Konoha, and had decided to stay for the night. However, upon their arrival Jiraiya had gone off with some woman who showed a mild amount of interest in him. Not that he particularly cared what the man did in his free time. Laying down on one of the beds, Naruto placed his hands behind his head. Now that he was thinking more clearly than he had since Sarutobi's death, he needed to think about what his goals were going to be, or to be more accurate, how he was going to accomplish them. His first and foremost goal was to get stronger. It was becoming blatantly obvious to him that he was not strong enough to protect the people important to him. If he had been, then he would have been able to protect Sarutobi in some way. It may be a little off thinking, after all the man had been fighting a Sannin, a Kage-level ninja, and it would take years to reach that level. But in Naruto's mind, he felt there should have been something he could have done to protect the man he called Gigi. He also needed to focus on his shinobi career. Now Naruto was fairly positive that he would be promoted to Chunin after his performance in the exams. After all, he had gone up against the likes of Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee and Niyujuto, beating out both the Hyuga prodigy and the taijutsu specialist fairly easily. Well, maybe not so easy for Lee, but Niji had not been all that difficult. And while he may have lost to Yujito, there was no shame in that. She was simply better, had the benefit of training from a young age, and was a jonin in all but name. If Naruto did not become a chunin after this, it would be because of a blatant showing of biased opinions due to his Jinchuriki status. Of course, rank would also have to wait until they got a Hokage who could give people ranks. His thoughts were cut off when a knock came at his door. Did Rasengan get dumped already? Wondered Naruto as he stood up. The door knocked again and Naruto grunted, "Yeah, I'm coming. Keep your goddamn pants on." He opened the door and glared. "I didn't expect you back so early. I guess you must have dumped your sorry ass." Already, the blonde trailed off as he saw that it was not Jiraiya at his door, but instead was two people wearing black cloaks with red clouds. As Naruto got a good look at their faces, his mind began to analyze what he could of them. He easily recognized the shorter one in front, who had knocked on the door as Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's younger brother and the man who had slaughtered the Uchiha clan in one night. If the fact that he looked like an older version of Sasuke did not allow him to figure that out, then the freaky red eyes most certainly did. The second took a little longer to place, but he was soon able to figure out that it was Hoshigaki Kisame, another S-rank ninja, this one being a former member of the Kiri Shinobi Gatana Nananin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the same group that Zabuza belonged to. For a brief moment, he wondered what two S-rank criminals were doing here. "Come with us, Naruto-kun," Itachi said in an emotionless voice. "I guess that answers that question," Naruto grumbled in his head. He was under no delusions. There was no way he could fend off one, let alone two S-ranked ninja. That meant he had to stall for time and find some way to get a message to Jiraiya. "Yeah, okay," Naruto said. "Let me just pack my bags and I'll be right out." He did not give Itachi a chance to answer as he slammed the door in the man's face. Naruto moved over to the window and opened it up. He jumped out, and before he even landed on the ground he bit his thumb and began hand-sealing Kuchios no Jutsu. He whispered as he landed on the ground and slammed his hands onto the dirt road. There was a puff of smoke as Naruto summoned Gamakichi. The blonde did not give the little toad any time to speak as he started. "Listen, Kichi, I need you to get Jiraiya's ass here now. Tell him there are two S-ranked criminals after me. Hurry." Realizing the situation, Gamakichi nodded and hopped away. Naruto sighed. He really hoped Rasengan was sober enough to get here quick. In the meantime. "All right. You can come out now, I know you're watching." Itachi, two cloaked figures jumped down from the window Naruto himself had come out of. "So to what do I owe the honor of two such esteemed S-ranked criminals coming after little old me?" "What we want is irrelevant," Itachi said in his monotone voice as his Sharingan eyes began to spin. "Please come with us, Naruto-kun." Naruto put his hands up in a ram sign when he felt foreign chakra invading his system. "Kai. You know, I would have expected better. Even I can dispel genjutsu of that caliber. Try not to underestimate me, Itachi." The blonde paused before speaking. "Actually, you what? Go ahead and underestimate me. It will make kicking your ass so much easier." Who knew this gaki would have such a mouth on him? Kisame stepped forward as he grabbed the handle of his sword. "You know, I never figured the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would be such a runt. Perhaps I should cut his legs off so he doesn't run away." Naruto narrowed his eyes both at the runt comment, and because this man knew his status. "Which means they're not actually after me, are they?" "No, of course not. No S-rank criminal would attempt to capture a genin, and definitely not two. You can try to get me fish paste, but I'm going to warn you now, I'm not that easy to beat." Naruto got into a relaxed stance as he flicked his hands and summoned a pair of kunai. "I only have two advantages here, and that's that they seem to need me alive. Not very comforting given that they're S-ranked criminals and I have no idea what they're gonna do if they capture me. And they are likely to underestimate me due to the fact that I'm only a genin." "What did you call me?" Kisame growled. He had never liked people making fish jokes about him of any kind. It was actually one of the few ways to set him off. "I'm gonna squash you like a bug gaki. That's if I don't end up turning your fishy ass into a giant sushi roll before then," Naruto taunted. He knew this wasn't likely the best idea, but he would rather deal with an enraged S-rank ninja who couldn't think clearly than one who could. Kisame charged at him almost too fast for Naruto to follow, much faster than the blonde would have expected from someone so big. As it was, Naruto was just barely able to dodge out of the way, jumping back and to the left so he could keep out of Kisame's range. Not that it did much good, as the shark man was already coming after him. Naruto ducked under a horizontal swing, rolled backwards when the giant bandaged sword smashed into the ground, and then sidestepped the next attack. It took a bit, but Naruto was able to get used to at least some of the man's speed. Yeah, he was fast, faster than Naruto was, but he was not as fast as Rasengan, or Lee had been when opening the gates. That gave Naruto a small one-time window advantage, and when Kisame made his next swing, Naruto jumped over the sword, using it as a small springboard for him to launch a kick at Kisame's head. It worked as the man's head snapped back like he had received some kind of whiplash. Unfortunately for Naruto, that only seemed to enrage Kisame, and the next swing that came the blonde's way was too fast for him to dodge. Naruto got smacked right in the chest, letting out a short yelp when he felt several ribs break as he was sent flying back. The blonde crashed into a wall, leaving a nice-sized indent. Naruto slowly fell out of the indent, landing on the ground in a small heap. He wheezed a bit as he felt his ribs mending. Despite the number of times he had broken them recently, they always hurt like a bitch to heal. Fuck that hurt. Naruto stood up on wobbly legs as he rubbed his bruised ribcage. Well, I have to at least admit that I'm impressed you were able to land a hit on Migaki and to withstand a smack from Samehada. You must have impressive pain tolerance, Kisame said before he turned to look at his silent partner, Itachi. Weren't we told this kid was the dead last of his class or something? Dead last? Naruto asked with a laugh, despite the small wince of pain it earned him from his still sore ribs. Your intel agent obviously sucks balls if that's what he got. His information is about 6 months out of date. You do seem to be more skilled now. However, even with your recent increase in skill it will not. Itachi trailed off before turning his head. Hello, Sasuke. Naruto looked over towards where Itachi was looking and saw Uchiha Sasuke standing there. Oh, this is just great. The blonde groaned. Not only do I have to deal with 2 S-ranked criminals, but now I've got a revenge-driven emo maniac on my hands. Itachi. Sasuke snarled, glaring daggers at his brother and ignoring everything else. You have told me to live a life of hatred in order to get strong enough to kill you. I have hated you, despised you, cursed you. I have waited for this day to come, the day I kill you. The raven-haired genin went through 3 hand seals and activated the Chidori, placing the lightning near the ground as he used his other hand to stabilize the attack. He then ran at his older brother, letting the lightning jutsu trail across the ground, ripping it up like paper. As he got closer to Itachi, Sasuke thrust out his hand, hoping to impale his brother and finally get his vengeance. It was not to be. With naught but a simple movement of his hand, Itachi caught Sasuke's wrist and threw his arm to the left, letting the Chidori hit the ground and dissipate. Itachi looked at his little brother with cold, disinterested eyes. You don't interest me right now. With those words, the older raven-haired ninja snapped the younger one's wrist, making Sasuke scream out in agony. Itachi then kicked his little brother away, letting him hit a wall across the street and causing the crowd that had gathered to run away. Now that he is out of the way, I will ask again. Come with us, Itachi said as he turned to Naruto. However, before the blonde could respond, another voice shouted out, "No." The 3 ninja turned to see Sasuke glaring at his Itachi as he held his now broken wrist. I'm not done yet, Naruto growled at his teammate's stupidity. He was just about to move and when Kisame seemed to sense his intentions. The man gave Naruto his shark-like grin. Let's let them settle this little family matter. Naruto glared at the man. There's no way I'm letting one of my teammates get himself killed, even if he is a prick. Decision made, Naruto charged at Kisame. He lashed out with one of the kunai he had in his hand, moving in a diagonal slash. Not that it did much, as Kisame was able to block the attack rather easily with his sword. This, however, did little to deter Naruto, who sent his other kunai at Kisame in a thrusting motion aimed for the swordsman's face. Once again Kisame raised his blade and blocked the attack. However, it was in that moment that Kisame had made one error. Naruto had been continuously making his attacks at a higher altitude each time he struck, forcing Kisame to do the same to compensate. It did not make the man raise his arm much, given the difference in height between the two. It was more than enough for Naruto to have reached under Kisame's arm. On Naruto's last strike he had brought his other hand up and slipped an explosive tag onto the man's skin. Now one has to remember that in normal circumstances something like this would never work against a ninja of Kisame's caliber. However, because A. Kisame was fighting a genin, the man was prone to underestimate his opponent, giving Naruto a small advantage. B. Said opponent, despite being a genin, was a lot better than most people ever gave him credit for, especially due to his dead last title. And finally C. Naruto was a well-known prankster that had, in many cases, been able to outsmart entire legions of ANBU in his youth when playing a prank. All of these factors combined gave Naruto that singular advantage which allowed this attack to work. Naruto jumped back and made a hand sign Katsu. Boom! Itachi watched as Sasuke charged him again, even though he was no longer able to make hand signs of any kind. It was sort of pitiful that the younger teen was so blinded by rage that he was attacking an opponent of with strength so superior to his own. It was laughable. Not that it meant Itachi was going to show his younger brother any mercy. It was quite obvious the boy needed to be taught a lesson. As soon as Sasuke came in range, Itachi lashed out, smashing his fist into the younger man's chin. As Sasuke flew into the air, Itachi grabbed Sasuke by an arm and pulled him into a knee. Not even giving his younger brother a chance to spit out blood, the Uchiha clan slayer spun around, launching a kick into Sasuke's face, breaking the nose and sending him crashing into a wall. Sasuke hit the wall hard, coughing up blood. He began to fall to the ground. However, before he could get close to the ground, Itachi appeared beside him, smashing him back into the wall and leaning in close. "You are still too weak, Sasuke," Itachi whispered, causing the younger teen to freeze. "You are too weak to avenge the clan, and do you know why?" The older Uchiha paused for a moment. "It's because you lack hatred. You still don't have enough. Perhaps I should help your hatred grow, by showing just why you should hate me in the first place." Itachi looked at Sasuke as his left eye became a pinwheel. "Tsukuyomi, you damned gaki." Kisame screamed as the smoke from the explosion cleared, revealing the man to be mostly unharmed with the exception of his arm, said arm being covered in light burns. "That really fucking stings. You should just consider yourself lucky that sushi is supposed to be served raw," Naruto shot back. "Otherwise I would have made your arm extra crispy." Before Kisame could even consider attacking the insolent little blonde, a scream from the other side of the street tore their attention away from their own battle. Both Naruto and Kisame watched as Itachi moved back from Sasuke, who slumped to the ground with a dead look in his eyes. "Man, that's harsh, Itachi, using that jutsu on family," Kisame said with a grin. He turned his attention back to Naruto. "Now that Itachi's gaki of a brother has been taken care of, it's time I dealt with you." Naruto got into a ready stance as Kisame appeared in front of him, swinging his blade overhead. Before it could actually come down and hit him, a puff of smoke erupted in front of the pair. There was a clang as Kisame's sword hit something that was obviously not Naruto. It was soon revealed to be an armored toad, who was currently holding two swords out and blocking Kisame's weapon. "You two are pathetic," a voice came from one of the alleyways. Everyone turned to see Jiraiya stepping out with the woman that had caught his attention earlier on his shoulders. "You should know better than to use a woman against me. For it is not me who bows down to them, but it is the ladies who beg to see even a glimpse of the great Jiraiya." "Rasengan, would you do everyone a favor and shut the fuck up?" Naruto glared at the man. "We all know that if a lady even shows mild interest in you, you would become putty in her hands at the drop of a hat." The blonde pinched the bridge of his nose. "Why oh why do all my teachers have to be perverts? I feel corrupted just standing near you." Don't interrupt the great Jiraiya-sama when he's trying to make his entrance." The Sannin shouted in anger. "A gaki like you could never understand the greatness that I possess. If by greatness you mean the great ability you have to somehow get your ass beaten by every woman in the hot springs when you go peeking, something that helps you deals with your masochistic streak, then yes, I don't understand your greatness," Naruto said, grinning when he saw the man gain a large eye twitch. "You gaki. Disrespecting your elders like that?" Jiraiya shouted. The white-haired man held his glare for a few seconds longer before he frowned and set the unconscious woman down. "In any event, you two should be ashamed of yourself for taking advantage of a young woman like that." The white-haired man looked at Itachi. "And it seems my intel was right, you guys are after Naruto. You and your group Akatsuki." "Ah." Itachi's face gained a look of understanding. "So it was you who told Kakashi of our existence. I should have realized that sooner." "Akatsuki?" wondered Naruto as he looked between the two. "So some kind of group is after me? Well, that fucking sucks. I think one of these days I'm gonna have to find Murphy and kill him for creating this thrice damned law that loves me so much." "Kisame, these conditions have become unfavorable. We are leaving," Itachi said. Kisame nodded, knowing that fighting one of the men hailed as the strongest ninja in the elemental nations was not the brightest idea, even for ninja as powerful as they were. "Oh no you don't," Jiraiya shouted as he made several hand seals and slammed them into the ground. "Kuchios no Jutsu Gamaguchi Shibari." Jiraiya slammed his hands down onto the ground, and before the two Akatsuki members could get any farther, a pink fleshy wall formed in front of and around all of them. "You are now within the esophagus of the fire-breathing toad of Mount Maibokuzen. You two are trapped within my jutsu." The fleshy walls began to close in on the pair, forcing them to make a run for it. As they neared one of the walls, Itachi closed his left eye, letting the right one transform into a pinwheel. Amaterasu. Black flames appeared on the fleshy wall, destroying it and letting them escape. "Fuck. What the hell was that?" Naruto shouted as he made his way towards the black flames. "Don't touch that," Jiraiya shouted as he ran towards Naruto, letting the jutsu he had used go and making the walls dissolve as if they were never there. Said Blonde scoffed. "Who said I was going to touch it? Did you see what these flames did to this?" Whatever that jutsu of yours was." Naruto unsealed a blank scroll and one of new ink brushes. Unrolling the scroll, he began channeling chakra into his brush and started writing out a seal. "No, Touching this thing is about as smart as you trying to sneak a peek in the women's hot springs when all of the A and B kunoichi are in it. Jiraiya would have said something about insulting him, but at the moment he was too entranced at watching the black flames that had been burning around on the ground get sucked into the seal. When it was done, a small kanji appeared in the middle of the seal saying black fire. Nodding to himself, Naruto rolled the scroll up and sealed it into one of the many containment seals on his body. "You know you're pretty good with those seals, Gaki," Jiraiya commented. "I hadn't realized you were so far into your sealing that you could come up with this stuff." "I'm not that far," Naruto said with a shrug. "Technically I'm on the level 2 intermediate book on sealing. However, I wanted to have some more useful seals and so I looked up some from the more advanced books." "Don't say it," Naruto interrupted the man who was about to speak. "I made sure I knew all of the seals I copied inside and out. I can copy a seal just fine, it's using the theory to make my own that is more difficult. The only advanced seal I made on my own was the one keeping Sasuke team's Cur seal in check. And then, that's really because I was trying to find a way to get rid of the one on Enko Nechan. Damn if this kid isn't like his father when it comes to sealing," Jiraiya sighed. Minato had always gone on to the more advanced stuff too if he felt there was a need for it, even when he was not ready for the more advanced concepts. "Well, as my apprentice, I'm gonna have to order you not to do that anymore, at least until I check out your seals." "How far along are you in the intermediate book?" "Almost finished," Naruto replied. "Unlike the other books that I read that I normally just relegate to my clones, I enjoy reading this so it's a bit slower. However, with the time we have on this trip I should be finished with it, and starting on the level 3 intermediate level." Jiraiya nodded. "That's not bad considering you've only started this 6 months ago." "Well," Naruto blushed a bit. Truth was, while he really could not care less about the other stuff he read, and was only reading it because he had promised Sarutobi he would, and he begrudgingly admitted that it did help, he absolutely loved reading up on Fuinjutsu. "What can I say? I am just that awesome." He pumped his fist into the air. "Whatever, Gaki, you've still got a long way to go before you can be considered a master." Naruto scowled and was about to make a comment when another voice spoke up. "Jiraiya-sama." The two Konoha ninja turned to see Madogai running up to them. "I am glad to see you two are alright. We had heard that Itachi and his most unyouthful partner were after Naruto-kun. Young Sasuke-kun also ran after you guys. Speaking of, you wouldn't happen to know where he is, do you?" The two other Konoha ninja blinked, looked at each other for a second before simultaneously pointing towards Sasuke, who was lying some distance away. "Yash. I thank you, my most youthful comrades. I must be off," Guy shouted as he hefted Sasuke on his back piggyback style. He gave the two a thumbs up. "Farewell, my comrades who burned brightly with the flames of youth." The pair watched the most eccentric Jonin take off with only a small cloud of dust to signify he had ever been there, while dealing with Guy-sensei was as awkward and creepy as always. Naruto said, "We should probably get a move on now." "Right," Jiraiya agreed, walking up to the blonde as the two began to make their way out of the village. "Hey Ero-sennin, what's your teammate like?" asked Naruto as they walked down the dirt road. "I mean, I know she's the greatest healer and all that, and I've heard the stories about her super strength, but I really don't know anything else." "Tsunade?" Jiraiya tapped his chin and thought for a moment. "To sum her up in one word, fiery. That woman has one of the largest tempers I have ever seen. That, combined with her super strength, makes her a dangerous woman." The older male reached into his vest and fished out some pictures, handing them to Naruto. Naruto took one look at it before his eyes promptly widened. "This is your teammate. From what, 40 years ago or something?" Jiraiya smirked. "That may be an old picture, but I can guarantee she will be looking somewhere around that age. Tsunade has always been a vain person. When she got older she cast a permanent genjutsu on her that allows her to change her age at will. From what one of my informants told me, she usually sticks between the ages of 21 and 28. Naruto pocketed the picture as he looked up at Jiraiya. "So is there anything else I should know about your wayward teammate, aside from the fact that she's extremely vain?" "Well, there is one more thing that I suppose is important," Jiraiya said. "In certain circles she has the very well-earned nickname of the legendary sucker." A sweat drop appeared on Naruto's head. "You do know that can be taken in so many ways, right? And none of them are the right ways." Jiraiya laughed as he realized at least one of the ways wished his words could be taken. "Her nickname doesn't mean something like that, though I wish it did. I was actually talking about her terrible luck at gambling." Naruto blinked. "Gambling?" "Yep. Tsunade's always had a huge addiction to gambling, and she's always been absolutely terrible at it. She is well known in every gambling parlor within Hai no Kuni as the legendary sucker because she has never won a single bet." "I swear, you Sannin and your addictions," Naruto sighed. "You know, I bet most of the ninja that respect you guys just don't know the truth about you. Seriously, one is into peeking in the bathhouses, one's a chronic gambler who's earned a title for being so shitty at it, and the last is a snake who likes to play with little boys." Jiraiya's right eye twitched. "Hey. We're still some of the most powerful ninja in the world. Stupid, smart aleck Gaki. I didn't say you weren't, Naruto grinned. You guys have more issues than the dude who invented glitter cannons. Jiraiya sighed as he figured it would be best to stop while he was ahead. The pair continued walking down the dirt path for a while longer without speaking. Hey Gaki, you still want to learn that jutsu, right? Naruto blinked as he looked over at Jiraiya before grinning. Of course I do. What kind of fool would I be to pass up a new jutsu? Alright then, I'll need to get some materials in the next town to teach it to you, so we'll do it then, okay? Jiraiya chuckled a bit at the kid's enthusiasm. Naruto nodded as he pumped his fist into the air. Okay. Then let's get to the next city pronto. Jiraiya suddenly had to blink as the area Naruto was in became covered with a dust cloud in the shape of said genin, while the real one was running towards the nearest town. In the wrong direction. The old Sannin pinched the bridge of his nose. Ugh. I swear this kid is a person of mass contradictions. When Naruto and Jiraiya came upon the next town, it was to see a festival taking place there. Having never actually been to a festival before, Naruto was looking around at all the stalls that sold food, and had games of all kinds to play and all. Well, why don't we take a break for a moment? Jiraiya suggested, seeing the look in Naruto's eyes. After all, it's good for shinobi to rest their feet after a long day of traveling, and it's not like we're going to run into Tsunade today. Naruto nodded. That sounds like a plan, Rasengan. And if that's the case, then I'm going to go see what some of the stalls have to offer. I've never gotten to go to a festival after all. Never? Asked Jiraiya, slightly surprised to hear that. Didn't Sarutobi-sensei take him to one at least once? Naruto gave the Sannin a blank stare. Rasengan, the one festival Konoha has is the festival celebrating Kyuubi's defeat. Do you honestly think I would be welcome there? The question was completely rhetorical and the blonde did not give Jiraiya a chance to respond anyways. Well, I'll see you later, Rasengan. Jiraiya watched the kid run off before realizing something. Damn it. I forgot to convince him to give me his wallet. Great, now that means I have to use my own money to find good company. As Jiraiya walked off to find a place to get good drink and female companionship, Naruto was trying his hands at the many game stalls, and utterly dominating them with his ninja talents. He would sample some of the food they had and just generally have a good time. Since he had never done anything like spending time at a festival before, Naruto made sure to milk it for all it was worth before he got bored. Eventually, though, he realized something significant that made him stop and find a secluded spot earlier than expected. Throughout the entire time he had been journeying, Kyuubi had yet to talk to him. He had the distinct feeling she was ignoring him after he had essentially cut all contact with her off after the Sandame's death, and he knew he would have to go see her and apologize for that, something he had been holding off on long enough. Naruto sighed as he found himself outside of Kyuubi's hut within the forest. Walking up to it, the blonde knocked several times and waited for Kyuubi to answer. Much like the time she had gotten depressed about his treatment on his and Tenten's date, however, Kyuubi did not answer. Not particularly caring if the vixen threw a fit for it, Naruto entered the house. When he did, it was to find Kyuubi glaring at him fiercely. Hey Kyuchan, Naruto greeted kind of awkwardly, not really sure what to say. Kyuubi did not reply and instead, just turned away from the bond, ignoring his presence. Naruto walked forward and crawled onto the bed behind the red-haired vixen. Look. I know you're upset with me, and I'm sorry that I ignored you. But I don't care one way or the other, Kyuubi replied stiffly. Yes you do, Naruto said in a quiet voice, causing Kyuubi to stiffen even more. Come on Kyu, you know that I'm not quite as dumb as I act. If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't be ignoring me. I know what I did was wrong, and I'm sorry, but as I said, I don't care one way or the other. Kyuubi turned around to glare at him. The only thing that I care about is the fact that you ignored me. I do not take well to people who ignore my presence. And I will not take it from you. However, by now Naruto was getting angry at how his tenant was acting. Sure, she always acted like this, but there were some things that he just preferred to deal with on his own, and the death of a person who was like a grandfather to him was one of them. Look, I know it bothers you, Miss High and Mighty Demon, but I think I'm entitled to some moments of peace. And I had no desire to listen to any smart-ass remarks you might make about Ajisen. He's one of the only people who was ever there for me as a child, who helped me deal with all of the shit life threw my way. Unlike you, miss. Naruto was unable to say anything else as Kyuubi suddenly appeared right next to him and slammed him into a wall. You think I have not been there for you, child? Kyuubi hissed out as her hand went around the blonde's neck and lifted him into the air. Who was it that healed all of the wounds you received from overtraining? Who was the reason poisons don't affect you? Who was it who gave you your larger-than-average chakra reserves? By now Kyuubi was right in Naruto's face with her teeth bared at him. I did. I gave you all of those things. The only reason you're even alive is because of me. Had it not been for me, you would have died that night when that human instructor betrayed you. Or you would have starved to death when you lived on the street and my Yuki was not there to fix your body. You owe me. When this had happened before during the first few times they had met, Naruto had been admittedly frightened. Like last time, Kyuubi was leaking killing intent left and right and her Yuki was coming off of her body in wisps of red energy. The glare she was giving him was potent enough that it looked like she could burn a hole right through his head. However, by now Naruto had screwed up his courage, he had grown used to her, and seen another side that he doubted she even really realized she was showing. This time he was not afraid of the redhead in front of him. Had it not been for you I would have never been kicked out of the orphanage. I would have never lived on the street and been forced to find food in the trash. Your Yuki would have been unnecessary because I would have had people who cared about me. I may have found a family who was willing to adopt me. I would have known the love of a mother and father. Had it not been for you, that night Mizuki would have never betrayed me and chances are I would have passed my genin exams the first time I took them. In an act of defiance Naruto released his own Yuki, and while it was not powerful enough to overpower Kyuubi's, it was enough to give Naruto the strength necessary to pry himself out of the woman's grip. Were it not for you I would have never had any need for your power because I would have never been placed in a situation where your power was necessary. You can't say that you were there for me when every situation I've ever been in can be laid at your feet, nor can you say it was for me when we both know the only reason you helped me was because your survival was dependent on my own. By now Kyuubi's arms were slack at her side and her mouth was slightly agape in a look of surprise. However, it soon closed and became a thin line as her eyes narrowed. Get out, she hissed at him. Get out now. I don't want you to show your face to me again, you ungrateful brat. Fine, Naruto replied. If this is what I get for apologizing to you, then maybe it's best if we don't speak anymore. With the last word and the whisker-marked blonde disappeared from the seal, Kyuubi stared at the spot he had left before eventually sinking to the floor, feeling an exhaustion she had never known before. Damn it. Why the hell am I getting so worked up? So some damn human. She blinked before correcting herself. Hanyu. I am the greatest demon to ever exist. I have never cared for others, so why the hell do I even give a shit about this one person? Someone who also happens to be my prison. Kyuubi let out an angry snarl. Somehow I know you're responsible for this. She shouted, what did you do to me? Why do I feel this way? Answer me, damn it. I don't know what you're talking about, the voice replied, and Kyuubi felt rage at the amusement it was laden with. I haven't done anything to you. Perhaps what you should be asking is what you are doing to yourself. I'm not doing anything. Kyuubi raged. This is all your fault. You did something to me. Something that has to do with this seal. I know you did. Fix it now. However, the voice merely laughed at her. You sound like a petulant child, Kyuubi. Not used to not always getting your way. Before the vixen could respond, the voice continued. And I have done nothing to you. The seal does nothing to you. What you feel is something of your own making. Perhaps rather than looking to blame others for your problems and feelings, you should try searching yourself for the answers you seek. As the voice disappeared, Kyuubi seethed in silence before eventually making her way to her bed. Naruto stood up with a frown. That confrontation could have gone better, though he knew it could have also gone worse. Still, he was not quite sure what to do in these kinds of situations, and had no clear way on how to fix this problem. He shook his head before he noticed the time and decided to find Jiraiya. It did not take long to find the white-haired Sannin. All he had to do was follow the man's rather distinctive laugh. Nor was he surprised to find the man in a nearby tavern, with a lot of alcohol and several women hanging off of him. Naruto. Get over here and relax. Allow me to introduce you to these two lovely ladies. Naruto looked at Jiraiya for a few seconds before he sighed and walked over to the trio. He sat on the left, next to a woman with brown hair that went down to mid-back and honey-colored eyes. Oh my, Jiraiya-sama, you didn't tell us you were traveling with someone so cute. The young blonde was very hard-pressed to control his eye twitch. What the hell is it with females calling me cute? I am not cute, damn it. However, in the end he just sighed and decided to take the compliment for what it was worth. After all, there were worse things for him to be called. Jiraiya gave a large grin. This girl's is my apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, I would like you to meet Sasuke and Momiji. Naruto offered the girls a smile and a small hello. Sasuke, the girl he was sitting next to him, got off Jiraiya and leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck. It's nice to meet you, cutie. Jiraiya-sama, you really picked quite an apprentice. I can tell he's going to be a lady killer in a few years. The girl looked at Naruto's cheeks before gently touching his whisker marks. What are these whiskers? Birthmarks? Naruto would have answered, except the girl began stroking his markings, getting the blonde to close his eyes and start purring. Kawaii. Sasuke squealed and Naruto felt an instant of horror, remembering what happened the first time Enko had found out about his purring. He was very lucky, or unlucky if you're someone like Jiraiya who was hoping to get a good story out of his apprentice's interaction with the woman, when the girl did not suffocate him in her bosom, and instead seemed to get more enjoyment out of continuing her ministrations. Of course, this did have a small problem that came with it, and that was that Naruto was finding it increasingly hard to keep down his natural reaction to the girl's activity with his whiskers. It also did not help that the girl seemed to be enjoying running her fingers over them so much that she had ended up practically sitting on his lap in the end. He was thankful when Jiraiya eventually blacked out from drinking too much, and used it as an excuse to bid the two goodbye and proceeded to drag an unconscious Jiraiya through the streets. A few seconds after they left, Jiraiya got back up as if he had not just managed to drink 17 bottles of sake. Alright, let's go find an inn. How the fuck are you still standing? Naruto asked incredulously. Seriously, I've seen Enko drink less and after 10 bottles she's so drunk she's likely to try and molest me. Hey, you say that like it's a bad thing. Jiraiya looked at his student with a lecherous grin. When all he received was a glare in return, he shrugged. I've been drinking far longer than Enko has, and I'm not a lightweight like many shinobi are. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised that you didn't try to drag my ass out of there as soon as you found out what I was doing. Naruto sighed. Do I look like your keeper? I don't give two fucks what you waste your money on. And I am well aware that every shinobi has some kind of odd quirk that keeps them from going insane thanks to the things our profession calls for. So if you want to spend your money perving on women, then be my guest. I suppose one can't argue with that logic. Jiraiya shook his head a bit before grinning. Though, I suppose I should say I'm surprised you decided to join me then. Naruto looked at him before giving a half-hearted shrug. In truth, he just did not want to deal with the hassle trying to get Jiraiya out of there would have caused. After spending as much time as I have with Enko, I've been pretty much desensitized to these things. Well, come on, Rasengan, might as well find a place to sleep before we head out to search for your old teammate. Jiraiya watched as Naruto walked away before he chuckled and shook his head. What an odd kid. The next day, the two had woken up and set out on the road again. While the two were walking, Jiraiya pulled out a water balloon and tossed it to Naruto. Said blonde gave the man a blank look as he switched from staring at the water balloon to him. Rasengan, what the hell is this for? That is for the first stage of the new jutsu I'm going to be teaching you. Jiraiya held out his own water balloon. This jutsu has 3 steps to complete. The first step is rotation. You need to pop this balloon by spinning the water with your chakra. Naruto looked from Jiraiya to the water balloon, and then back to Jiraiya. Right? And just what the hell is this amazing technique? In response to Naruto's sarcastic voice, Jiraiya smirked and held out his other hand and formed a rapidly spinning ball of chakra. Noticing the blonde's slightly gaping mouth, Jiraiya grinned. It's called the Rasengan, spiraling sphere, and was one of the Yandame's prized techniques. The technique is incredible as it does not require any hand seals to use. That means Jujutsu like the Sharingan won't be able to copy it. That's because this jutsu is pure chakra manipulation taken to the highest level. Wow! Naruto whispered as he stared at the spinning ball of chakra. It looked like a miniature maelstrom inside of that blue orb. That is some seriously compressed chakra. Wow is right, Gaki, Jiraiya grinned. Now, as I said, the first step to this technique is rotation. Tell me, how is tree climbing and water walking done? With tree climbing you have to release a set amount of chakra and maintain it so that you stick to the tree. And with water walking it's similar, except rather than maintain a set amount, you have to continuously release chakra and change it depending on the density of the liquid's surface. Jiraiya blinked at the not only accurate, but decently complex answer. I have to remember this kid isn't as dumb as he likes to sometimes act. That's right, this could be considered a step higher, or several steps higher. Now watch this. Naruto watched as Jiraiya held out the hand with the water balloon. He could feel the chakra that the toad Sannin was pouring into the balloon, and saw that it was starting to form lumps on the surface. Less than a second later the balloon popped, letting water explode everywhere. Jiraiya shook the water off his hand. Now that you've seen it, I want you to pop. The old Sannin was cut off by the sound of a balloon popping and water splashing along the ground. Jiraiya looked at Naruto to see him cursing and shaking his hand of the water. Having seemingly had enough, Naruto channeled massive amount of yuki to his hand, and used a quick kitsune to dry himself off. Let's see you do that again. Jiraiya took out one of the extra water balloons he had and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto caught the balloon and channeled some chakra into it. Jiraiya watched in shock as the balloon gained a lumpy surface and then popped. How did you get that down so quickly? What do you mean? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. I just saw the way the jutsu worked. When you popped the balloon, the surface became lumpy before popping. When I saw the jutsu outside of the balloon, I noticed that it had chakra swirling in all different directions. Honestly, it wasn't that hard to figure out that in order to make the balloon pop, I had to rotate my chakra in several dozen directions. So what's the next step? Jiraiya grabbed a rubber ball and tossed it to Naruto in dumb fashion, his mind still slightly blank at how fast Naruto had gotten the first stage of the jutsu. Now the second step is power. This is usually the hardest step since you have to put as much power into the jutsu as you can to pop the balloon. Naruto nodded and began channeling his yuki into the balloon. Bam! What the fuck? Naruto shouted as he covered his ears after popping the rubber ball. Why the hell was that so loud? He picked at his ears to try and get the ringing out. Sometimes he really cursed his enhanced senses. How the hell did you do that? Jiraiya almost felt himself have a seizure. Okay, the first step, while difficult, was not impossible to get that fast, seeing how observant the boy was. But this was just ridiculous. There is no way you should have gotten that so quickly. Generating enough power consistently like that takes time. Naruto picked out his ear as Jiraiya griped, Rasengan, are you forgetting who I have sealed inside of me? I've got power in spades. In truth, that was only half the reason, but he did not want to tell Jiraiya that he was actually a Hanyu and his yuki was simply more potent and allowed him to use more powerful attacks easily. So, what's the third step? Jiraiya pulled out a balloon and blew it up before handing it to Naruto. The third step is combining the first two within that balloon without making it pop. So, what am I doing exactly? Asked Naruto. Jiraiya held out a hand and formed a Rasengan in it, causing Naruto's eye to gain a light of recognition. Ah. So I'm actually creating the jutsu inside of the balloon. Then that means the third step is control. That's right, Jiraiya nodded as he watched Naruto try the third step, only to fail and make the balloon pop. He was glad to see that, if he were honest, if this kid managed to learn the Rasengan in one day, he would have had a heart attack. Continue working on that while we walk. We need to get to the next town. You know, this kind of reminds me of those sandcastles I've seen kids make in the park, right after they step on them, Naruto said as he and Jiraiya found themselves staring at what used to be the famous castle of Tanzakagai. Now it was really nothing more than a pile of rubble and debris. As the pair walked close to the scene, Naruto picked at some of the debris. Hey Rasengan, this place has a heavy smell of snakes, Naruto commented as he sniffed the air. Jiraiya looked over at him with a frown. Snakes, huh? What else can you smell? Naruto took several more whiffs of the air and frowned. Aside from snakes, I can smell sake, a lot of sake. And it's a little hard to pick up, but I also smell antiseptics. Then that means we're close to our quarry. Jiraiya began moving away from the castle. Come on, Gaki, chances are good my teammate is here, and if the smell of snakes are any indication, she had a run-in with my other teammates, so I want to find her as soon as possible. The pair had searched for the entire day and had no luck in finding the wayward healer. They decided to stop and get a meal at a local tavern before getting a place to stay for the night. As they entered the tavern, Jiraiya took a look around and stopped when his eyes landed on a very familiar face. Tsunade? A blonde woman who had been drinking rather heavily looked up to reveal a diamond symbol on her forehead and honey-colored eyes. Jiraiya? What the hell are you doing here? Jiraiya merely gave the woman a grin as he sat down. Nothing much. I was just passing through and looking for a place to stop for the night. Naruto held in a snort as he sat down next to the older man. He looked at the other occupants in the booth and noticed a black-haired woman holding what appeared to be a well-pampered pig. Well, isn't this day just full of surprises? Tsunade said, and Naruto had to hold in his gag reflex as he smelled more alcohol on her than he had ever smelled on anyone else. All the old faces just keep coming back. Naruto stiffened as he heard that and Jiraiya frowned. So you did meet Orochimaru then? What did the snake want? Tsunade glared as the black-haired woman who looked like she was about to speak. Oh, you know. Just dropped in the neighborhood to see how I was doing. Jiraiya took the bottle of sake that was on the table and poured himself a glass before getting out a deck of cards and shuffling them. If you met him, then I take it you've heard about Sensei? He tossed her a set of cards before laying the deck on the table. Of course, the old snake told me about how he did the deed himself. Tsunade looked at her cards, placing 2 of them next to the deck and grabbing 2 more. Now why don't you just cut to the chase and tell me why you're here? Getting straight to the point as always, Aheim, princess? Jiraiya looked up at Tsunade to see her glaring at him, and decided to get to the point, lest he incur her wrath. As you know, Konoha is currently without a Hokage. So the council, in all its wisdom, has decided that you are to be the next Hokage. Naruto felt a jolt of surprise run through him at the announcement, having not expected it at all. Though after the initial surprise passed he had to curse himself for not seeing it sooner. Why else would they travel all over Hai no Kuni just to find one woman, even a Sannin, if not for something like that? Hokage-ha. I don't know why you even bothered coming here then. Tsunade looked at her cards before placing them on the table. I can't believe you would even bother trying to get me to take that job. I may do a lot of gambling, Jiraiya, but money is easily replicable, a life isn't. Becoming Hokage? That's a fool's bet. Look at what happened to all of the Hokages, they all died. Even the Yondaime died young. The Hokage's job is for nothing but fools and idiots. She did not get the chance to say anything as she felt a blast of air and had to blink, as she saw a fist mere centimeters from her face. She followed the fist to see it was attached to one Uzumaki Naruto, who was being restrained by Jiraiya. His face was carved into a snarl, and she was shocked to see his eyes shifting from blue to amethyst to red and back to blue. Damn it, Gaki. Calm down. Jiraiya struggled and actually had to put in a lot of effort to hold the kid back. Kami, what the hell is with this kid's strength? Shut up, Rasengan. Maybe you can just stand there and listen to her insult Ajisen and the other Hokages, but I won't put up with it. Naruto bared his elongated canines at the blonde woman. There's no way I'm letting some wrinkly old hag like her insult Ajisen's memory like that. Tsunade looked at him, blinking in a bit of curiosity. At least until he called her an old hag, then she turned a glare on him before looking at Jiraiya. Who's the brat? Don't tell me you've actually taken another apprentice. I thought you had forsworn taking on any more after your last one died, though this one seems like a downgrade from your previous student. Jiraiya grunted as he struggled to hold the kid back. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Damn it. I need you to calm down, Naruto. Said Blonde growled at him but finally relented and sat back down. This kid will surprise you, Tsunade. I wouldn't underestimate him. Whatever, Tsunade scoffed. Hey brat, what's your name? Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde shinobi said with a glare. Tsunade's eyes widened. So this kid is Kushina's brat. You seem to have some kind of issue with my words. Can't take the truth? What truth? Yours? Why should I listen to some old drunk who looks like she washed out a long time ago? Naruto smirked when he saw Tsunade getting pissed. Rasengan, we should probably get going. A pathetic alcoholic old lady like her could never be Hokage. She simply doesn't have what it takes. What was that, Yugaki? Tsunade slammed her hands on the table. Listen here. I'm the granddaughter of the Shodai and the grandniece of the Night Aim. I'm more than capable of being Hokage if I so desired. Naruto began to chuckle before it turned into a laugh. I already know of your heritage and I have to say, for someone with such a strong lineage, you're a big disappointment. You sit here wasting your days away drowning in sake. Really, your ancestors must be disgusted with the bitter old drunk you've become. That's a Gaki. Let's take this outside. Tsunade stood up and walked out of the front door. Fine by me, you old hag. Naruto got out of the booth and followed Tsunade outside. Jiraiya sighed. Great, I somehow should have figured this would happen. Come on, Shizen, we need to make sure someone's there to pick up the pieces after this is all over. Naruto and Tsunade stood across each other in the middle of the street. The blonde genin was glad that it was so late at night, and no one else was there. That meant he could really go all out, which was good because Naruto knew that to even get a hit on a Sannin he would need to use all the tricks in the book. Tsunade looked at him and smirked as she held up a finger. One finger is all I'll need to beat you. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He did not like being underestimated like that, but like his battle with Kisame he would make an exception. Okay, so I've got 3 advantages over her. The first is she is seriously underestimating me. The second is that she is really drunk, that will make her sloppy. And the third is she's obviously a decade or so out of practice so she won't be as strong as Jiraiya. Tsunade, you really don't need to do this. Why don't you just calm down, and we can talk things through, Jiraiya suggested. There's nothing to talk about, Jiraiya, and this Gaki needs to learn his place. Tsunade glared at the Toad Sannin. She's right, Rasengan. Crabby old drunks like her need to learn that drowning themselves in alcohol only makes the situation worse, Naruto shot back. Tsunade ground her teeth as she glared at the much younger blonde. Before we get this little fight started, I just have one question. Why do you care about the Hokage so much? What kind of stupid-ass question is that? Naruto scoffed. It should be obvious. Being Hokage is my dream. Tsunade's eyes widened as she heard that, and for just a second she could see the figures of her dead lover Dan, and her little brother Nawaki, both of whom had the same dream as the blonde before her, standing behind him. The images disappeared quickly since Naruto, seeing her distracted, had decided to start the fight off. He charged at her with speeds that greatly surprised and shocked Tsunade, coming in quickly with an attempt to smash a fist in her gut. However, Tsunade was not a Sannin for nothing, and swatted the attack away with one finger as per her boast. With Naruto now off balance, she flicked him in the head with the same finger, only to be shocked when Naruto went up in a burst of smoke. It was then that another Naruto came in through the smoke. Tsunade reacted on instinct and attempted to finger flick him. However, due to how drunk Tsunade was, as well as the fact that she had not been in a serious fight for nearly a decade and a half, she was far slower than she should be. It also didn't help that Naruto, having speeds that could match those of Rock Lee, was more than capable of keeping ahead of her, at least for the moment. Naruto ducked under Tsunade's finger and came in, smashing Tsunade in the stomach with a double punch. The legendary healer grunted in pain as she skidded across the ground. The kid hit far harder than she thought he would. Looks like the first hit goes to me. Naruto gave her a vicious and bloodthirsty grin. I have to say, for being one of the 3 Sannin, you really suck. I guess your title of legendary sucker isn't just about how shitty you are at gambling. Tsunade glared at Naruto as she finished healing her bruised stomach. As soon as she was finished, she rushed at Naruto. Said blonde watched her. Despite being out of practice, she was still decently fast, and he knew that if she got even one hit on him, even if it was from just a finger, he would lose. Timing himself to her attack, Naruto waited until she had lashed out, using a minimal amount of effort to move her hand past his head. It was then that he came in with another punch, but this time Tsunade had sobered up enough that she reacted on instinct. She swatted his attack out of the way with her other hand, before finger flicking him. However, much like last time, Naruto merely disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing himself to be a Kage Bunshin. It was then she felt someone behind her and saw another shock. A spinning purple ball of energy that she could name from a mile away was in Naruto's hand as he charged at her. Acting quickly, she smashed her finger on the ground and created a fissure that tripped Naruto up, causing the Rasengan in his hand to smash into the ground where it formed a ring, showing that the blonde had yet to master the technique. I take it you taught him that move, Jiraiya? Tsunade turned a glare on the white-haired man. Jiraiya shrugged. Well, of course I did. He's my apprentice, isn't he? That kind of implies I need to teach him something. Tsunade scoffed. We all know that only you and the Yandane can use that technique. Teaching it to some kid who has no chance of actually learning it is just stupid. Before Jiraiya could open his mouth to respond, Naruto decided to get back into the picture. You think so, huh? That just goes to show you what you know. I'll have this technique mastered in no time flat. Just you watch, Hag. Tsunade glared at the hag comment before grinning. Then why don't we have a little wager? If you can master that technique in 3 days, not only will I come back with you to be Hokage and admit that you've got what it takes to be my successor, but I'll also give you this necklace. Tsunade took a necklace with a green gem out of her shirt. And if I lose? Tsunade thought about it for a moment before grinning. You will give up on your dream of being Hokage, give me all of your money and go back to Konoha empty-handed. Naruto frowned. He wasn't much for jewelry. The only thing he wore was the necklace Haku had given him. However, as he looked at the necklace, he felt something call out to him. Alright, you've got yourself a deal, lady. I'll have this technique down in 3 days. Be sure to pack your bags in that time because I'm not going to lose. Hey Gaki, where are you going? Jiraiya asked as Naruto started stomping off. Naruto stopped and turned his head to his sensei. I'm going to start training. Gaki, it's the middle of the night. Let's find a hotel. You can train tomorrow, Jiraiya countered with a shake of his head. Naruto frowned for a moment before sighing. He was not really tired, but the man did have a point. Alright, fine. But if I'm gonna miss out on training thanks to this, I expect you to wake up bright and early tomorrow to help me. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Alright Gaki, you got yourself a deal. I suggest you don't get yourself too comfortable here, Hag. Naruto looked at Tsunade. Given your shitty luck and the fact that I've never lost a bet, you can be sure as hell I won't lose to you here. Omake, what would happen if Sasuke never showed up to fight Itachi? Well, I have to at least admit that I'm impressed you were able to land a hit on me, Gaki, and to withstand a smack from Samehada. You must have impressive pain tolerance. Kisame said before he turned to look at his silent partner, Itachi. Weren't we told this kid was the dead last of his class or something? Dead last? Naruto asked with a laugh, despite the small wince of pain it earned him from his still sore ribs. Your intel agent obviously sucks balls if that's what he got. His information is about 6 months out of date. You do seem to be more skilled now. However, even with your recent increase in skill, it will not be enough to deal with us, Itachi said as he looked at the blonde genin. Hey, you think so, huh? Asked Naruto with a smirk on his face. That smirk gave Itachi an ominous feeling. Naruto brought his hands up in a ram seal and gave the 2 S-ranked criminals an insane-looking grin. I'm going to beat the both of you in just one technique. I really didn't want to use this, but it seems you've left me no choice. A purple aura of Yuki formed around the blonde shinobi. Behold. My ultimate jutsu. Both Itachi and Kisame tensed as they felt the powerful chakra surrounding Naruto. However, curiosity kept them from attacking. What could be so powerful that it could defeat 2 S-ranked ninja? What technique could a mere genin know that could beat people of their caliber? What could harem no jutsu? What? Itachi and Kisame both asked as they were surrounded by a large puff of smoke. And when the smoke cleared, they were suddenly assaulted by hundreds of beautiful teenage blonde girls who began rubbing themselves against a pair of now stiff shinobi, whispering seductively in their ear as they described many of the Ika scenes from the first 3 books of the series. Oh, and they were completely naked. Now, both Itachi and Kisame had always had good control over themselves. Itachi was well known for his cold, nearly dead personality, and Kisame, while known to be violent and bloodthirsty, knew how to keep himself in check. However, both of them were still men, and still had the same urges that all men had, and having Kami only knew how many hot blonde female bodies pressed up against them was too much for them. or any man to take. Thus the pair were blown backwards with a pair of nosebleeds of such epic proportion that they ended up dying from blood loss. A puff of smoke later and all the blondes disappeared, leaving only Naruto standing there and scratching the back of his head in a confused manner. I guess that technique really is the deadliest jutsu known to man. Chapter 30 The Deal. The next day found Naruto getting himself ready to start training early in the morning. As he finished putting on all of his clothing and equipment, a knock came at the door. Walking over to the door, he opened it to find Shizen standing there. Shizen-san? He blinked a few times as he wondered why she was here. Is there something I can help you with? Shizen walked into his room when Naruto moved out of the way, placing her hands behind her back in a nervous gesture. I just wanted to talk to you about Tsunade-sama and this bet you made with her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What is there to talk about? I don't think you truly know what this bet means. That necklace isn't some random piece of jewelry. It once belonged to the Shodai Hokage. A grin came onto Naruto's face. Well, if it once belonged to the Shodai, then that means I really have to win this bet. Shizen looked startled when Naruto said that. After all, if it's something that belonged to a Hokage, it's only fitting it finds its way to the future Hokage. Shizen actually had to smile a bit at the boy's confidence and determination, however it soon went back into a frown. That necklace isn't something anyone can wear, Naruto-san. It's a cursed necklace, only Tsunade-sama can wear it. Because when other people wear it, they die. Naruto blinked a minute before he opened his mouth and started to laugh, much to the shock of Shizen. He wiped an errant tear from his eyes as he spoke. A cursed necklace, huh? That's certainly a new one, but you can't honestly expect me to believe something like that, can you? But it's true. Shizen looked at him imploringly. Tsunade-sama already tried giving that necklace away to two people. Her younger brother, and her old lover, my uncle. Both of them died the day after it was given to them. Naruto frowned for a moment before sighing and moving over to the bed. He gestured for Shizen to sit down, which after a little hesitation she did. Go ahead, I get the feeling you need to get this off your chest, so I'll listen. Just don't expect it to change my opinion about this bet. Shizen frowned a bit before going back to a neutral expression as she began her tale. You see, when Tsunade-sama was younger, she had a little brother named Nawaki. It was actually his dream to be Hokage, and in order to help him reach his goals, she gave him the very necklace you made that bet on. However, the day after she gave it to him, Nawaki's team was killed by a band of IWA ninja. It was so bad that the only way they were even able to identify the body was because of the necklace they found on it. After that, she had wanted to create a medical program to help keep casualty rates down. But since we were in the middle of the Second Shinobi War, the Sandaime had opposed its creation, stating that Konoha did not have the resources necessary to create such a program. My Uncle Dan, however, agreed with her. Out of all the people who heard of the program, he was the only one. Eventually the two started dating, and Dan told Tsunade-sama how it was his dream to become Hokage. Because of that, Tsunade-sama decided to place her faith in him, and she gave him the necklace. However, a day later the two of them had gone on a mission and Dan was. I see, Naruto said as he saw Shizen wipe a stray tear from her eye. They stayed silent for a while after that until Shizen spoke again. That's why you have to call off this bet, Naruto-san. That necklace is cursed, it will only let Tsunade-sama wear it. Naruto looked at her for a moment before snorting. If that necklace is cursed, then I guess I'll just have to break the curse, won't I? Shizen looked up at him in shock. What? There's no way I'm letting something like this go. I'm not going back on this bet, especially now that you've told me this. Naruto stood up as he looked at Shizen. I'm going to win that bet. She's going to give me that necklace, and she will come back to Konoha, even if I have to drag her sorry ass back kicking and screaming. Your master has lived in the past for far too long. It's time she faced up to reality and move on. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a bet to win. Shizen watched as Naruto left. When the door closed, an odd smile came to her face. Maybe he can do it. You're later than I expected you to be, Gaki. Naruto grunted as he came upon the clearing where Jiraiya was. Shizen-sen wanted to talk to me about backing down from this bet. Now let's get started. Jiraiya nodded. Alright then, show me how far you've come on the Rasengan. Naruto held up his hand and Jiraiya watched as a purple ball of chakra formed in it. Honestly, it was a most curious sight to him. He had never seen purple chakra before, and he had to wonder why Naruto's was like that. His thoughts were taken from him when he watched the ball explode and had to hold in a wince when he saw the burn marks on Naruto's hand. As you can see, I can only hold the shape for about 3 seconds. After that, my power simply fluctuates, and the jutsu loses its form. Naruto sighed as he clenched his hand for a few moments until his healing factor kicked in. I don't even know what the problem is. It can't be my chakra control. While it's not the best, it's far better than most. But I don't know what else it could be. This is seriously one of the most frustrating jutsus I've ever had to try and make. It's like some kind of roadblock is on me for this one part, like I'm trying to look left and right at the same time. It's seriously beginning to piss me off. Jiraiya looked at Naruto for a few seconds before speaking. You know, technically it is possible for you to look left and right at the same time. Huh? How the hell would I do that? It's not like I've got two heads on my shoulders, or that my eyes have the ability to look in opposite directions. Idiot. Jiraiya rolled his eyes as he made a Kage Bunshin and then looked left while his clone looked right. See, I'm looking left, while my clone looks right. Naruto blinked for a few seconds as he looked at Jiraiya after his clone dispelled. After a moment or two, a large grin came to his face. Erosen, you're a genius. Well, of course I am. I am the great Jiraiya-sama after all. Haha. He trailed it for after a while before scratching the back of his head. So why am I a genius? He did not get an answer as Naruto created a Kage Bunshin and held out his hand. He began to channel his Yuki through his hand, creating a spinning ball of energy. However, Naruto only dealt with the rotation and power aspect of the jutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto's clone began applying the shape, making sure that the sphere that held all of the destructive energy was stable. Jiraiya watched in a mixture of amusement and shock as Naruto created a perfect Rasengan in his hand. Unbelievable. This kid found his own way to create the jutsu from just what I said. Not bad at all, Gaki. I can't believe you actually mastered the Rasengan like that. Naruto frowned as he looked at Jiraiya. What do you mean mastered? This jutsu is practically useless as it is now. I not only have to make a clone just to create it, but it also takes several seconds to form. If I was fighting anyone above Chunin level, they would slaughter me before I could form the jutsu. Naruto created another clone and sat down, holding out his hand as they began forming the Rasengan again. This jutsu isn't mastered until I can create it with one hand and in less than 1 second. Until I can do that, I won't even consider this jutsu as being a viable option for combat, much less something to show that old hag so I can win that bet. Back in Konoha, are you alright, Tenten-san? Tenten looked over at her teammate Niji as they walked towards their respective homes. They had both just finished visiting Lee in the hospital, a surprising turn of events considering Niji had never liked Lee in the first place. Though she had to admit that her Hyuga teammate had been a lot different since his battle and complete beatdown at the hands of one Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask? It was actually kind of odd, having her teammate, who had always been a prick to everyone, being nice to her for a change. Because you look distracted, Niji shrugged indifferently. And you're a terrible liar, I can tell something is bothering you. Tenten frowned for a moment before sighing. I haven't been able to find Naruto ever since the Sandame's funeral service. It's like he dropped off the map. I tried looking for him a little while ago, and apparently he left with Jiraiya of the Sannin to go on some kind of mission. Niji looked at Tenten for a moment as he digested the information she gave him. And you're upset that he did not come to find you and tell you he would be leaving, correct? Well, yes, Tenten admitted. Actually, she had been downright furious, as the training field she and her team used could attest to, when she had found out that he had left without telling her. Ever since she had seen how lost and vulnerable he had looked at the Sandame's funeral, she had been worried for the blonde. That he would just up and leave without even letting her know was frustrating, reminded her much of the time he came back from his first C rank. I would not be too upset, Tenten. If he was with Jiraiya-sama, then it must have been a mission of great importance. Tenten glared at the white-eyed prodigy. I know that. But he still could have given me the common courtesy of at least saying goodbye. He's always doing this. Being completely inconsiderate of the feelings of others, especially when they're worried about him. Niji decided not to say anything more on the subject. He knew that when his teammate got on about something, very little, if anything at all, could ever get her to change her opinion. Perhaps, but there might have been extenuating circumstances. Niji changed direction towards the Hyuga compound. I would not be too harsh until I received all of the facts, Tenten. Tanzaka-gai. Naruto dispelled his Kage Bunshin and sorted through the information in his head. Holding out his hand, he tried to make the Rasengan one-handed, only to fail. The jutsu was getting increasingly frustrating, especially since he had been at this for 2 days and nothing he tried seemed to let him master it. Though, he was pleased to see he no longer burned his hand when the jutsu dispelled. Of course, it did not help that he refused to use his Kage Bunshin any more than he already was on the jutsu. For whatever reason, he felt it was imperative that he get this down on his own, otherwise it would be like he had cheated on the bet. That was not to say that he did not have Kage Bunshin working on other things while he did this. Currently, Naruto had about 300 clones doing their normal routine. Since he had mastered many jutsu as well as the highest form of chakra control he knew, he had taken to splitting them off into other tasks. One was to start working on his own jutsu. He already knew the functions of hand signs, so they were trying to brainstorm for new ideas. He was actually having them try to find a way to make a jutsu similar to Kakashi's Chidori except with wind. Since while Jiraiya said that the Rasengan made the Chidori look like child's play, they were also two very different jutsu, with the Chidori being a piercing attack and the Rasengan being a grinding attack. The others were simply continuing with his wind manipulation, trying to find different ways of utilizing wind for combat, as well as working on mastering his wind jutsu to the point where he could do them without hand seals. Sighing, Naruto created another Kage Bunshin and held out his hand, creating another Rasengan before dispersing it and making it again. A little ways away, Tsunade stood hiding behind a boulder as she watched him train. The next morning, Naruto awoke with a groan. Opening his eyes, he blinked a few times and frowned when he found himself on his bed. How did I get here? He wondered, as he did not remember walking back from the training ground. In fact, the last thing he remembered was experimenting with the Rasengan when, son of a bitch, Naruto muttered as he sat up in his bed. Note to self: do not try and make a big-ass spinning ball of Yuki without adult supervision. Naruto stood up from his bed and was about to go to the bathroom when he ended up tripping over a lump in the room. He was about to curse again when he heard the lump groan. Looking over, he found Shizen lying on the floor, making it obvious that it was she he had tripped over. He went up to Shizen and gently shook her awake. Shizen-san? Shizen-san? Shizen let loose another groan as she blinked her eyes open. Naruto-san? Her eyes promptly widened as she shot to her feet, scaring the shit out of Naruto and knocking him on his ass. You're awake. What day is it? Naruto blinked for a moment as he rubbed his sore backside. It's Saturday, Shizen-san. Why? Is there something wrong? Saturday? Shizen looked at Naruto in surprise. But that means you've only been out for a few hours. Tsunade-sama said it would take at least 2 days for you to wake up from the damage you did to your body. Damage? Naruto asked before remembering that his experiment with the Rasengan had sent him flying through a boulder and smacking him around something fierce. He shrugged the knowledge off. Well, considering what I contain, you shouldn't honestly be too surprised. He trailed off for a moment as he looked at her. You do know I contain the QB, right? Of course, but what does that have to do with? She trailed off as she realized what he was saying. It was then she remembered what had happened last night. Tsunade-sama. We've got to stop Tsunade-sama. Whoa. Slow down. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, keeping her from leaving. You're saying the hag did this to you? Shizen nodded. That's right, and we have to catch up to her before it's too late. I take it she's meeting with the Hibidushi Orochimaru today then? Shizen looked at him in surprise. Yes, but how did you know? Naruto shrugged as he let go of her shoulder. When we got here, I smelled snakes at the destroyed castle. Only 2 people I know of have that smell, and one of them is in Konoha. Shizen nodded at that as she started making her way to the window. We have to find Tsunade-sama before it's too late to stop her. However, as Shizen left to go out the window, a kunai implanted itself right next to her head. Naruto and Shizen turned to see Jiraiya hunched over and slightly pale. Where's Tsunade? His voice was raspy as he slinked over to the pair. Naruto looked at the man for a moment. Damn Erosenin. What the hell happened to you? Tsunade slipped me a Mickey, Jiraiya grunted. I should have known better when she asked me to drink with her last night. She's never asked me to do that with her in all the time we've known each other. Unless you make my point about becoming putty for whatever chick who so much as bats her eyelashes at you, Erosenin. Naruto grinned as Jiraiya gave him a mild glare. Meanwhile, Shizen had gone back inside to get some pills which she proceeded to crush in a glass of water and give to the white-haired sage. Here you go, Jiraiya-sama. I'm afraid it's not much of a cure, but it should at least help you out. Thanks, Shizen, Jiraiya rasped out as he downed the glass. This is just great, Naruto groaned. So what exactly does the Hibidushi want with Bachan? Orochimaru wants Tsunade-sama to heal his arms for him. He offered to return Tsunade-sama's most precious people to her by bringing them back from the dead. Today is the day they're supposed to meet. Naruto grimaced. I hadn't realized such a thing was possible. How you feeling, Erosenin? Jiraiya crushed the glass in his hands. My chakra is still completely out of whack, but it will have to do. Shizen-san, is there any way to find Tsunade? Shizen nodded as she grabbed Tenten and jumped down to the ground with the 2 Konoha ninja following her after that. Tenten, we need you to find Tsunade-sama. Think you can help us out? The small pampered pig oinked in what sounded like a yes before it wiggled its way out of Shizen's grip. It sniffed the air a couple of times before turning to Shizen and winking at her, right before it started running off. Shizen turned to look at the other 2. Tenten has her scent. Let's get going. The pair followed Tenten back to the old destroyed castle, only to find it was even more of a wreck than when they first saw it. They noted that the destruction was much newer than before, and Naruto noted something else when he took several sniffs of the air. The scent of snakes is much heavier than last time. I can also smell sake and antiseptic, which means the old bat was here too. And judging from the mass amounts of new destruction, I would hazard a guess that she turned him down. That might not be so good for her, Jiraiya grimaced. The Hibi team always has a backup plan of some kind, so we need to find her before things get too hot for her to handle. The trio plus 1 pig were off once again, following the scent of snakes and alcohol when they reached a clearing. Within that clearing they found Tsunade with blood caking her face and being beaten on by the person Naruto recognized as Kabuto, the genin from the Chunin exams. "Tsunade-sama!" Shizen shouted as she ran over to her mistress. Naruto did not quite know what was going on, but he already figured out enough to know what he had to do. Reacting on instinct, the blonde pointed his gauntlet at Kabuto and fired off several dozen saban that had a powerful poison on them, courtesy of Anko, at the white-haired traitor. He forced Kabuto to jump back and allow Shizen to go up to her master and start wiping away the blood. "I have to admit I'm surprised to see you here, Kabuto, though from your headband it's not hard to figure out what's going on, traitor?" Naruto walked in front of Shizen and the currently unresponsive Tsunade. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm not surprised you were able to guess this. Orochimaru-sama spoke highly of your intelligence." Kabuto pushed his glasses up his nose. Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously as he looked from Kabuto to his master. Now that he was up close, the blonde could see that Orochimaru's arms were blackened and oozing blood. "Well, it looks like Hokage-Ajisen really did a number on you, didn't he, pedo-team?" "Kakuku, you are quite amusing, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru chortled as he looked at the boy. "I must say you really are quite an impressive specimen. Coming from you, I'm not really sure if that's a compliment or not," Naruto shot back. He turned his head to look at Tsunade, who was still completely out of it. "Ero-sennin, what's wrong with Bachan? Is it some sort of weird genjutsu or something?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Tsunade has hemophobia, she's afraid of blood, and even the mere sight of it messes her up. She'll be unresponsive for at least a few hours." "You're kidding," Naruto looked shocked. "You're telling me the greatest medic and healer in the elemental nations is afraid of blood? What kind of medic nin is afraid of blood?" Jiraiya sighed. "It's a long story and right now we don't really have time to talk about it, in case you haven't realized." Naruto looked a bit embarrassed by that and turned his attention back to the two ninja before them. "Right. Kakuku, I would ask what you two are doing here, but it seems painfully obvious," Orochimaru chuckled. Jiraiya held a hand out in front of Naruto. "Kid, this fight is going to be in a level beyond you. Protect Tsunade while Shizen and I deal with Orochimaru and his glasses-wearing partner." Naruto looked at Jiraiya for a second before sighing. "Fine, but if things get hairy, don't expect me to just sit on my ass." "That's fine. Shizen will handle Whitey over there while I take care of Orochimaru." Jiraiya looked over at Shizen, who gave him a nod and switched places with Naruto. Orochimaru looked amused by their conversation. "You think you can take me on, Jiraiya? We all know that you have always been the weakest of the three of us. And it's a good thing you're not sending Naruto-kun over to me after all. He can't do anything if I don't want him to." "If you're talking about that little hickey you tried to give me, then you're shit out of luck, pedo-team," Naruto said as he pulled away his cloak and shirt over his neck, revealing unblemished tan skin. "That cursed seal might have taken hold on someone who's drowning in his own darkness and delusions of grandeur like Sasuke, team, but I don't have such a problem, unless you count my deranged other half." Naruto did not mention that out loud and just grinned as he saw Orochimaru look at him in shock, and then anger. "It matters not. You were merely a pawn that I was hoping to use. All that truly matters in the end is that I get Sasuke-kun." "Well, that's good, I suppose. I really didn't want to be your ass muppet anyways. I prefer members of the opposite gender," Naruto shot back. Orochimaru scowled. "I see," he picked up Jiraiya's wit. "I'm getting rather tired of this. Do it now, Kabuto." Kabuto pulled off the bandages on one of Orochimaru's arm and the Sanin's blood down the summoning tattoo that was found on it. Kuchio's no jutsu. Kabuto and Orochimaru could now be found on top of a giant three-headed snake that was quickly heading for the group of Konoha ninja. Jiraiya went through his own hand seals as he tried to summon, only for there to be a small puff of smoke and Gamakichi to pop out. "Huh? Oh, hey there. How you doing?" Naruto's sweat dropped. "Are you serious, Ero-sennin? I can do better than that. You need to get in the game. Give me some room, Gaki." Jiraiya scowled as he went through a set of hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Doton Yomi Numa, Earth Release Swamp of the Underworld. The ground in front of him liquefied and turned into a murky and muddy-looking substance, disabling their movement. Jiraiya cursed, "Damn it. It wasn't deep enough to drown them. Looks like Tsunade's drug hasn't worn off." Futon Kamikaze no Tatsumaki. Jiraiya looked over to see a tornado erupt from Naruto's fist and smash right into the snake, shredding its head to small pieces. "Not bad, Gaki." Naruto grinned at the compliment before jumping back towards Tsunade, taking Gamakichi with him, as Shizen rushed towards Kabuto. Naruto watched as the two fights kicked off, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru moving further away as they battled. He turned his main attention towards the fight between Shizen and Kabuto, watching as the pair of medic nin fought in their own styles. Shizen was more of a distance fighter, using a Senbon launcher similar to his own and poison-type jutsus. Not to say she was a slouch at taijutsu, but when Kabuto used his chakra scalpels in close, Naruto knew who was better there. He made sure to watch the fight and analyze the white-haired trader's fighting style in case he needed to jump in. Which the opportunity soon came when Kabuto managed to use Doton Mogurikyu no Jutsu, Earth Release Hiding Mold Jutsu, to move underground, after Shizen had released a cloud of poison gas, and had managed to get behind the woman and sever the tendons of her Achilles heel. Naruto made 2 quick clones to keep Tsunade safe while he made his move. Kabuto was just about to land a finishing blow on Shizen with his chakra scalpels. However, before he could, a foot suddenly implanted itself into the side of his head, sending him flying back with a great deal of force. He managed to right himself so that he landed on his feet. Even still, he was forced to use chakra as he skidded across the ground, creating 2 small trenches with his feet. Naruto kneeled down next to Shizen, who was trying to heal her wounded heels. "You alright, Shizen-san?" "I'm fine, thank you, Naruto-kun," Shizen said, grimacing a bit as her wound refused to heal quickly enough. Naruto noticed this and created a Kage-bunshin who, much to the woman's protest, lifted her up in a bridal carry. "Take a load off while I deal with this guy, Shizen-chan." The blonde cracked his neck a bit as he prepared for a fight. Shizen did not get a chance to respond as the clone Naruto ran off with her, heading towards Tsunade as Kabuto came closer. "That was very admirable of you, Naruto-kun, getting yourself involved in a battle you have no chance of winning." Naruto scoffed. "I wouldn't make the same mistake of underestimating me that everyone else seems to enjoy doing these days." Kabuto smirked as he pushed his glasses up. "Oh, I'm not. I know very well what you're capable of from Orochimaru-sama and your little display during the Chunin exams. However, I'm on par with Itachi Kakashi, while you are still a genin, a talented one but still just a genin. Well then, let's see if I can't get you to sing a different tune after I break off my foot in your ass." Naruto flicked wrists, and summoned a pair of kunai into them, not that Kabuto could see with his large cloak covering his form. "Very well then, why don't you show me how you intend to do this? I'm in need of some new entertainment after all." Kabuto activated his chakra scalpels. "Gladly." Naruto threw both kunai and went into a set of hand seals. Kunai Kagebushin no Jutsu. 2 kunai became 20 as they headed for Kabuto, who began to dodge them with relative ease. When they all passed, he just scoffed. "I hope you can do better than that." Kabuto ran at Naruto, not catching the small smirk on the blonde's face. Thanks to the fact that Naruto's hands could not be seen under his cloak, Kabuto had no clue that Naruto was manipulating his kunai to come back with chakra strings. It was only years of training that saved Kabuto from being impaled from behind. He swerved out of the way of the kunai, rolling to the left, and coming back up on his feet. Unfortunately for him, Naruto knew better than to play around with someone who Orochimaru trusted enough to help in his missions, and was already right in the traitor's face. Naruto launched a knee at Kabuto that the older teen was simply too slow to block. It hit him in the face, and there was a sickening crunch as the cartilage of Kabuto's nose broke, and then he was sent reeling backwards. Not wanting to let up and allow Kabuto any time to actually get his act together, Naruto linked his fists together and thrust them out, Futon Kamikaze Saiken. There was a ripple of air that flew at high speeds towards Kabuto, smacking him and sending him flying backwards where he skidded along the ground. Naruto watched as Kabuto got up with a small trickle of blood running down his mouth. "That was a pretty good hit, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru-sama was right about your skills. It's only too bad that mark didn't stick, or I would have been able to let you live." Naruto rolled his eyes as he watched Kabuto heal himself. "So you say, but I have yet to see you land a hit on me. From what I can tell, you're a medic nin and close combat specialist who uses chakra scalpels to defeat your opponents, whereas I, on the other hand, would be considered a mid-to-close range taijutsu and ninjutsu specialist. Though I have a fair few long-range attacks, all I need to do is not let you get close enough to utilize those scalpels of yours and I'm good." "You say that like it's going to be easy. Do not forget that I happen to be a Jonin-level shinobi, Naruto-kun." Kabuto stood up all the way as he finished healing. He knew now that he could not afford to take Naruto lightly. "Could you stop calling me kun? Seriously, it's creepy enough when Guy and Lee call me that, but at least I know they're straight." Naruto paused. "Well, Lee's straight seeing as he has a crush on Sakura. Anyway, the last thing I need is for someone who likes to be used as an ass muppet for some pedophilic snake with a fetish for little boys to call me that." Kabuto scowled. "Don't talk about Orochimaru-sama like that. You can't even hope to understand his greatness and power." Naruto grinned. "You know, from the way you're defending him, it seems like I've struck home. Perhaps there is more to what I said than I thought, seeing as how you never denied my accusation." Kabuto rushed Naruto, moving surprisingly fast. The blonde was more than glad he had trained with Jiraiya, who was far faster. Reacting before Kabuto could get too close, Naruto sent several kunai at him, already beginning 2 sets of hand seals using one-handed seals for each hand. Kunai Kagebushin no Jutsu. Right on Kaminari Shuriken. The kunai quickly multiplied into several dozen right before they all burst with lightning that rained down at Kabuto as they passed. The medic Nin was forced to do his best to dodge the attacks, allowing Naruto enough time to make several clones that he sent out to engage Kabuto. Shizen looked at her master and sighed. She had managed to clean all of the blood off of her master, but Tsunade was still not responding to any outside stimuli. She looked at her Achilles tendons, which were now healed if a bit swollen. Despite her proficiency as a medic Nin, she was not as good at healing muscle groups as she was other areas. She looked back over towards the battle, worried about whether or not Naruto would need her help. She was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to be holding his own against Orochimaru's right-hand man. She watched as Kabuto was sent sailing backwards and rolling along the ground. Shizen was sure that if Kabuto were not a skilled medic Nin, he would have fallen by now. Tsunade had likewise taken to watching the battle, not that she could do much else. With her being completely incapable of actually moving any muscle in her body, and having already been facing the area of the battle since the beginning, she was naturally subjected to watching the fight play out. When she had first met the blonde, she had been utterly enraged by his attitude and the disrespect that he showed her. However, when they had their first battle, she had been completely caught off guard when he showed that he was more than he looked. It also did not help that in that first battle, he had reminded her so much of both her younger brother and her dead lover that it almost hurt. She had then watched him train after the bet and was once again shocked by his method, using Kage Bunshin to speed up the process of his training, as well as how he had created a Rasengan using a Kage Bunshin to help his control. Tsunade had been even more impressed when he did not use that same method of mass Kage Bunshin training to actually use the Yandame's prized jutsu one-handed, but rather attempted to accomplish it the honorable way. Man, look at that. Naruto and I is kicking some serious ass. Gamakichi watched with a grin on his face. This boy reminded her so much of the two people she had cherished the most that she could practically see them standing behind the blonde, from their dreams to become Hokage, to their determination. Tsunade clutched the necklace around her neck. Just one more time. Let me believe, just one more time. As soon as Kabuto had defeated all of the clones, Naruto came back into the picture, launching a kick into his opponent's gut. It was to Naruto's shock that Kabuto turned into a pile of mud. Damn it. Naruto twisted to the side as Kabuto came up behind him using the Mogirikyu no Jutsu. He managed to dodge a potentially fatal blow, but was still hit in the arm. He hissed a bit as he jumped back, letting his left arm dangle limply. You see now, don't you? Kabuto asked in a mild tone. You're no match for me. You may be able to compete with some of the jonin out there, but not one of my level. Keep talking, buddy. It will only make the look on your face that much more priceless when I wipe it off. Naruto tried to stall for time as his impressive healing factor worked his magic. I suppose I'll just have to beat you even more to prove my point. Kabuto activated his scalpels again and moved to engage Naruto. The blonde soon found himself on the defensive as he did his best to keep out of reach of Kabuto's scalpels, using a modified version of the Hebikan that Enko used. He was fortunate it was different enough from Orochimaru's standard style that Kabuto could not use the Snake Sannin's taijutsu as a basis, or Naruto would have been hit by now. As it was, Naruto was able to dodge all of the incoming attacks while his arm finished healing. Ready to fight back, Naruto made a Kage Bunshin and Kawarimi with it, giving him a small amount of breathing room. As Kabuto charged towards him, Naruto came up with a plan to beat the medic Nin. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it in front of himself, letting the smoke overtake his position. Kabuto ceased his charge, knowing it would be foolish to just head right into the smoke screen, as it was probably what the blonde wanted. Instead, he stayed on guard, waiting to see what Naruto's next move would be. It came in the form of several shuriken being tossed at Kabuto, forcing him to jump away and to the left. After that, 6 Kage Bunshin shot out of the smoke screen, engaging Kabuto in a fierce taijutsu battle. The battle was a lot tougher than Kabuto had expected. While a Kage Bunshin would always go up with just one hit, they also had almost all of their originator's abilities, with somewhere around half of their physical prowess being reduced thanks to that same one-hit kill factors. It also did not help that their teamwork was impeccable. Kabuto managed to duck under a strike from one of the clones on the left, when he suddenly found the knee of another clone right in his face, sending him stumbling back. He channeled medical chakra to his nose as 2 more clones came at him from the left and right. He tilted his body back as he let the attack from the clone on the left fly past his head, then swerved to the left as the other Kage Bunshin attacked with a kick. By this point, the white-haired medic had gotten used to the way the clones would attack. There would always be at least 2 of them coming in from the left and right. They would attack at the same time, and when Kabuto managed to dodge them, another clone would be waiting in the wing, either behind him or right in his face and already attacking. This would normally leave no time for Kabuto to attack. However, this time he prepared himself, and as he dodged the swing from a clone on the right, a left-right combination from the clone on the left, Kabuto spun around and swatted away the attack from the clone behind him. Because he was using chakra scalpels, the block effectively killed the clone, making it go up in a puff of smoke. After that he managed to defeat the other clones with little effort. However, it was right after he beat the last Kagebunshin that 2 pairs of hands shot up from the ground and grabbed him. What the dash! 2 more Kagebunshin appeared behind him and latched onto his hands, forcing them away so that he could not use them for attack. Finally he saw Naruto in front of him, just several feet away with a grin on his face. Kabuto grimaced a bit but kept his smile up. So it looks like I underestimated you more than I thought. He tried to activate his chakra scalpels and frowned when he found himself incapable of directing chakra to his hands. Naruto's grin widened. Damn right you did, and now it's too late for you to do anything. I'm sure by now you've noticed that you can't use those blasted chakra scalpels of yours. The grin widened a bit when he saw Kabuto's eyes widen. That's right, my clones placed a pair of chakra disruption seals on your hands. I would have just had them disrupt your whole system, but they don't have the chakra necessary for that. Not like it matters anyway. I just need you to stand still and be my guinea pig for this new jutsu I learned. I've never used it on a human before, so you'll have to tell me what it feels like, if you survive. With that said, Naruto held out a hand and began charging his Yuki into it. Kabuto's eyes widened as he recognized the famed jutsu that the blonde had just created and began to struggle even more. Not that it did any good. While he may have been a tad faster, Naruto was a lot stronger, as were his clones. Naruto began a slow pace towards Kabuto, picking it up into a light jog before it turned into a full-on sprint. When Naruto got close, he thrust his hand out, Rasengan. Naruto ignored the gore that splattered across his face as the jutsu tore into Kabuto's skin and muscles. The medic Nin was eventually sent flying straight into a nearby boulder that shattered upon impact. Giving off a toothy grin, Naruto turned around and walked towards Tsunade with a purpose. He held out both hands, one of them empty except for some of the blood that Kabuto had got all over him, and the other holding a perfectly spinning sphere of purple Yuki. He stopped right in front of a stunned Tsunade who was staring up at him in shock. Well, Bachan, it looks like your title of legendary sucker holds true. I believe that necklace is now mine, so pay up. Huh, would you look at that? Jiraiya grinned as he saw Kabuto get sent flying from Naruto's attack. It looks like the Gaki is even better than I thought he would be. What do you think, team? Orochimaru looked from Naruto to Jiraiya and then back again. He gritted his teeth. Such power does not belong in the hands of one I cannot control. He must die before he becomes a hindrance to my plans. Orochimaru flew towards Naruto with Jiraiya following close behind in an effort to stop him. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, Tsunade's drug had yet to ward off. Therefore, he was unable to dodge Orochimaru when the snake Sannin latched a tongue around his ankle, pulling the toad Sannin towards the ground where he landed with a crash. Orochimaru continued on unimpeded as his sword stuck out of his mouth, hoping to catch Naruto while the boy's back was turned. Naruto's grin dropped as his senses went off, which was fortunate as it allowed Naruto to dodge the incoming attack. What was unfortunate was that Naruto, despite being fast, was no match for a Sannin. He managed to dodge any grievous injuries, but the blade still managed to impale him, going right through his collarbone. All eyes widened as the Kusanagi blade was found going straight through Naruto. Naruto himself held back a yelp of pain and looked down to see the sword sticking through his shoulder. His eyes flashed red for a moment, and Naruto let out a roar that sounded more demon than human as he whirled himself around, forcing the blade out of him. Gripping his shoulder, Naruto dropped to his knees as he felt his healing factor fighting against the poison. Naruto-kun. KQB? Naruto was surprised to hear the vixen's voice after several days. I'm right here. Hang on 1 second, I'm flushing the poison. The redhead's voice sounded more frantic than he had ever heard it as she began actively channeling her Yuki into the wound to flush the poison faster. How long will that take? About 5 minutes to flush the poison. The wound will take longer to heal though because this type of poison causes necrosis. Naruto gave a mental nod and sent his thanks to Kyuubi when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked at the hand to see it glowing green with medical chakra. Following the hand, he saw that it belonged to Tsunade, who was looking at him with concentration and worry. Bachan? Tsunade grunted. You okay, Gaki? Despite the stinging, Naruto gave her a grin. Huh? It will take more than a little poison to keep me down. Tsunade actually found herself smiling at the brave face Naruto put on, not quite realizing that what he said was true. Even if Kyuubi had refused to heal him, his own natural healing would keep him from dying. It would just take longer. As Tsunade continued her work, Naruto saw Orochimaru coming at them from behind Tsunade with the Kusanagi still sticking in his mouth. Not really thinking about what he was doing, Naruto pushed Tsunade out of the way. This move, while brave and managed to save Tsunade from fatal injury, it could not save Naruto from getting wounded. The Kusanagi blade managed to pierce Naruto on the right side of his chest, nearly nicking his heart. Naruto heard both Tsunade's scream on the outside and Kyuubi's scream inside of his mind. However, it was too hazy to actually make out what they were saying out. Instead, he looked up from the sword that was piercing him to see the smug face of Orochimaru. It was then that something inside of him snapped. With a loud roar that was anything but human, Naruto pulled back his fist and launched it at the now shocked face of Orochimaru. The attack hit dead on, and everyone could hear the squelch as the pale-skinned man's face caved in. The man had let go of the Kusanagi as he was sent rocketing away, skidding along the ground and creating a trench. Naruto looked down at the sword, grabbing onto it, and yanking it out before he threw it in the dirt. When he looked back up, his eyes were not the blue that most people saw, nor even the red that signified Kyuubi's Yuki being used. They were purple with black slits running down the middle. His transformation soon became more than just his eyes as his whisker marks began to thicken, becoming jagged lines much like when he was using Kyuubi's Yuki. His ears became pointed at the tips, making them look akin to elf ears. His nails grew thicker, longer and sharper along with his canines. However, it was his hair that had the most drastic change, going from its golden blonde to deep blood red and lengthening. It swept back over his forehead and then began to move down, segmenting into 10 separate spikes that looked reminiscent of tails. Everyone there was too shocked by this transformation to do anything more than gape. None of them had ever seen this kind of thing happen before. It was similar to the transformation that the Inuzuka went through. But they could easily tell it was much different. They would have chalked it up to using Kyuubi's Yuki, however it did not give off the same feel as Kyuubi's power. It still held bloodlust, but it was much more manageable and was not quite as powerful either. Still, it was enough that everyone in the clearing were in awe of the amount of pure energy the boy radiated. However, Naruto noticed none of this, and as he looked at Orochimaru and reared his fist back. With a quick thrust, his fist came forward, before launching out a large purple claw made purely from Yuki. It ran straight for Orochimaru, who, after watching the spiky-haired blonde's transformation in shock, managed to pull himself together and attempted to dodge the claw. However, when he moved, said appendage followed, and the Sannin was far slower than he normally was thanks to the pain in his arms and his battle with Jiraiya, allowing the Yuki appendage to latch onto him and pull the man towards the now red-headed genin. Naruto's left hand flashed out in a spear tip and managed to slice straight through Orochimaru like butter. It was only thanks to the snake Sannin opening his mouth and regurgitating himself like a snake shedding skin at the last second that he did not get speared through the heart. Everyone watched as Naruto turned to Orochimaru, waiting to see what he would do next. Said blonde turned to look at the pale-skinned man, and took a step forward only to fall flat on his face as he passed out, his body going back to normal. The action seemed to snap everybody out of their stupor, and caused Orochimaru to rush Naruto in the hopes of killing him. However, he was intercepted by both Jiraiya and Tsunade, with the latter smashing a fist into his face, and the former standing in front of Naruto in a guard position. Orochimaru stood up where he was and glared at Tsunade. "Why are you protecting that gaki Tsunade? You owe him nothing. Why am I protecting him?" Said woman looked at the unconscious, now blonde again, genin who was being attended to by Shizune, and her eyes softened. They hardened an instant later as she turned back to Orochimaru. "I'm protecting him because I'm Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage, grandniece of the Nidaime Hokage, and as of today I am the Godaime Hokage of Konohamaru no Sado." With a small groan, Naruto opened his eyes. The first thing he realized was that he was in the seal, as evidenced by the walls with the seals all over them, meaning he was in Kyuubi's house. He sat up and looked around for all of 5 seconds before he spotted said Vixen standing at the foot of the bed with a blank expression on her face and her arms crossed. "Kyuubi," Naruto said as he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stood up, glad that he could not feel the pain of whatever had happened to him. "Did you bring me here?" When the woman did not answer him but just continued to stare, he sighed. "I suppose you're still upset, though that does beg the question of why I'm here." "You're here because I brought you here," Kyuubi finally said, "because I had to heal your sorry ass for doing something so foolish as to get in front of a sword without defending yourself." "Huh, so that's why I'm unconscious," Naruto said, rubbing his chest as he remembered the sword that pierced him. "I suppose I owe you my thanks, though from the look on your face I doubt you really care what I say, so I'll save my breath." Kyuubi bared her teeth at him. "Do not give me any lip, you damn brat. You are so lucky that I'm inside of you right now. Without me you would be dead." However, Naruto had no intention of letting this woman walk all over him. "Without you I might not even be in this situation now, would I?" Naruto once again found himself pressed to wall as Kyuubi glared at him. "Shut up. I'll admit that maybe some of this was my fault. Maybe had I found some way to counter that man's." She stopped herself before moving on to a different venue. "Had I not been forced to attack Konoha, none of this would have happened. But it did happen, and it's not as if I wanted to attack your pathetic excuse for a village, or be sealed inside of you. But I did attack Konoha, and I am sealed inside of you." Her glare intensified as she saw Naruto looking at her with an uninterested look. "The past does not change the fact that your damn recklessness nearly got us killed. and if you do not stop this foolish act I am going to make you regret it. You can't threaten me, Kyubi, Naruto stated. We both know that your power here is not what it would be outside thanks to the seals. Don't try and act. He was cut off as Kyubi used her impressive strength to slam him into the wall, causing the entire room to shake. Now that her Yuki had managed to fully restore itself, Kyubi let it loose and Naruto paled, realizing that her power was now far beyond what he had felt before. The amount of power she was releasing was enough that Naruto did not even think of how he might be able to contain it. You ungrateful little monkey! Kyubi roared as she reared back a fist covered in red Yuki. Naruto closed his eyes as he waited for the strike to hit him. Had he not been frightened out of his wits, he might have realized that she could not do much to him for fear of killing herself. However, right now none of that was on his mind as he waited for Kyubi's fist to pulverize him. Thus, when several minutes had passed and his head was not a bloody smear on the wall, he became curious and opened his eyes. The half-demon blinked in surprise a few times as he saw Kyubi's fist still reared back, her other hand still around his throat. However, his greatest surprise was when his eyes landed on Kyubi's face. Tears of frustration were trailing out of them, falling down her cheeks, and she seemed to be having some kind of great internal struggle with herself. After several more minutes she dropped Naruto, letting him fall on his ass. Looking up, the blonde saw Kyubi take several steps back before she too sank to the ground and her body began to shake uncontrollably. After several seconds Naruto began to tentatively move towards the redhead, wondering what was going on with her. As he closed the distance he was surprised to see teardrops falling onto the floor, and heard the small chalked sobs that were coming from the woman. Kyubi? He asked, only to gape when Kyubi looked up and he saw her eyes, now getting slightly puffy. They were not the same eyes he had usually seen on the vindictive and arrogant woman, eyes that spoke of great arrogance and had a teasing, sadistic and vicious quality all mixed up in one. No, these eyes were confused, depressed, and made her look incredibly vulnerable. He opened his mouth to speak but Kyubi beat him to it. Why can't I hate you? What? Asked Naruto in confusion. I should hate you. Everything you stand for is my antithesis, that damned selflessness of yours. You're the person I was sealed into, and that damned kindness of yours almost got me killed. Kyubi looked at him and her face was twisted in a look of anger, sadness, and frustration. I should hate you for being me, container, for being who you are. The red-headed woman bit back a shocked sob as she closed her eyes and looked back down at the ground. So why? Why can't I hate you? Why do I feel this way? What is it about you that makes me feel this way? Naruto listened to the woman in growing confusion. He did not understand what she was talking about. Her words were jumbled, and it seemed obvious to Naruto that she did not even know what she was feeling. But there were two things he got from her. The first was that she did not hate him. He was both surprised and not so surprised. True, they had not started on the best of terms, but during the 1-month period before the Chunin exams they had gotten along decently. Well enough that Naruto was no longer bothered by her teasing and snide remarks, and had even began to tease back with the fledgling flirting skills he possessed, something he would never do if he had hated her. However, even with all of that, Kyubi had been fairly adamant in letting him know he was beneath her. The second thing was that she had some kind of feelings for him. What those feelings were Naruto could not say. He would readily admit that he did not know much about women in general, and Kyubi was by far the most confusing woman he had ever met. Not only that, but it was also blatantly obvious that Kyubi herself did not know what she was feeling, though he could understand that. Kyubi had always been selfish. She may not be evil in the sense that others had often thought of her as, but she had always been selfish. She used others to achieve her goals, that being to live a life of luxury befitting what she thought was her status, essentially how she thought Kami should be treated were she on Earth. She never cared about others, she never liked others, and the closest thing she had ever come to being nice was when she was ordering people around like slaves, at least if her words about her life before being sealed were to be believed. He continued to look at the vixen, who by now had wrapped her arms around herself in an effort to control her shaking. Crawling over to her, he gently placed his arms around her form, ignoring how she stiffened in his grip. What are you doing? The shock in her voice was so profound that Naruto would have laughed were the situation not so damn confusing. Truth be told, he was not even sure what he was doing. I'm hugging you, what does it look like? He brought Kyubi closer to him and placed her head under his chin. Don't bother asking me why, 'cause I don't know. And don't bother telling me not to, because I'm not going to listen. Just shut up and accept it. He waited for several long moments to see what Kyubi would do, expecting either some kind of attack or at the very least some verbal comment about him being beneath her. It was something of a relief when she did none of those. Instead, he felt a pair of arms wrapping around him. Don't think that just because I'm letting you get this close means anything, Kyubi sniffed as she relaxed into the blonde. And don't tell anyone about this or I will cause you untold amounts of suffering. Naruto chuckled a bit. Who would I tell? I can just imagine that going over well with the people of Konoha. Oh yeah, Kyubi. Well, she's really one big softie. You'd be surprised how sensitive she is. No, really, she actually the nicest, fluffiest person you would ever meet. Kyubi snorted as she tried to find a comfortable position and ended up sitting in the blonde's lap, her head resting on his shoulders. She took a small moment to analyze the novel experience. She would freely admit that she had never been in this position before. The few humans who had tried to touch her usually ended up losing a limb, and most were too enthralled to do anything more than drool. However, it wasn't a terrible experience. Naruto was a Hanyu and therefore a cut above any human. Plus, he was radiating this incredible warmth that was actually beckoning to Kyubi. It gave her an odd comfort that she had never experienced. A part of her wondered if she could find some way to retain this feeling. They stayed that way for a little while until Kyubi decided to bring something up again. Do you remember what happened during this last battle, Naruto-kun? Naruto cracked open the eyes that he had subconsciously closed and frowned. What about the last battle? I mean, do you remember the transformation you went through after that man stabbed you? Naruto gave a slight shake of his head. No, all I remember was that team puncturing me with his sword. After that my mind went blank and then I woke up here. Why? What kind of transformation did I do? Kyubi frowned as she lifted her head from his shoulder and looked at him for a moment. After a while she tried to explain what she could. Truthfully, I don't know. It looked similar to my own transformations. I have 3 different states of transformation. The one I am in now I like to call my Hanyu state. While in this state you can see my tails and ears, most of my power is also released in this state, except I can't cause natural disasters with a flick of my tail. The other 2 states I have are my human state and my kitsune state, both of which should be self-explanatory. Naruto nodded. And you're saying I have something like that? Kyubi shrugged as her head went back on Naruto's shoulder. As I said, I don't really know. It was similar to mine but also different. It could be one of your abilities that you gained when you became a Hanyu, but I don't really know. The tomes I read said nothing about the abilities that a Hanyu may have, and for all we know this could be something unique to you. I see. Naruk paused. We'll worry about that later. Until we figure out what's going on with my body, there's not much we can do. I suppose you're right. Silence prevailed again for a few minutes until Naruto spoke up in soft voice. Are you still mad at me? Kyubi closed her eyes and sighed. I was never mad at you. I was just... She paused as she tried to sort out her feelings in the jumble of emotions she had. Worried, I guess. You blocked me out so completely that I could not even tell what you were feeling. Naruto raised an eyebrow that went unseen by Kyubi. You were worried about me? Realizing what she said, Kyubi's eyes snapped open and she looked up at Naruto. She opened her mouth to make some kind of excuse when she saw the look in his eyes. Snapping it shut, she tried to think of something to say before sighing. Yes, I was worried. Tell anyone I said that, and not even Kami will save you from my wrath. She paused for a moment before continuing. I had always been able to tell what you were feeling. It's a side effect of the seal. However, when you cut me off, I could not feel anything. It was like the other times when I had been sealed. You were sealed inside of more people than just me? Asked Naruto in curiosity. Kyubi swore as she realized she was giving him more information than she had ever intended. She briefly wondered if his was because of their close proximity, or that damned annoying feeling of comfort the blonde exuded. She resisted the urge to growl as she spoke again. Yes, but I would prefer not to speak about it. Maybe someday I'll tell you, but not today. Naruto looked at her for a moment before nodding. I guess I can live with that end. I'm sorry for ignoring you, I won't do it again. I promise. The red-haired vixen could not contain her smile. If there was one thing she learned about Naruto, it was that if he promised something, you'd better believe he would do it. Don't worry about it. A small gleam entered her eye as she spoke again, as she realized he had given her an opening to get some kind of compensation for his stupidity. However, I do think you owe me some compensation for worrying me so much. Especially after this last stunt you pulled. Naruto blinked for a few seconds before shrugging. He supposed it was fair since he had almost gotten her killed through his actions. What do you want from me? Kyubi paused for a few seconds as she thought about what she wanted. It had to be something feasible. She couldn't ask for her freedom, seeing as how even if he was willing to, she was not sure he could give her freedom. She also knew he would not accept being her slave. Not only did her charms not work like they normally did, but he was far too strong-willed. And she was sealed, so it would not really matter anyways. As she thought a little more, an idea came to her. Okay, what I want you to do is quite simple. When she was sure she had Naruto's attention, she continued, I want you to spend more time with me. When you go to sleep, your mind doesn't need to rest in the same way your body does, since most of it stays active anyways. From now on, I want you to come into the seal whenever you sleep and spend your nights with me. And nights with you? Naruto squeaked as his face did a hinata and turned so red one might think he popped a blood vessel. A small trickle of blood also escaped his nose as his mind went straight down the gutter. Never let it be said that Naruto was not a hot-blooded male. Not like that, Naruto-kun. Kyubi sighed in exasperation, though a part of her was not unreceptive to the thought of intimacy with the blonde. The thought had actually passed through her head once or twice, loath as she was to admit it. He was intelligent, he was strong and would only get stronger as time passed. He had that odd warmth that she could still feel as he held her. And most importantly of all, he was not human. If she ever wanted a relationship or intimacy with anyone, Naruto was the only person that she could feasibly be with. The thought left an odd resonance in her mind. She may have joked about sex a few times, but she had never truly desired it. It's something humans did, and there had never been anyone who she would consider worthy of such an honor. She shook her head of the thoughts and focused on the now. I just want you in the seal with me so I have someone to talk to. It gets awfully. She paused before finally admitting another issue she had, lonely here in your mind. She did not mention there was actually another voice in his mind. Kyubi did not like talking to her anyways. I didn't think you felt lonely, Naruto commented. Kyubi frowned before deciding that since she was being honest, she might as well explain herself. I am the only one of my kind, Naruto-kun. Yes, there are other Bijou, but they are mindless beasts compared to me. They are creatures of instinct. Even humans have a more complex thought process than they do. The other Bijou are terribly stupid and the only thing they can do is cause mass amounts of pointless destruction. The few that I have seen actually tried to attack me. They cannot hold an intelligent conversation, and from what I understand they only gain a form of intelligence after they have been subdued by whoever they are sealed into, and by that point. I see. Naruto frowned as he thought about her request for a moment, and though surprised decided to agree. Not like he had any better way to spend his nights. I can do that. That's good. Kyubi smiled a bit before frowning. Now I'm afraid you need to wake so the people who are with you stop worrying about you so much. Naruto nodded as he looked at Kyubi. I'll come back later tonight, okay? He received a nod before fading out of his mindscape. Kyubi sighed as she picked herself off the ground. She felt so undignified by the events that had transpired just now. But at the same time she was almost glad for what happened. With nothing left to do she crawled in her bed and relaxed as best as she could with the thoughts that were in her mind. Naruto stifled a groan as he woke up in the real world. Opening his eye, the blonde was greeted with a very interesting sight. You know, Bachan, as lovely a way as this is to wake up, I don't think you want me to see this. Tsunade, who had been leaning over him and running tests, looked down at Naruto in confusion. At least she did at first. Her eyes promptly widened and a blush actually came to her face when she saw that her leaning had inadvertently caused her extremely large bust to fall into Naruto's face, giving him a show that Jiraiya would kill for. She hurriedly leaned back and glared at him. Gaki, you are so lucky you're injured right now, or I would pound your face in for being such a pervert. I'm not a pervert, Naruto frowned as he denied the accusation. I'm a growing boy whose hormones are beginning to get out of control due to my teenage body growing in puberty. Nothing perverted about that, it's completely natural. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Nice medical dissertation. But it doesn't make a difference, you're still a pervert. And I guess this is because all men are perverts? Naruto questioned in a sarcastic tone. Of course. Naruto rolled his eyes as he attempted to sit up, only to wince a bit as his chest stung. Damn. I'm still tender there. You shouldn't move yet, brat. That sword did quite a bit of damage to you. Not only the stab wounds themselves, but the poison had been causing the cells of your muscles, bones and tissue to die. In fact, by all rights you shouldn't even be alive. Tsunade tried to push him back down, however Naruto held firm until she relented and let him sit up. Don't worry, while I won't deny my ass was lucky, I'm feeling better now. Just a bit tender is all. Naruto rubbed the spot where he was stabbed and was surprised to find a scar. Huh. I guess the wound was so bad it couldn't heal. That would be due to the poison, Tsunade said. Kyubi's healing factor simply wasn't enough to regenerate the wound in time to completely heal it, so there's going to be a scar. Well, that's fine with me. That means I get a cool story to tell about how I got this scar. Naruto grinned, causing Tsunade to sweat drop. Right, well, now that you're awake there is something you, me, Jiraiya and Shizen need to discuss. Naruto watched as Tsunade stood up and walked outside. I wonder what she wants to talk about. A thoughtful frown marred the blonde's features before the two Sannin and Shizen came in with Tenten in her arms. They all gather around him with Tsunade sitting back on the chair she had been in when he woke up. Jiraiya leaned against the wall at the end, while Shizen sat down on the bed next to him. How do you feel, Naruto-kun? Shizen asked with a smile. I feel fine, Shizen-chan. Thanks for asking. Naruto grinned back at her. I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Gaki. However, now that you're awake there's something we need to discuss. Jiraiya crossed his arms and held a serious expression on his face. What do you want to talk about, Ero-sennin? Naruto tilted his head to the side with an air of confusion. Kawaii. The two females in the room nearly squealed at how cute they thought the look made Naruto, and both had to suppress the urge to glomp the boy. That transformation you did, I need to know what that was. I know for a fact that it wasn't the Kyuubi. Jiraiya fixed the boy with a mild glare. Naruto bit his lip for a moment. Honestly, I'm not sure what it was. But you have an idea. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at the boy. Well, it's alright, Naruto-kun. Q-chan? Go ahead and tell them. I think you can trust them with this. They may be human, but they seem to be somewhat trustworthy. And if you don't tell them, they may assume I'm able to take control of you. Naruto squirmed a bit before sighing. Well, Q-chan, and I think it has something to do with my Hanyu abilities. Hanyu abilities? Jiraiya wondered out loud. Q-chan. Tsunade interrupted anything Jiraiya might have said. Are you telling me that the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the greatest tailed beast, is a girl? Yes? Naruto eyed the blonde wearily. It turned into a sweat drop when Tsunade stood up and uncharacteristically pumped a fist in the air. Yes. This proves that women are superior to men in every way. Ha! The strongest demon is a female that has completely made my day. You know, I think I like her. For a human she isn't bad, Kyuubi chuckled in his mind. Right. Jiraiya coughed to get everyone back on track. You were saying something about Hanyu abilities? Naruto grimaced a bit. Yes. Because of Orochimaru trying to place his gay-ass hickey on me in the Forest of Death, Kyuubi was forced to divert at least 4, maybe 5 tails worth of her yuki into my body. However, the human body is not made to handle that amount when it's actually flooding your body. Tsunade frowned. What do you mean by that? Well, as you know, when a human has a demon sealed inside of them, they are able to utilize said demon's yuki. However, when they use it, the yuki is doing nothing more than moving around them. It's not actually inside of their bodies when they use it, hence the shroud you see when a Jinchuriki uses their Biju's yuki. I thought it had to travel through the chakra coils when you were using it, Jiraiya commented with a thoughtful frown. Yes, but there is more than just the chakra coils within the human body, isn't there? Q-chan said that when the curse seal tried to infect me, that it tried to latch onto more than just my chakra coils, but also my muscles and organs in order to gain control over me. Naruto shrugged. I don't really know what it was trying to do or why it would do that. All I know is that Q-chan had to divert her yuki into my body to stop it from spreading so I could defeat it. However, the seal mutated and something happened within my body, fundamentally changing my DNA to match that of a demon's. Tsunade blinked as she tried to process what Naruto just said. So, you're not human? What about your human DNA? Naruto flinched when she said not human, but still answered her questions as Kyuubi did her best to explain. I'm half human, half demon, hence a Hanyu. I still have all of my human DNA within me, and from what Q-chan said, it's the dominant gene that would get passed down if I ever decide to have kids. However, my demonic DNA was added onto me because of the overflow of Q-chan's yuki in my body. And how long have you known this? Jiraiya asked in a disgruntled voice. Since I woke up in the Forest of Death, Naruto said in a soft voice. Then why didn't you tell Sarutobi-sensei or me? Because I was afraid. Naruto turned away when he spoke, not wanting to look Jiraiya or the others in the eyes. I was afraid that if you, Ajisen, or anyone else found out I was no longer human, that you would hate me. Jiraiya's eyes softened at that as he realized Naruto had only done what anybody in his position probably would have done. It was bad enough when the boy held the Kyuubi inside of him, but now he was a demon, well, half demon anyway. And if the general populace of Konoha ever found out, it would easily make his life hell. Shizen, who was sitting right next to him, did not really understand much other than that Naruto was at least half demon. However, she knew that the boy before her was not evil in any way. She scooted closer to him and wrapped an arm around the blonde, startling him into looking at her. I don't think it matters, Naruto-kun, she gave him a smile. Even if you're not fully human, you're still one of the kindest people I know. Naruto looked at her for a moment before smiling. Closing his eyes, he leaned into the black-haired woman. Thanks, Shizen-chan. That means a lot to hear someone say that. The other two smiled at the scene before Tsunade spoke up. I've never heard of a half-demon before. Nor will you, Naruto said, cracking an eye open as he stayed within the comforting embrace Shizen was giving him. According to Q-chan, the last Hanyu to exist in this world lived around several thousand years before she was born. Everyone looked surprised by that information, but filed it away and decided to get back to the task at hand. Well, since you woke up pretty late in the evening, we won't be leaving until tomorrow. Jiraiya got off the wall. I suggest you get some more sleep, Gaki. Leaving? Naruto asked. That's right, Tsunade said as she stood up. Tomorrow we'll be going back to Konoha. She favored him with a smile. After all, you won our bet. Naruto blinked in confusion for a second before he felt something cold on his chest. Looking down, he saw the Shodai's necklace sitting next to the one Haku had given him. I guess I did, didn't I? That right, so get some rest. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizen left with Pig in tow, closing the door and leaving Naruto alone. Well, not really alone, Naruto reminded himself as he lay back down, closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. One last thought passed through his mind before he entered. He found himself in the forests of his mind. It's nice to know some people still accept me for who I am, rather than what I am. As his mind went into the mindscape, he never noticed the 2 necklaces on his neck glowing with a light resonance for several seconds before they stopped. Chapter 31 Homecoming. It took a total of 5 days for the group of 4 people and 1 pig to reach Konoha. They could have gone faster, of course, but both Jiraiya and Tsunade wanted to go slowly. Though they were for entirely different reasons, Tsunade seemed to want to just take her time and enjoy her freedom before she became tied down to a desk, while Jiraiya simply wanted to hit on Tsunade before she became tied down to her desk, though at least one of their reasons were similar. This desire to hit on Tsunade, which was less flirting and more of him just blatantly asking her to strip or flash her tits, often endeared white-haired man to said woman's fists, much to Naruto's amusement, Shizen's chagrin and Tsunade's annoyance. Of course, none of them had expected any less from the self-proclaimed super pervert of the elemental nations. During that time, Naruto had also taken to spending a lot of his time with Tsunade and Shizen, talking and getting to know the two better. He ended up getting along extremely well with both of them, much to Jiraiya's annoyance. When Jiraiya expressed his annoyance at Naruto getting along with all the women, Shizen simply stated that when the blonde spoke with them he did not blatantly stare at their chests. Tsunade had simply hit him hard enough to send him flying several dozen feet in the air. Aside from that, Naruto had also begun to spend more time with Kyuubi and had learned several interesting facts about the vixen. Flashback. As night came, Naruto found himself standing outside of the entrance to Kyuubi's home. He knocked on the door and waited for a few seconds as he heard shuffling on the other side. When it opened, he saw Kyuubi standing there and blinking at him for a moment. "Hey Q," Naruto said unsurely. After their last encounter, Naruto felt confused about what his relationship with this woman was and thus was not really sure how to talk to her. Kyuubi seemed to notice this, however, and smirked as she opened the door wider to let him in. "Hello Naruto-kun, come on in." Naruto walked into the house, listening to Kyuubi shut the door behind him before she moved over to the bed and sat on it. He raised an eyebrow when she patted the spot next to her, but relented and sat down in the indicated spot. "So what do you want to talk about?" Kyuubi gave a shrug. "I'm not really sure, to be honest. I've never actually taken the time to have an intelligent conversation with anyone. And I know everything there is to know about you, so talking about yourself is kind of pointless." Naruto frowned for a moment. "Then do you mind if I ask you about yourself?" "About myself?" Kyuubi questioned as she looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean..." Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. "Can I ask you about your past?" "You don't have to tell me everything," he added at seeing her look, "but I know very little about your history." "Well, except from what I've heard from the history. But that doesn't really tell me about you." "No, I suppose it doesn't." Kyuubi's face scrunched up for a moment in a thoughtful expression that Naruto found surprisingly endearing. It relaxed a moment later. "Very well, ask your questions and I will tell you what I can. However, I may not answer depending on the question." "Fair enough," he started, only to stop as Kyuubi set her head in his lap. What are you doing?" "What?" asked Kyuubi as she looked up at him. "Do you have a problem with this?" "Well, I suppose not. I just did not think you were into Well, this," Naruto gestured to the vixen. "You've always seemed to abhor physical contact of any kind." "I don't hate it," Kyuubi said before as she struggled to find a comfortable position. "It's just that I've never found anyone worthy of having physical contact with." "And I am?" asked Naruto with an eyebrow raised in surprise. "You're coming closer than anyone else has," Kyuubi replied as she finally got into a good position and snuggled deeper into the blonde's lap, eliciting a small squawk of embarrassment from Naruto. "Oh, does Naruto-kun like that?" she teased as she moved her head, causing the blonde to jump. What the hell are you doing, Kyuubi?" Naruto shouted as he jumped out from under the red head. Kyuubi frowned as she set herself on her elbow and looked at the blonde, who was now off of the bed and staring at her like she was some kind of diseased animal. "What? Did that bother you? I thought you would have liked being so close to such a beautiful woman." She frowned as she wondered if she had done something wrong. According to those Ika books Naruto had read, this kind of thing was how members of the opposite sex acted around each other. And she had seen more than enough perverted men in her lifetime to know that they all loved girls who acted like this. "It has nothing to do with me liking it," Naruto exclaimed. "I still don't really know you. You can't expect us to be that close physically without even knowing each other." Blinking a bit, Kyuubi tilted her head in confusion. "Then how do we act around each other?" Naruto gave her an exasperated look. "You've lived for at least 2,000 years and you don't know how to act around people? I thought you would have known what to do considering you've always hid amongst humans." Kyuubi bristled a bit when Naruto said she hid, but knew he was not saying she was being a coward and let it slide. "Naruto-kun, the humans I was around were nothing more than slaves. Most of the time I had their mind completely warped, and they were able to do nothing more than follow my orders. The few humans who tried to talk to me when I did not want to were usually either charmed and became mindless drones, or I got rid of them when they became persistent. Naruto felt a slight amount of disgust when he heard what Kyuubi did to people but let it slide since they were trying to. He paused. What were they trying to do? Start a friendship? Become comrades? Learn to accept each other? Or were they just trying to tolerate the other? He shook his head and dispelled the thoughts for now since they were not relevant to the situation. Since we're just starting out, it would be best if physical contact was kept to a minimum. Once we get to know each other more, and if we end up becoming more comfortable with each other, then we can think about physical contact. He tried to dispel the thought on how odd it was that he was teaching the Kyuubi no Kitsune about human relations and interaction. Said woman frowned for a moment before relenting. Very well, we'll do this your way. Not like she knew any other way to interact with others, at least none that would end up with her in a favorable position. She patted the spot next to her again and watched as Naruto hesitantly sat back down. She looked at him for a moment before speaking again. So what would you like to know? Naruto scratched his chin and thought, well, how about we start from the beginning? Like how were you born? Kyuubi looked at him for a few seconds and for a moment Naruto thought she was not going to answer. However, a second later she began to speak. I suppose I could tell you that. To be honest, I have no real clue on just how I came into being. The first thing I remember when I first woke up, I guess you could say, was being in the middle of a forest surrounded by trees and all kinds of wildlife. I remember finding a small pond and looking into the reflected surface to see myself looking at a small fox no larger than a kid, with 9 tails swishing behind me. However, I knew right from the beginning that I was not just an ordinary fox, and I didn't need the fact that I had 9 tails to tell me otherwise. I had knowledge in my head, knowledge of the human language, knowledge of the different creatures of the world and all the general things that most humans learn in school. Aside from that, all the other animals of the forest avoided me like the plague. They instinctively knew my power and knew I was dangerous. From the very beginning I knew what I was. I was a chakra beast, a being made of compressed chakra that had somehow gained a form of intelligence. I remember traveling the forest for several years after that. Eventually I had grown into the size of a large horse. Around that time I was unsure what to do with my life. I knew neither where I came from nor where I was going. Naruto frowned as he watched Kyuubi's shoulders slump for a moment, and saw an odd reflective look in her eyes. Deciding that maybe a little contact was okay between them, he put an arm around her shoulder. That must have been lonely. Kyuubi looked up at Naruto with a startled expression, but it soon gave way to a smile that looked decidedly out of place on her, as if she did not really know how to give an honest smile. I suppose it was. But then, I was always alone. Even when I took on a human guise I was alone, the only being of my kind. It was something I got used to over time. What about the other Bijou? Asked Naruto. Kyuubi scoffed. Please do not lump me in with those brutes, Naruto-kun. I had not known about them for several hundred years, and the only reason I found out was because I met one, and it tried to eat me. The other Bijou were nothing more than mindless beasts, causing untold destruction and pointless death. They are all nothing more than extraordinarily simple-minded creatures with a large amount of power. I think I remember telling you this, Naruto-kun. What about you? You've never caused pointless death and destruction. There was a hint of irony in the blonde's voice. Not of my own making, Kyuubi shot back. I have never liked doing pointless things, or things that were beneath me. Killing humans as a pastime was simply beneath me, because humans in general were beneath my notice. Instead of killing them, I decided to find a use for them. Humans are such short-lived creatures, and while some are intelligent, most are notoriously weak-willed and stupid. I found enjoyment in getting them to serve me. As I already told you, I would often disguise myself as the daughter of a daimyo or some other rich noble. I would use simple illusions and charms that I had created to seduce men, and have them wait on me hand and foot. I found it much more appealing than running around blasting everything into oblivion. Now I believe I've talked about myself enough. If you want to find out more, you'll have to impress me enough to tell you. Flashback end. It was actually really interesting learning more about the demon inside of him. Naruto was positive that no one else knew these things about Kyuubi, and to be honest, it made him secretly pleased. Although she had yet to tell him anything other than what she remembered of her birth. She had apparently been serious when she had told him he was going to have to find some way to impress her, something he, as of yet, had no clue how to do. As Naruto and the others arrived into Konoha, it was to see the interesting sight of all the shocked faces that the villagers were sporting upon seeing none other than Tsunade walking within the village walls again. As they all walked through to the Hokage Tower, Naruto decided to listen into the smattering of whispers that came from the local populace. I can't believe it! Tsunade-sama is back. Now we have both Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama. It is great tidings for the future to see our 2 strongest ninja in the village. Hey, isn't that the Uzumaki brat? What is he doing with such distinct shinobi? Maybe Tsunade-sama managed to use her grandfather's Mokuton and is finally reining the brat in. Naruto snorted as he listened to the last few bits of conversation before they were away from the major population. Can you believe this shit, Q-chan? Within the mindscape, Kyubi frowned as she sat on her bed, her tail swaying in a bit of agitation. Of course I can. Humans always hate and fear things that are beyond their comprehension. It takes a lot of effort to get a human to change their opinion about something, especially on a subject they have believed for so long, like them thinking you are me in human flesh. Honestly, the stupidity of humankind is one of those things that never ceases to amaze me. This is one of the reasons I've always held contempt for humans. Naruto frowned. Well, they weren't all bad. He had heard a few people who had suggested that Naruto had taken part in returning Tsunade to the village, but they were in the extreme minority, meaning only 1 out of every 5 people or so. At least the ninja of the village were paying him respect. He had seen many of the ninja who had passed him nodding their heads at him in a sign of respect. Obviously, they had seen more of his actions during the Chunin exams and invasion afterwards. That's still too low after everything you've done. You defeated Sabaka no Gaara and the Shikaku. You are the sole reason this village is still standing and not several hundred feet under sand. Naruto sighed. Can't win them all so soon, I guess. Whatever, I prefer challenges anyways. Within the seal, Kyubi stopped her mouth in mid-rant as Naruto's words registered in her ears. After a few moments' pause, she shook her head. I really have found a 1 in a million container and you haven't, Naruto-kun? You're so different from everyone else. She paused for a moment before sighing. You truly deserve far more than these lowly humans could ever give you. Naruto blushed a bit. Wow, laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Kyubi growled. Shut up, I was trying to be nice. Sorry, you know I was just teasing. Naruto let out a mental chuckle that rung across the mindscape. These humans don't give me the respect and kindness I deserve, huh? Maybe that's why I have you. Kyubi felt her face getting oddly hot and cursed at the known yet at the same time unknown to her feeling, charmer. Naruto chuckled again and cut the mental conversation as he and the others entered a meeting room within the Hokage Tower. Much to the disgruntlement of Tsunade, it was to find Hamura and Koharu waiting for them. Welcome home, Tsunade-sama, Hamura greeted with a smile. It is good to see you back. Tsunade resisted the urge to roll her eyes as she plastered a diplomatic smile on her face. It is good to be back. For the most part. There are still a few painful memories when I look at this place, but I guess those will pass with time. The elders who had frowned at the start of her little speech soon turned back to smiles. That is good to hear, though I do regret that this place still holds pain for you, Tsunade-sama. Koharu said. Now to get started, we are planning on having your announcement and coronation for the position of Hokage later tomorrow. That way you will have time to refamiliarize yourself with the village since much has changed in the time you have been gone. Naruto stopped the sigh that threatened to escape him as the elders got on with their boring speech about who knows what. He briefly wondered why he was still here. It was not like they needed him or anything. His mission was done, and really he just wanted to sleep. Hey Bachan, you don't need me for this part, do you? Asked Naruto, getting the attention of everyone in the room. The reactions he received from the elders were somewhat amusing. Hamura's jaw had unhinged itself for all of 2 seconds before he glared at the blonde-haired boy. Koharu was similar her reaction, only it was much more pronounced as the sagging skin of her jaw quivered. Tsunade, noticing the reactions of the 2 elders, sighed. Go on, brat, get some rest. Thanks, Bachan, I'll see you and Ero-sennin later. After I get in a good sleep on my crappy mattress, Naruto took off, leaving the room behind. As Naruto began walking out of the Hokage Tower, he came upon an interesting scene. Konohamaru, get out of there now. 2 Chunin, by the looks of their flak jackets, were pounding on the door to the Hokage's office. Standing beside them were Moegi and Udan, who were looking rather worried. The 2 Chunin who were continuing to pound on the door and demanding Konohamaru to come out were answered by several pepper spray pellets hitting them on the head and caused their eyes to tear. What's the problem here? Moegi and Udan both turned to see Naruto. Boss. Moegi ran up to Naruto as he walked over to them. Boss. Konohamaru-kun has locked himself inside of the office. He refuses to come out. Oh, does he? Asked Naruto as he walked up to the door, and the 2 Chunin who were still hacking and wheezing. You 2 may want to stand back. Naruto did not wait for an answer as he ran up and heel-kicked the door, smashing it in and sending it flying to the far side of the wall. Several blunt kunai and smoke pellets were launched at the blonde, but Naruto released a blast of wind and sent them also flying to the far wall. Naruto strode into the room and quickly picked up Konohamaru by his scarf, bringing him out kicking and screaming. Hey! Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to leave. Shut up, Yagaki. Naruto conked him on the head before disappearing within a shunshin. The pair reappeared on top of the Hokage monument, and Naruto set Konohamaru down before sitting down himself. The blonde looked amused as Konohamaru pouted and looked away from him. You know, if you're gonna act like some spoiled gaki, then this is gonna be a lot harder. When Konohamaru remained silent, Naruto sighed. So what's your problem, kid? Nothing. Konohamaru mumbled out. Don't give me that. Either you tell me what's wrong or I'll be sure to hang you on the flag post outside the Hokage's tower in nothing but your underwear. Konohamaru paled at the thought of that, and he knew from experience that when Naruto said he would do something that it was not just some idle threat. Sighing, Konohamaru looked out over the village and tears began to leak from his eyes. My Ajisen died, boss. He died to protect this village. But everyone's already moving on with their lives. It's like my Ajisen didn't even exist. They're just forgetting about him. Moving on, we even have a new Hokage. But I don't want to move on. I don't want to forget about my Ajisen, boss. I can't. Naruto ran a hand through his hair at the kid's near hysterical voice. A part of him could not help but wonder if he was that stupid and naive as a child. Do you want me to answer that? Came the sly voice of the vixen in his mind. No thanks, I can do without having my awesome childhood image of myself destroyed. Naruto placed a hand on the younger kid's shoulders. Listen, Ko, no one has forgotten Hokage Ajisen. You're forgetting that he ruled this place for many years. In fact, he has the longest reign in the entire history of Konoha. He has done so many things for this village that it will be impossible for others to simply forget him. When someone touches as many lives as he did, people don't just forget about it when that person is no longer around. Even with him gone, his memory will always remain in the hearts of those who live here. Really? Konohamaru sniffled a little bit. Naruto smiled at the kid, of course. His smile turned a little wistful. And you know what? I think Ajisen was happy with the way he died. Naruto looked at the little boy who had shock on his features. Ajisen was getting up there in his years. I never wanted to admit it to myself since I always saw him as this eternal pillar of strength. But you know, there were times when I was in his office and I caught sight of just how truly tired he looked. We normally don't see it, but he was getting weary. He held the title of Hokage for somewhere upwards of 50 years, and he kept this place strong through the Second and Third Shinobi War, while fighting in another one. I get the feeling he was getting tired of it, and wanted to pass on the torch of Hokage to someone else. But how could that have anything to do with him liking the way he died? Konohamaru shouted as he stood up. My Ajisen was murdered. He died protecting the village, Ko, Naruto said in a rare and quiet voice. He died protecting the people of this village and battling against an enemy ninja. He died like a Hokage, nobly sacrificing his life to protect this place even though he was getting on in his years. Can you think of a better way to go? Konohamaru looked at Naruto for several minutes before he sighed and slumped down next to the blonde. Well, when put it like that. That's pretty deep, boss. Naruto grinned as he threw an arm around Konohamaru's shoulder. Ko, you'll find that when you get to be as awesome as I am, deep shit like this just rolls off the tongue. Now are you gonna mope and bitch like Sasuke team anymore? I wasn't that bad, was I, boss? Naruto laughed at Konohamaru's petrified voice. Ko, you were so bad that if you hadn't been hiding in the Hokage's office while you decided to brood, the team's fangirls would have probably thought you were him. Now, Naruto stood up and gave Konohamaru a pat on the shoulder and sent the kid on his way. Naruto was just about to leave when a new voice spoke up. You know, that was quite the speech you gave the young boy. Very moving if I do say so myself. Turning around, Naruto found himself staring at an old man who looked to be around Sarutobi's age. He was wearing a white robe with bandages wrapped around his left eye and right arm. He walked with a cane held in the other arm. He had several scars on his face which had a crop of messy brown hair. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man as he analyzed him. I didn't even sense his approach until he was right on top of me. That kind of skill is above most shonen nowadays. It was the one thing he had always been good at. It was stealth and detection. That this man could get so close to him and not be found until he revealed himself meant he was good. However, Naruto did not sense any hostile intent, and so he gave the man a grin. Well, thanks, but it was nothing really. I just happened to be totally cool and amazing at this kind of thing. Indeed, the man seemed amused, but Naruto could not really tell. The blonde watched as the bandaged man walked up to him and looked out at the village. Tell me, boy, did you mean those words back there? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You know, if you're going to talk to me, the least you could do is give me your name. Ah, my apologies, Uzumaki-san. My name is Danzo. The now named man looked towards him. Well, it seems you already know my name. Naruto looked at him and decided that since he had no hostile intent, he could sit back down. Since you were up here spying on me, I take it you wanted to talk. You are quite perceptive. Danzo looked at the boy. It seems your academy records are greatly biased towards you. No, those were actually pretty accurate. I was an idiot back then. Naruto grinned. Amazing what 6 months of actual training can do. If Danzo was surprised by that information, though he did not show it, I was wondering if you would be interested in helping me to protect this beautiful village. I have a need of strong individuals who are willing to do what is necessary to get the things that need to be done. Naruto stared long and hard at the man before speaking. From the sounds of your speech, it sounds like you're offering me a part in a branch of a military. Your military. And if you're asking me when I'm alone like this, then that means you do not have the Hokage's approval. I've read about you in some of the history books I've read. He took a moment to shudder. Even if it was his clones doing it, the memories were still torture. You are Shimura Danzo, former commander of Root, a branch that was separate from the standard military and did not answer to the Hokage, though Root was supposed to be disbanded a long time ago. Danzo's one eye narrowed just a bit. I see you're able to come up with a few sound theories when only given a few facts. Naruto shrugged. It's a skill. I'll tell you right now that I have no interest in joining your forces. However, I won't tell the Hokage about them either, since I can tell that you are at least sincere in your desire to protect Konoha. I would, however, suggest being more careful with whom you try to recruit next time. With those parting words, Naruto left within a shunshin. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a most interesting character. I will look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Naruto sighed as he finally got into his room. He would not admit it to anyone who asked, but he was tired. The mission to find Tsunade had been like all the other missions he had been on, more trouble than it was really worth. Not particularly caring enough to actually get undressed, the blonde shinobi simply flopped down on his bed, where he decided to sleep for at least 16 hours and spend time with Kyubi in his mindscape. 16-something hours later, Naruto groaned as he heard a knock on his door, though it was more like a loud banging than anything. Grunting, Naruto got up and made his way out of his room and over to the door. When he opened it, it was to find one Higurashi Tenten staring him down with an intense glare. Hey Tenchan, can I help you? Tenten's mouth became a thin line. You left without saying goodbye. Naruto took a small step back as Tenten took one forward. Oh great, not again. What is it with this girl and getting angry at me? Well, Tenten did not seem interested in listening to what he had to say as she stomped into the room and began making him back up. Not only did you leave, but you left on a mission to find Tsunade-sama, and you didn't even tell me. Oh. Naruto knew he was in deep shit now. Well, just to be square, I didn't even know I was going to be looking for her until like 2 days into the mission. That's not the point. Tenten poked him in the chest, making him take a step back. Unfortunately, his couch was right behind him, so when he tried to take a step back, he ended up falling backwards onto the couch. Now that it seemed to stop the bun-haired girl in her tirade as she moved around the couch to glare at him upside down, which was actually kind of comical. Give me one good reason I shouldn't turn you into a pincushion. Because now you get to see your idol every day? Naruto spoke in a questioning tone. Tenten looked at him for several long minutes before sighing. Honestly, Naruto-kun, what am I going to do with you? Realizing the danger had passed for the most part, Naruto sat upright on his couch. I'm not sure what you're implying, Tenchan. No, of course not. Tenten chuckled a bit before sitting on the couch. Before he knew what was happening, the bun-haired girl was right next to him with stars in her eyes. So what's Tsunade-sama like? I bet it was so incredible being with such a powerful and strong kunoichi. Did you get see her do anything amazing? Do you think you can introduce us? Naruto leaned slightly back as Tenten continued to pound him with questions that he had no answer to, mainly because she was asking them so quickly he could barely keep up. Tenchan, you need to slow down. Naruto tried to get her to stop talking. You're talking too fast. Tenten realized what she was doing and blushed. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm just so excited that Tsunade-sama is here. She won't be excited once she learns that Bachan is nothing but an old drunk. Naruto decided to keep that thought to himself so as not to ruin the poor girl's preconceived notions of her hero. Well, how about later I introduce you to her? The moment Naruto said that, he instantly regretted it as Tenten got hearts in her eyes. You would do that for me? Really? Thank you. Tenten latched onto Naruto's neck and began to squeeze the blonde-haired boy, who soon enough began turning blue. Oh, thank you so much, Naruto-kun. You have no idea how much this means to me. Naruto-kun? Tenten looked at her blonde-haired companion to see him passed out with a blue face and swirls in his eyes. Naruto-kun. Tsunade sighed as she sat at her desk and rifled through some papers. There was so much for her to do. She had to deal with the estimated casualty ratings, damage reports, refamiliarizing herself with the shinobi of the village, and set the village budget, as well as relegate missions for the ninja. That's not even going into all the meetings she had to go to, since they still needed to deal with the Suna situation. As she was leafing through the piles of paperwork, her eyes landed on the recommendation sheet for the Chunin exams. Picking it up, her eyes scanned it, and she felt herself smirk. She signaled for her ANBU, making a man wearing a bear mask appear before her. Get me Uzumaki Naruto. Man, I can't believe you got to see a battle with all 3 of the Sannin. Tenten whined. I swear, Naruto-kun, you're so lucky. Naruto chuckled a bit. Believe me, there is nothing lucky about the shit I get into. After Naruto had woken up from the death grip Tenten had placed on him, the pair had gone out to get some ramen. Having paced himself this time, Naruto was only on his 14th bowl while Tenten was finishing up her first. As they ate, he had told her all about his mission to bring Tsunade back. Well, not everything. He neglected to tell her key parts, like him getting stabbed twice and some other things that he felt would destroy the girl's image of Tsunade. I don't know how you can say that. I mean, you got to meet the Sannin, you're being trained by a Sannin, and you always seem to go on so many adventures, Tenten concluded. Yeah, and I usually end up getting my ass kicked by people who are ridiculously stronger than me. Naruto shook his head. It's nowhere near the adventure you think it is. Tenten pouted at that, and was about to say something when a masked ANBU appeared within a shunshin right next to them. Uzumaki-san, Tsunade-sama would like to see you. Naruto looked at the bare-masked ANBU and sighed. Alright, tell her I'll be there shortly. The ANBU nodded and disappeared. Naruto turned to Tenten. Looks like I'm gonna have to cut this short. I'll see you later, okay, Tenchan. Tenten gave soft, depressed sigh. She had been hoping to spend a little more time with Naruto. Yeah, I'll see you later. Naruto placed a hand over hers and gave it a soft squeeze before disappearing in a shunshin. You called Bachan? Tsunade turned her head and gave Naruto a disgruntled look as she saw him crouched on the windowsill. Gaki, haven't you ever heard of a door? Naruto snorted as he stepped into the office. Doors are for losers, Bachan. He sat down in front of Tsunade's desk and gave her a grin. So what did you need to see me for? Tsunade looked at him and grinned as she tossed him a scroll. I wanted to see you to congratulate you on your promotion, Gaki. Naruto unsealed the contents of his scroll and grinned as he saw the green Chunin flak jacket. Awesome. I knew they would have to promote me after I kicked ass in the Chunin exams. Naruto resealed the jacket since he did not really feel like wearing something so bulky. So does that mean I'm going to be getting better missions than those D-rank terrors? Tsunade smirked. Of course. With the village and the situation it's in, we need all the help we can get. As a Chunin, you'll be instructed to go on higher-ranked missions with other Chunins and Jonins. You will also be called upon to lead Genin on some missions since most of their Jonin senseis are being assigned to tougher missions. Naruto nodded before frowning. What about Team 7? He was not really sure whether he really liked being on that team or not. Kakashi was nice enough, and occasionally the other two were, but they never really had any serious team dynamics. You'll still go on occasional missions with them too. But because you're a Chunin, you will only be with them when I assign a higher-ranked mission. Naruto nodded at the woman's answer. Makes sense. Is that all you need me for? Tsunade nodded. Yep, that's all, Gaki. Come back in a day or two and I'll have a mission for you. Naruto stood and jumped back onto the windowsill. I'll see you later, Bachan. He jumped out just as she threw a paperweight at his head, laughing as he landed on a roof below. Damn, Gaki, Tsunade grumbled under breath. Naruto soon found himself in the forest of death, having decided that since he had gotten his 16-hour sleep it would be a good idea to start training. As he walked into his usual clearing, the blonde's senses went on high alert, forcing him to jump out of the way as several snakes came at him. Kitsune Bai. Naruto opened his mouth as he channeled his Yuki into a single point there. The swirling purple energy could be seen as a condensed ball in his mouth, right before it burst into a light blue flame and shot out, destroying the snakes before they could do anything else. While he had been launching his attack, the blonde had followed the snake's trail to see where they had been. He created his Yuki whip and sent a purple string of energy up into the tree branches where the leaves were thickest. This had the inherent effect of making Enko, who had been watching him almost as soon as he entered the forest, jump out and land on the ground some distance away. Said woman launched several kunai almost as soon as she hit the ground, began going through a set of hand seals and calling out a jutsu, kunai kage bunshin no jutsu. The kunai multiplied into several dozen, all of them heading towards Naruto. However, the blonde was not deterred in the least as he unsealed his bow staff and began spinning it in an ever-increasingly complex pattern. As he continued, he charged wind chakra through the staff and unleashed a blast of wind with every movement he made. Unlike a sword, where this would have made a cutting motion due to a blade's sharp edge, the staff created gusts of wind that knocked the kunai off course. When all of the kunai had been cleared, Naruto resealed his staff and launched a kunai of his own from the gauntlet on his wrist. At the same time, he made several one-handed seals that caused the kunai he sent to multiply into 10. Naruto smirked when he noticed the slight widening of Anko's eyes, signifying her surprise at his ability to do a technique without saying the name. It didn't last long, however, as two kunai slid into the snake mistress's hand and she began deflecting and dodging the projectiles. While she was doing that, Naruto was running in close, and by the time she had finished dodging, had his two hands linked together by their thumbs and thrust them out. Futon Kamikaze Saiken. The air shimmered as the wind in the shape of Naruto's fist hit Enko and sent her flying into a tree, where the force of her impact created a large crater. Naruto was not surprised when Enko turned into mud. Nor was he surprised when several snakes shot out from some bushes a dozen feet away and latched onto him. A second later they sunk their fangs into him and Naruto exploded. You know, that was pretty close. Enko's eyes widened as she heard Naruto's voice behind and jumped away just in time to dodge his next strike. Using one hand as a springboard, she flipped herself up and spun in midair, tossing a kunai at the blonde who merely caught in between his fingers. Landing back on the ground, she eyed the blonde a moment before favoring him with a smirk. You know, you've gotten pretty good. 6 months ago, had this fought like this, it would have been over almost before it began. What can I say? Naruto grinned as he rolled the kunai in his hands between his fingers. I had an amazing teacher, a crazy, sadistic, psychotic bitch, but an amazing one. He sent the kunai flying back at Anko, who caught it in her hand and returned it to him at an increased speed. You say such kind things about me, Gaki. Naruto grinned as he sent a kunai from his launcher to intercept Anko's. You know you love it. Anko stuck her tongue out before thrusting out her hands. Sanaijushu. Several more snakes were launched out. However, Naruto had come to expect that and had unsealed his katana and ran straight at the snakes. He sliced right through them before continuing on to Anko, who grinned and let 2 kunai fall into her hands as she met his charge head-on. She blocked the first strike with her left kunai, and then sent out her right hand in a slash that would slit Naruto's throat. However, the blonde was quick enough to disengage his blade with Anko's and intercepted the attack. Using his strength, Naruto pushed her back and then spun around, swinging his blade in a horizontal slash at waist height. Rather than block the slash, which she knew would send her off balance due to the blonde's increased strength, jumped back and let the blade pass through the spot she had been. The battle paused and the two eyed each other wearily, before on some unspoken signal they charged again. Naruto came in with an overhand swing that Anko blocked with one kunai, grunting as she felt her knees buckle behind his strength, but she stayed strong as she lashed out at him with her other kunai. Naruto jumped over her attack, flipping himself around in midair, and aimed a slash at Anko's head. The purplet seemed to have plans other than getting her cranium split down the center, however, as she ducked under the slash and rolled forward. She came up on her feet and spun around just in time to block the attack that came at her, but was forced to channel chakra to her feet to keep from sliding back. They clashed again, Anko's 2 kunai meeting Naruto's katana as they attempted to push each other back. However, Anko seemed to have planned this as she suddenly took away her blades, letting Naruto fall off balance as she lashed out with a kick, taking his legs out from under him. Naruto hit the ground with oomph, landing on his back before he was forced to roll out of the way when Anko tried to stomp a mud hole in his stomach. He pushed himself into a series of flips as he tried to gain some distance. As soon as he landed on his feet, he was forced to dodge several kunai as Anko began charging him, launching them as she closed the distance. Naruto resealed his katana as he inhaled a deep breath, futon de tapa. He blew out a huge gust of wind, forcing Anko to stop and ground herself with chakra, lest she get blown away. When the attack ended, it was for Anko to see Naruto already next to her, and it was only instincts that saved her from getting hit. As Naruto's fist came in, Anko swerved her body just ever so slightly to the side, letting it pass by as she used her left hand to swat it away. This had the benefit of knocking Naruto off balance, and letting her take a shot at his throat. Thankfully, Naruto was able to see the attack coming and was saved by creating a Kage Bunshin without hand seals before Kawarimi ing with it. Hey, you really have gotten better, Gaki. That last attack would have gotten anyone below Nai-chan's level. Anko smirked when she saw a grinning Naruto come out of a bush to her right. As I said, I had a good teacher. Naruto walked up to her. So any reason you attacked me, other than to greet your favorite Gaki? I heard you went on a mission with a certain white-haired pervert to find Tsunade-sama. Naruto chuckled a bit, knowing she was looking for details. I did. It was pretty interesting to say the least. If you want, I'll tell you more about it over some dango and sake. Just let me make some Kage Bunshin to do some training. Enko grinned. Alright, Gaki. And since we're going to have sake, maybe we can see how well you can hold your liquor. Naruto grinned as he downed another shot of sake. He looked over at his drinking partner in amusement. Had enough, Anko? Anko tried to glare at him, but considering she was seeing quadruplets, she was not quite sure which one to glare at. Yet even drunk she could see that infernal smirk on his face. After all, it was magnified by 4. Oh, how come you're not wasted? You should be a lightweight. Thanks to Kyuubi and his own demonic properties, Naruto was not even sure he could get drunk. Not that he was going to tell her that. She might accuse him of cheating. This just goes to show you how incredible I am. I'm talented at anything I set my mind to, and that includes drinking you under the table. Oh yeah? Enko growled out before downing another shot. Naruto merely smirked as he followed suit. 20 minutes and Kami only knows how many shots later Naruto was laughing his ass off while Enko was passed out on the table, snoring lightly while a small amount of drool escaped her mouth. Naruto stood up and picked up Enko, being mindful not to get her drool on his shirt. Walking over to the bar, he got the attention of the owner who worked there, a man named Kenshin, who after having Naruto come in with Enko regularly for the past few months no longer held any animosity towards the blonde. He looked at the passed-out woman in Naruto's arms and smirked. Something I can help you with? Naruto grinned. Yeah, put our knight on her tab. He gestured to the snoring Anko. Kenshin chuckled. You know she's gonna kill you, right? Meh, I can deal with it. Naruto shrugged. Well, alright, if you're sure, Kenshin said before handing him Anko's bill. Naruto held it between his fingers and grinned as he disappeared within a shunshin. Oh, make paybacks a bitch. Oh my fucking head. Anko woke up with a groan as she held onto her head, trying to get the damned thing to stop pounding. Blearily, she opened her eyes to find that she was in her apartment. What the hell? She didn't remember coming here. The last thing she remembered was, that damn gaki. Who the hell drinks like that their first time? Anko muttered as she got out of bed. Ignoring the sense of vertigo she felt for a moment, the purple-haired woman stumbled her way out of her room and into her kitchen. She was about to search the pantries for her hangover cure when she caught sight of it lying on the table. Frowning since she did not remember putting it there, Anko picked up, looking at it before she shrugged and went over to get a glass of water to take the pills. As she finished taking the pills, Anko set the glass of water down on the table, the effects of the hangover cure already working. She was just about to up and leave when she noticed the sheet of paper that had been lying under the pills. She picked it up and felt her eyes widen as she read it. Crumpling the piece of paper, she growled, Naruto. Somewhere across Konoha, Naruto, who had been about to start his day, smirked as he heard the shout ring across Konoha. That will teach her to mess with me. Corrupt my mind with a sense of perverseness and not get away with it? Ha, I think not. He had planned for this day ever since Anko had corrupted his mind with her perverted books. Grinning, he made his way to a training ground further away from the forest of death, knowing he would have to avoid that place today. Maybe I should go train with Tenchan and her team? Chapter 32 Suna Siblings. It was early in the morning and Naruto was grinning to himself as he threw aside the curtain to his favorite ramen stand. Taking a seat at his stool, his grin widened as the heavenly aroma of ramen hit his nose. Tuchiajizen. I'm ready to get my fill and make up for lost time. Both Tuchi and Iam came out from the back and one grinned while the other smiled. Well, look who came back from the dead. You know we haven't seen you for a while. We were wondering where our favorite customer went. Yeah, Erosenin had me tag along while he went to go bring back Tsunade Bachan, remember? The blonde clapped his hands together. Now I believe I'll start off with 4 bowls of miso, 2 bowls of beef, 1 bowl of shrimp and… oh what the hell, 2 bowls of vegetable, coming right up. Tuchi grinned as he went to make the ramen. Meanwhile Iam leaned over the counter and propped her face on the butt of her hands, giving the boy who she had known since he was 6 a grin. So anything new happening, Naruto-kun? Naruto clicked his tongue for a moment in thought. Not too much. Oh. I did get promoted to Chunin yesterday. Chunin, huh? Iam turned her head to look at her dad. You hear that too, San? Looks like our little Naruto just got promoted to Chunin. I guess that means the first one will be on the house then. Tuchi shouted back as he came in with a bowl of steaming ramen. Here you go, kid. Oh hell yeah. Naruto grabbed onto a pair of chopsticks and with a shout of Itadakimasa dug in. So what do you think you're going to be doing now that you're a Chunin? Naruto looked up at Iam as he finished devouring his first bowl of noodles, causing the ramen waitress to giggle as she saw a few noodles hanging out of his mouth. He slurped them up before giving her a grin. Well, I won't really be a part of Team 7 anymore. Tsunade Bachan told me that she's going to have me gain more experience by moving around teams. Sometimes I'll be with Jonin and other Chunin, and other times she's going to have me leading squads of Genin. Does it bother you that you won't be with that Sakura girl anymore? Truth be told, Iam never liked Sakura because of the way she treated Naruto. Not really. Naruto shrugged. I got over her a long time ago, well, a few months ago. In any case, there are girls a lot better than Sakura out there. You mean like that blonde Kumo Kunoichi who came here a few times? Iam grinned a bit, amused to see Naruto blush. She came here quite often, you know, asking questions about what kind of person you were, and what kinds of ramen you liked. Yeah, I kinda figured you two were the ones who gave her that information. They were really the only ones who knew anything solid about him besides Sarutobi, who is dead, and maybe Enko and Tenten. Then there's also that girl with the buns, Tenten, I think her name was, right? You hang out around here with her quite a bit. That's true. But I don't think I'm in a relationship with either of them. Naruto got his blush under control quicker than normal. Though I won't deny both of them are really cool to hang with. Not to mention both are hot, he thought to himself, not sure whether saying that out loud in front of a girl was a good idea. After all, so far most of the females he knew exploded over the simplest things. You just don't know when to keep your mouth shut is all. Kyubi's voice came up after hearing his thoughts. Hey. I'll have you know I've gotten a lot better at that. Oh really? Kyubi grinned as she combed her tails. Of course. I haven't said anything to upset anyone in the past week. What about Enko? Naruto shivered as he remembered how angry she was with his prank. That was different, she deserved it. And I knew what I was doing. Yeah, until her snakes tried to turn your balls blue. Naruto couldn't keep the scowl off his face. He could feel Kyuubi's smug grin as he cut the connection. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked up to see I am looking at him with some concern. He gave her a reassuring grin. Of course, I am Nei-chan. Now time to tackle that ramen. I am giggled a bit as Naruto began destroying the next poor bowl of ramen that was set in front of him. Good morning, Ba-chan. Naruto ducked under the customary paperweight that was thrown at his head as he hopped off the windowsill. Disrespectful gaki. Tsunade muttered with narrowed eyes. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Naruto grinned. Yeah, because sitting here drinking sake is really hard work, right? Tsunade gawked at him. How did you? She flushed as she saw him tap his nose and remembered he could likely smell the sake on her from a mile away. Right, well, what are you here for? Naruto opened his mouth to speak before he saw something that made him frown. Ba-chan, did you know all the piles of your paperwork are in the wrong stacks? Huh? Tsunade stared at him blankly. What the hell are you talking about, brat? Sighing, Naruto created a kage bunshin that began rearranging the stacks of paperwork on her desk. You've mixed up the stacks for mission scrolls and all the paperwork is in the wrong order. The first one on the left is where all papers on internal issues within Konoha go. The next one is for external issues like alliances, and the third one is anything that the council gives you. Tsunade blinked in a dumb manner as she watched the younger blonde's clone organizing her papers. How do you know all of that, gaki? Naruto shrugged. I would often spend several hours a day here when I was younger, hanging out with Ajisen. When I had started announcing that it was my dream to be Hokage, he let me help him file papers and whatnot. I was even allowed to pick out missions for teams on occasion. Right. Tsunade watched the clone finish its work and go up in a puff of smoke. So what can I do for you? I was actually hoping to get a mission from you. You're very fortunate then, Tsunade smirked. We have a surplus of missions available due to the state of our village after the invasion. Hold on a sec while I find you a suitable one. Naruto watched as Tsunade rummaged through a few piles before finding one she seemed to like and tossed it to him. You are the escort the Kazekage's children back to Suna and give the Tsunade Council the new terms for our alliance. You will be staying there until they sign the terms before returning. Any questions? Nope, I think I'm good. So where do I meet them? Naruto pocketed the scroll. We've actually given them a hotel room until I could find someone to be their escort. Tsunade wrote the directions on a sheet of paper and handed it to the blonde. Make sure you're all packed and ready to go. I want you to head out within the next hour. Naruto gave Tsunade a two-fingered salute. I'll get right on that. By the way, kage bunshins really help take the workload off of paperwork. Naruto left after that, letting his last sentence sink in. When it did, Tsunade grinned. I think I love that gaki. She created a kage bunshin and had it start working on her paperwork. Meanwhile, she grabbed a hidden bottle of sake and went over to the couch. Temari flipped another page of the magazine she was reading as she sat on the couch. It had been about a week since she and her brothers were let out of jail and given a place to stay until they could be sent back to Suna. And in all honesty, she could not complain about being forced to stay there. In the time they had been here, she had finally managed to get closer to Gaara. After her and Kankura's little brother had apologized, she had been able to talk to him a lot more. Not that he really said anything, but he no longer threatened to kill her when she was near and listened as she talked. She was still a little wary of him, but her joy at finally having her youngest brother coming around overrode any fear she had from his previous psychotic disposition. A knock at the door interrupted her reading and she looked over at her brothers. Kankura was sitting on a chair a little ways away, tinkering with Karasa after he had been allowed to have it back. Gaara was sitting on the couch next to her, watching some kind of anime on the TV. Who's gonna get that? Kankura grunted as he looked up. Not me. I'll get it. Gaara stood up and made his way over to the door. He opened it up and blinked when he saw who it was. Can I help you, Uzumaki? The others snapped their heads over when they heard the name, remembering it from the Chunin exams. Naruto grinned as he looked at Gaara. How have you been, Gaara? Gaara raised an eyebrow, the only sign of being surprised by the blonde's friendly disposition. I have been fine, Uzumaki. He paused before remembering that it was polite to ask how someone was doing in return. And how are you? Oh, you know, same old, same old. I can't really complain. Naruto looked over at the other two. I'm actually here because Bachan's given me the mission to escort you back to Suna. Really? Temari asked as she walked towards the pair. I'm surprised it took so long for her to send us back. She's been here for a week. Naruto shrugged. I guess she was busy doing other things, though I didn't really ask her. Anyways, how long will it be before you guys can get ready? It should only take a few minutes, Temari said. Naruto nodded as Kankura and Temari grabbed their scrolls and other equipment before he led them outside. As he and the now former Kazekage's children made their way to the west gate, the two gatekeepers, who Naruto noticed were the two who had hinged themselves into younger versions of themselves during the Chunin exams, grinned. Walking up to them, Naruto revealed his mission scroll to the pair. Chunin Uzumaki Naruto with a mission to escort the Sabaku's siblings back to Tsunade. Kamizuki Izumo, a man wearing standard Chunin garb, had brown hair with one bang hanging over his face and a bandana-style headband, nodded as he marked the group down on the ledger he had next to him. Meanwhile Higane Kotetsu, who was also wearing the Chunin getup but had spiky black hair, a goatee and a bandage over his nose, grinned. Well, if it isn't the kid who almost cleaned out the entire Chunin exams. How've ya been? And you're the pair who had used those poorly disguised henges at the beginning of the exam to bar entrance to those who couldn't see past a genjutsu. Naruto grinned as the two looked a bit sheepish. I've been good. Now that I've got my week-long break over with from my mission with Rasengan, I decided to get my groove back on. Rasengan? Kotetsu questioned as he handed the mission scroll back. Yeah, you know Jiraiya. Big man, white hair, kabuki clothes, carries a large scroll around on his back. Naruto shrugged. Rasengan. The two gate guards looked at each other before shaking their heads. Kid, you must have balls of steel to be calling one of our most powerful ninja by such a name. Oh, come on. The guy's a self-proclaimed super pervert, so of course he's going to get a name that's appropriate for him. Just like Tsunade's an old woman who hides behind a henge, therefore, her name is Bachan. The gate guards plus the Kazakuge's children behind Naruto minus Gaara. Sweat dropped at hearing the blonde call two of the most powerful ninja Konoha had ever produced by such derogatory names. I take that back, kid. Your balls must be made out of some kind of titanium to be saying stuff like that. Kotetsu shook his head. Man, if Tsunade-sama heard you call her by that, who's to say she hasn't? Naruto grinned before leaving with the Sabaku's siblings. As the group walked away, the two Chunin watched the blonde go. Izumo shook his head before chuckling. Well, with his reputation, I suppose we shouldn't have expected anything less. Kotetsu nodded as he grinned. And now that we've seen what he's made of, I have no doubt the kid will go far. As the group hopped through the trees, Naruto remembered his first escort mission to Nami no Kuni and had to thank Kami that the people he was escorting were ninja and could move quickly. However, that still did not keep Naruto from feeling bored as they traveled on in silence. And so, being who he was, the blonde decided to make conversation with the group. So how have you guys been since the invasion? Konoha didn't treat you too roughly, I hope. We wouldn't have had to be treated at all if it wasn't for you. Naruto heard Kankura's mumble and turned to him with a grin. Actually, you guys can thank Yugi-chan for knocking you out. All I did was keep your attention on me, Naruto shrugged. Besides that, had you guys not actually tried to fight me and just taken Gaara and left, I doubt it would have happened. Yugi-chan? Kankura blinked as he tried to place the name to a face. Wasn't she that hot blonde Kumo chick who beat you in the finals? Naruto nodded. Yep. I'm surprised you remembered. Kankuro gave a lecherous grin. Who could forget a fine piece of ass like that? Ow. The puppet user rubbed the back of his head and glared at Temari, who had hit him with her fan. I suggest you stop making perverted comments around me, Kankuro, Temari threatened as she held up her fan. Unless you want to learn just how painful it is to sit with a metal fan shoved up your ass. Naruto chuckled a bit before getting a curious look on his face. So how far is Suna, you guys? Temari looked at him as she moved alongside to speak better. If we keep going at this speed, it's about 3 days away. Have you never been this far out of here? Naruto shook his head. No. In fact, I've only been out of the village twice now. Once when I went on a C-rank escort mission to Nami no Kuni, and recently when I had to bring Tsunade Bachan back so she could be Hokage. I can't believe you would actually call the strongest kunoichi in the elemental nation something like that. Temari shook her head. Naruto grinned at her. As I said to the gatekeepers, I call them as I see them. As the day continued, Naruto kept up a steady stream of conversation, mostly with Kankuro and Temari, since Gaara was not very talkative, though he did make the occasional comment. As nightfall came, Naruto had the group stop and set up camp. He sent a clone out to get some firewood and catch some food. While everyone ate, Naruto noticed Gaara was looking at him. Turning to the redhead, Naruto decided to see what he wanted. Something on your mind, Gaara? Gaara looked at him for a moment as if debating what to ask him. I was just wondering, what was your life like in Konoha? You mean, was it similar to yours? Naruto asked as he took a bite out of his fish. Gaara nodded and Naruto leaned back a bit and thought, well, I don't know how bad you had it. But my life up until I made Genin was pretty desolate. I never had anyone to hang out with or talk to. All the adults hated me, and that hate was passed on to their children. I remember being kicked out of shops, or being overpriced for basics goods like food, not to mention most of the food had been rotten by several months. Most of the adults would glare at me as I passed them on the streets. In the academy, most of the instructors did their best to ignore me, never answering any of the questions I had, berating me when I got something wrong. If it wasn't for the Hokage and a few others who saw me for me, I probably would have ended up like you had. Gaara nodded while the other two siblings stared at each other before Temari looked at the two. What are you guys talking about? He's like me, Gaara said, as if that explained it all. Like you? Temari looked over at Naruto. Wait. You mean you're a Jinchuriki? Naruto looked at the blonde for a moment before deciding to answer. I guess since Gaara's one too, I can tell you. Though I would appreciate it if you didn't inform anyone else, this is an S-class secret after all. Yes, I am a Jinchuriki like Gaara. Which one do you hold? Asked Gaara. Naruto gave the redhead a grin. Oh me. I hold Kyuchan. Kyuchan? Kankura questioned with wide eyes. Are you telling us that the Kyubi is a girl? Naruto nodded while Kankura looked bug-eyed, Temari looked shocked before looking smug, and Gaara just looked confused. I didn't know Bijou had genders. Naruto looked over at Gaara. From what I understand they don't. Kyubi is special, I guess you could say, in that she somehow gained a human form, which just happened to be female. I'm still waiting to hear the story on that one. All in due time, Naruto-kun. Kyubi smiled within her seal as she reread Ika tactics, not like she had anything better to do at the moment. You still have to find some way to earn my respect before I give up more information. That's not fair, Kyuchan. Naruto felt like whining. Kyubi rolled her eyes tough. Naruto sighed as he looked at the three Sabaka's siblings. Yeah, she refuses to tell me anything about herself unless I find some way to earn enough of her respect that she'll give me the information. Gaara looked at the blonde in confusion, though it was hard to tell with his blank face. Naruto mused that the redhead would be a great gambler with that poker face. So you get along with your Bijou? Of course, though I only actually met her recently, like a little less than 2 months ago. And even then it wasn't until a little over a week ago that we really started to get along. Naruto wondered how much time had passed since he had his beef with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. So much had happened since then. Though, I suspect you can imagine my surprise when I wake up and see a hot vixen with 2 fox ears looking at me. Kankuro looked at Naruto with an odd expression. You mean to tell me that not only is the Kyubi a chick, but she's a hot chick? Naruto grinned. Amazingly hot. The tails and ears just add an exotic quality to her. Now who's laying it on thick? What? I just decided to try my hand at my newfound ability to charm women. Nice try, Kyubi responded dryly. But while I do not have experience with actual flirting, I have been at this far longer than you. Naruto chuckled a bit before he paused at hearing a grinding noise. Looking over to the source, he saw Temari glaring at him. Is something wrong, Temari-san? Realizing what she was doing, Temari put on a sweet smile that Naruto could tell was forced. No, nothing's wrong. Naruto looked at her for a moment before shrugging her disposition off as some kind of thing women do. There was silence for the rest of the meal before everyone went to bed. Gaara surprised his siblings when he offered to stay up and take watch, claiming he couldn't sleep anyways. Deciding it would be a good idea to speak with a fellow Jinchuriki without the others, Naruto said he would stay up as well. So was it bad for you, living in Suna? Naruto asked as he looked at the redhead who sat a little ways away from him on another tree branch. Gaara looked over at Naruto before looking back into the forest. Yes. I remember the looks everyone gave me back in Suna. Unlike you, people had come to fear me. When I was younger I had tried many times to get the children my age to play with me, but because of my sans natural defense they had feared me. It didn't help that the rest of the population hated and feared me. Naruto could only barely make out the sad quality the redhead's eyes took as he spoke. The only person who had ever shown me any kindness was my uncle, Yashimaru, who had been ordered by the Kazekage to keep me from being a menace to others. But that ended when Yashimaru had been ordered by the Kazekage to kill me, feeling that I was a failure as a weapon. Naruto was barely able to hold in a gasp at hearing that. It was now blatantly obvious to the blonde why Gaara had ended up the way he did. If the Sandaime had ordered someone to assassinate him, he would have no doubt become a psychopathic killing machine as well. Why didn't he refuse the order? Gaara looked back at Naruto. A part of him wondered why he was telling the blonde so much. But another was relieved to be able to get this off his chest, and he felt that Naruto would be able to understand. He said that it was because he secretly hated me, that it was my fault my mother, his sister, had died. That was when you came up with the idea of relying only on yourself, huh? Gaara nodded and Naruto leaned back against the tree trunk. Well, I can certainly see why you came up with that. If Hokage Ajisen had ordered my assassination, I probably would have done the same. The pair was silent for a while, each giving in to their own thoughts before Gaara decided to ask a question that had been bothering him since his defeat. Do you think I can be like you? Naruto opened his eyes and turned to look at Gaara. Like me? Yes. Can I be like you? Do you think it will be possible for me to gain the strength that comes from protecting people who are precious to me? Will I gain precious people? Naruto looked down and thought for a second before giving his fellow Jinchuriki a large grin. Of course you will. All you have to do is work at it. Gaara looked shocked, at least as shocked as was possible for Gaara as Naruto jumped onto his branch. It may be hard since a lot people in Suna probably still fear you, but it's far from impossible. The blonde plopped down beside Gaara. Besides, you already have 3 people who are close to you. I do? Gaara stared at Naruto for a few seconds. Who? Well, there's your 2 siblings for one, Naruto tilted his head towards the pair of tents where his brother and sister were. They may have been afraid of you, but you can tell from the fact that they never left your side that they still love you. Gaara thought about that for a moment. It was true, no matter how bad he had gotten or how many times he had threatened them, his two siblings had stayed with him, well, as much as they could. I guess you're right. Of course I'm right. Naruto laughed. And then you've got me as a friend as well. You! Gaara stared at him, and this time Naruto could see the surprise clearly evident on his face. You would be my friend? Even after I tried to kill you and destroy your village? I don't see why not. Naruto shrugged. Besides, it's not like the village was destroyed or anything, and you didn't kill anyone. The blonde paused for a second. Well, I don't think you killed anyone. You seemed far too busy with my clones. He shrugged. It did not really matter. Everyone deserves a chance at friendship and happiness. Your Kazekage never gave you that chance, and I know how you feel. Therefore, it's only right we be friends. And besides, we Jinchuriki need to stick together. Right. Naruto saw Gaara's lip twitch slightly and figured it was the redhead's way of smiling. I would like that, Uzumaki-san. Good. Naruto stood up. Though if we're going to be friends, you need to stop with the Uzumaki crap. Just call me Naruto. Very well, Naruto. A little ways away, Temari had zipped her tent down a little bit and was listening in on the conversation. When it ended, she crawled back inside of her sleeping bag as a smile made its way on her face. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. Back in Konoha, Team 7 was currently doing their usual D-rank missions. They would usually do around 2 or 3 a day due to the fact that a lot of the village needed to be repaired. As they finished up and walked towards the mission room, Sakura looked up at her sensei, Kakashi-sensei. I was wondering why Naruto isn't doing these missions with us. Kakashi looked away from his book to look at the pinkette. That's because Naruto is a chunin now. He ignored the shocked look from Sakura, though he also caught the jealous look from Sasuke. I'm surprised you hadn't realized it yet. With the performance he showed during the chunin exams, it was obvious he was going to be promoted. Does that mean he won't be doing any more missions with us? The thought was kind of odd. Naruto had been a part of Team 7 since its founding, and not having him here felt wrong to Sakura in some way she could not fathom. He will still do missions with us on occasion, Kakashi replied carefully. However, because of his status, we have him doing higher-ranked missions. Sakura seemed to accept this and nodded. But Sasuke had clenched his fists as he thought of the blonde going on higher-ranked missions. I should have been allowed to become a chunin. Why is Naruto always surpassing me? Ever since we became Team 7, it's been like this. I feel like I'm standing still while the dope continues getting stronger. He held his neck for a moment as he felt the curse seal pulse before the one containing it forced the power back down. After 3 days of traveling through the forest, Naruto and the others came upon the desert. The trip had been relatively easy and nothing major had happened. Naruto had continued talking with the 3 Suna ninja in an effort to get to know them better. He had even decided to disregard his first meeting with Kankuro and start over, though he still made fun of him for stealing his sister's makeup, much to the amusement of said sister and Gaara. Not that you could actually tell from the latter. With Gaara he would often talk about their past experiences as Jinchuriki. He had learned from the redhead that unlike Naruto, he did not get along with his bijou, and that even as they continued talking, Shikaku was screaming for the blonde's blood. Naruto figured something was wrong with the seal. A containment seal, especially one holding a bijou, should be strong enough to contain it completely so that it could not harm the container in any way. Kyubi had agreed with this as she explained some of what she knew about the blonde's own seal, and Naruto offered to take a look at it when they got to Suna. His conversations with Temari were a little awkward. He refused to neglect talking to her, and would often ask questions about what it was like being in Suna and some of her missions. However, he had never forgotten what she had tried to do to Tenten. And even though he felt no animosity towards her, was a little distant all the same. Temari found it awkward for a similar reason. Now that he was actually paying attention to her, she felt bad about the way she had treated his friend, but could not work up the courage to apologize. Dear sweet Kami. It's so hot out here. Naruto griped as he and the Suna trio ran through the desert. How the hell can people deal with this Kami-forsaken heat? Kankuro smirked, seemingly finding amusement in the blonde's plight. Can't take the heat? Naruto glared at the puppet user. Of course not. I come from a forest. Let's see you change from 60 and 70-degree weather to 100 and above. Temari gave a small giggle while Kankuro snorted in laughter. I can't believe you, kid. Someone strong enough to beat Gaara is complaining about being hot. Suck it up, you're a man, aren't you? More of a man than you, makeup boy, Kankuro growled before Naruto smirked. You of all people have no right to comment on my gender, seeing as how you steal makeup from that cute sister of yours. Temari felt a small blush coming on her cheeks that no one but Gaara noticed. What was that? Kankuro ground out. You want to say that again? Do I need to repeat myself? Naruto gave an amused grin. Before Kankura could erupt, Gaara interrupted them. As amusing as it is to see you two squabble, we'll be arriving in Suna shortly. Only a few minutes after Gaara informed them of that, they had arrived at Suna's main entrance. After letting Temari deal with the gate guards, they were told to meet a man named Baki at the Kazekage Tower. As the group made their way through the gates and into the village proper, the first thing that Naruto caught was the looks of fear on the villagers' faces. He knew this fear was not directed at him. He could already see their eyes on Gaara as they backed away from them. Naruto found himself disgusted by the people. Had it not caused more problems, he would have probably beat the shit out of them. I don't know whether to find it amusing or disgusting. The Sabaka's siblings turned to look at the blonde as he shook his head. Why is it that people seem to fear Jinchuriki when it's others like the former Kazekage who are the ones that create them? It never made sense to me, calling people like Gaara monsters when all people like him are as a byproduct of power-hungry fools. Naruto had spoken the words loud enough that everyone around him could hear them. The blonde took the time to note people's expressions. Some looked disgruntled or hateful at the comments on their former leader. Others had not changed from the fear they exuded of Gaara. But Naruto also noticed a few thoughtful faces amongst the crowd. With some doubt planted in the minds of some, perhaps there was hope for some change. He looked over at the Sabaka's siblings and grinned at their shocked expressions. Well, just stating my thoughts. Sorry. The rest of the walk was silent as they made their way to the Kazekage Tower. Like everything else, the tower was made of sandstone. It was a large dome-like structure that was situated in the center of the village. Within the seal, Kyubi shook her head at the typical Naruto action. You know, Naruto-kun, that was a very kind thing you did. You think so? Naruto questioned. Well, I just figured I should help in some way, I know, Kyubi said as she thought about her container and his desire to help others. She knew that she would never help another for no reason other than that it was the right thing to do. It actually kind of impressed her. Most beings, herself included, were very selfish. You continue to impress me. I think for that I'll tell you a little about myself when you come into the seal tonight. Naruto perked up at that. Really? Of course, Kyubi's voice betrayed her amusement. Cool. Naruto looked up and noticed they were entering the Kazekage's office. Showtime. As the four walked in, they saw a man with the standard Suna Jonin outfit, which was basically the same as Konoha's except tan and dark brown instead of blue and green, sitting in the office. He had a veil covering the left side of his face and dark black eyes. Naruto recognized him as the trio's Jonin-sensei. Baki-sensei? Temari said in surprise. Baki looked up and smiled. Hello Temari, Kankura, Gaara, it is good to see you three are well. Gaara stepped forward a bit. Likewise sensei, I'm pleased you were not killed during the invasion. Naruto noticed the slight widening of Baki's eyes, the only sign of him being surprised. However, the man was not a Jonin for nothing and covered it up quickly. Thank you, Gaara. The man turned towards Naruto. I was informed by a carrier hawk that you have the new terms for the alliance. Naruto nodded as he stepped forward, digging into his pouch and handing the scroll over. Yep, here it is. Thank you. Baki took the scroll and set it on the desk. The council will hold a meeting tomorrow in order to go over the terms of our alliance, but it may take a day or two before we actually sign it. If you want, I can get you a hotel while you wait. Naruto opened his mouth to accept the offer, but Temari decided to interrupt. Actually, you can stay with us if you want. Her two brothers looked at her in surprise. Naruto did as well, blinking a few times as he registered her words. Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to be a burden or anything. You won't be a burden, Gaara said. I agree with Temari, and we have more than enough room to accommodate you. Naruto scratched the back of his head and gave a grin. Well, if you guys are sure, I wouldn't mind staying. It will be nice not being alone for a change. If that is the case, then the only thing left for me to do would be to congratulate you three on your promotions. The three Suna ninja looked at Baki in surprise. Well, Kankura and Temari did. Gaara just raised an eyebrow as usual. The three of you did very well, and even though Kankura did not fight his match, we have decided to promote all of you. You guys know what that means, don't you? Everyone looked at Naruto, who had a grin on his face. We need to have a party to celebrate. Kaki nere sanzaiwa. Koko and I are you two. Arata na tabi jie iame hajamaru. Kawari yuku kazetsu no nakawa. Ikiniku tabi and I bokura. Chietutsuyoso wati and I rita kido. Nagaretaku jiken no naka and I. Okazari and I shida omowa. Wajirita koto sura wajiritita. Naruto, Temari and just about everybody else watched in a mixture of amusement and shock as a drunk Kankura and Gaara sang karaoke at one of the local bars. Well, it was more of Naruto being amused and everyone else being shocked. The blonde looked over at his companion for the moment and grinned. How come you're not up there with them? Temari looked at Naruto and smirked. Because unlike them, I can hold my liquor. Neither Kankura nor Gaara have ever drank anything before. I didn't know you drink? Naruto took a sip of his sake, relishing the nice slow burn it gave on its way down his throat. He reminded himself that he would have to take the Toad Boss's offer of a drink when he summoned him the next time. I don't often, Temari shrugged, following her fellow blonde's actions. But I have on occasion during some of my diplomatic missions. I was the only one that was usually sent due to the fact that Gaara was always more than likely to kill whoever hired him in Kankuro. Well, just look at him. Naruto did and did not bother holding in the laugh that escaped. Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want him on a diplomatic mission. Honestly, with that makeup and cat suit, I'm more afraid of him than I would be of Gaara. Temari smiled. That's just because you can beat Gaara. Maybe, Naruto shrugged. Honestly, if they fought again and Gaara was actually saying he was not sure who would win. Plus, they were in a desert now. Gaara had a whole country of sand that he could bury the blonde under if they fought here. The thought of being buried under several thousand square miles of sand made him shudder. You know, I don't think I ever asked this. When Temari was sure Naruto was paying attention, she continued. How long have you been a genin? Naruto blinked at the odd question but figured she was just trying to make conversation. About 6 months all told. Well, maybe 7 now. That's it. Temari's eyes widened a bit, causing Naruto to chuckle. You must be some kind of super genius to gain enough strength to take on Gaara after only 6 months as a real ninja. Naruto grimaced. Please don't call me that. Unlike most geniuses, I actually trained hard for my skills. In fact, my training would probably kill most people. You don't like that title? Temari asked, curious. It's not that I dislike geniuses, Naruto grimaced again. It's just that every year in Konoha some new genius comes out of the academy. Seriously, both Neji and Sasuke were considered geniuses of their year, and I kicked Neji's ass, badly I might add. And I'm pretty sure that Sasuke would not stand a chance against me either. Yet everyone thinks he's like the second coming of the Yondaime Hokage or something, though I think that's just because he's the last of the Uchiha clan. Naruto ended his speech in quotation marks. Temari giggled a bit, causing Naruto to grin. He looked back over at Kankuro and Gaara, sweat dropping as he saw the two were really out of it, yet they still managed to keep singing. I think it's about time we got them off the stage. I'm pretty sure Gaara is actually scaring the villagers more than usual. Later that night, Temari had led Naruto to her large mansion as two Kage Bunshin were shouldering Kankuro, who was passed out from drinking, and Gaara, who was still awake but muttering something about teddy bears. As Naruto's clones set the pair down in their beds, the real Naruto looked at Gaara with a thoughtful frown. Hey Q-chan, how come Gaara's not recovering from the alcohol like I do? Kyubi yawned a bit before answering. That's because aside from you being a Hanyu, Shikaku's power is different from mine. Each Jinchuriki comes with different abilities given to them by their Bijou. Shikaki gives Gaara his sand shield while I gave you regenerative abilities. She gave a dismissive flick of her tails. Don't worry about him too much, he will still recover in a few hours or so. Naruto nodded before he left the room and found Temari waiting for him. Let me show you to your room, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked as he heard the added suffix but was not given time to think on it as Temari grabbed him by the hand and led him to where he would be staying. Here we are. This is where you'll stay until you leave. Thanks, Mari-chan. Naruto grinned at the girl. Mari-chan? Temari felt her face heat up at the nickname. Truth be told, while Temari was considered to be one of the most beautiful kunoichi in Suna, she had never really gotten an opportunity to date anyone. While in Suna everyone knew her as the demon's sister and stayed away from her, and when she went out she only seemed to attract perverts. Naruto was different. She could tell he was still kind of perverted, but it did not seem to rule over him like it did most males. And he was not actually hitting on her. She could tell that for the most part his ability to make her blush had been unintentional. Because of this, being around Naruto was always kind of awkward, though not always in a bad way. She watched as Naruto opened the door and bit her lip. Wait. Naruto turned around and raised an eyebrow at the now pensive female blonde. Yes? Something wrong? No, Temari paused before looking down. I wanted to apologize. She looked up and saw Naruto's confusion, so decided to elaborate. When I was fighting your friend, that girl with the buns, I was overly cruel. I'm sorry. Naruto looked at her for a while and Temari began to squirm a bit. Being the daughter of the Kazekage, she never really had to deal with this kind of thing, and had never apologized to anyone, so she was a bit uncomfortable. After a few seconds, however, Naruto merely gave her a soft smile. It's fine, I'm not angry or anything. I mean, yeah, I was at first, but I don't like to live in the past. Besides, Naruto grinned, I could never stay mad at such a beautiful girl. Temari blushed as Naruto made his way inside the bedroom she had given him. The next day was for the most part filled with boredom. Because Naruto was something of an ambassador, he was forced to listen to the Suna Council nitpick over the new alliance agreement, despite the fact that everyone knew they were going to sign it anyway. The agreement would actually help improve their village far more than the previous one did. It made Naruto wonder why they were so adamant on arguing over the damn thing. Thankfully, Baki had told him that he only needed to be at the first meeting as a formality, and that he would not be forced to sit through the negotiations after that. Sometime after the first meeting, Naruto found himself back in the Sabaka mansion looking over Gaara's seal. As he did, a frown made its way on his face. Well, I was right. The seal, while not terrible, is far too weak and shoddy to properly contain a demon. So what's wrong with it? Asked Temari, who was sitting next to Gaara and watching the preceding events. Nothing, Naruto shrugged. There is technically nothing wrong with the seal. Like I said, it's just weak, too weak to hold back the power of a demon. So what are we supposed to do? Temari looked worried. If there was nothing wrong with the seal, then how could they help Gaara? Naruto looked at her and grinned. Well, unfortunately, because I'm not a seal master, I can't do anything. I mean, I could try, but the chances of me breaking the seal and killing Gaara are too high to risk it. However, Rasengan is supposed to be a premier Fuinjutsu master. I'll have him make a run by Suna when he's out of the village and take a look at the seal. It should be possible for him to place a seal over the one Gaara has now to limit the amount of freedom the Shikaku has in Gaara's mind. That would also allow Gaara to get some sleep, since the only reason the blasted sandbag can whisper to him is thanks to the seal being so damn weak. As everyone digested what Naruto told them, said Blonde took out several sealing tags. In the meantime, he can use these. Rasengan helped me make them for me if I ever lost control of Kyuchan's Yuki while training in it. Gaara sat up and pulled his shirt back down before taking one of the seals. He looked at it before turning his gaze to Naruto. What is it? That, my friend, is a Yuki suppression seal, Naruto grinned. Rasengan and I developed it when we were searching for Tsunade Bachan. What it does is forcibly suppress the demonic Yuki of a Bijou. These things can only go suppress about 3 taels worth of power, but for Shikaku they should work like a charm. Those will allow you to sleep until Jiraiya comes to check out the seal. How many of them do you have? Gaara looked at the seal and everyone could see the small amount of hope in his eyes. On me? I only have about 5, but I know how to make them so I can create as many as you want so long as I'm given the necessary supplies. Naruto clicked his tongue for a second before grinning. Give me enough ink and sealing paper and I'll make a 2-year supply that should be more than enough to last until Rasengan comes. Temari and Kankuro looked from Gaara over to Baki, who, while shocked that this boy was so willing to help, of course after hearing him call his Bijou Kyuchan he supposed he shouldn't be, nodded. I can arrange that. While sealing is not very renowned in this village, we should be able to get the necessary supplies. I think I'm going to take one of these now and get some rest. Gaara stood up. Alright, just make sure to attach it to your skin. Your Suna no Yoroi has to be turned off or it won't work. Thank you, Naruto. Gaara surprised everyone by giving a small bow of gratitude before he left to get some sleep. Naruto stretched a bit as he stood up, grinning in satisfaction as he felt his bones pop. Well, that was fun. Now I just have to wait for the council to sign that damned alliance. And if they're anything like the floozies in Konoha, that could take a while. Everyone had a laugh at that while Naruto hummed. So what exactly do you guys do for fun over here? I mean, I would go out drinking again. But Makeup Boy was such an embarrassment the last time, what with being a lightweight, and all that singing he did. Temari laughed while Kankuro growled, Hey! My singing is awesome. Did you see me up there? I was rocking the house. If by rocking you mean the spastic swaying motions you were making while pissed drunk, then yes, you were rocking the house, Naruto grinned. Temari covered her mouth to hold in her giggle, while Kankuro looked about ready to pop a blood vessel. The blonde Suna Kunoichi stood up. If you want, I can offer you a tour around the Suna. Naruto looked over at the girl and grinned. I would like that, Mari-chan. The pair of blondes found themselves walking around Suna with Temari pointing out anything she could have think of that looked interesting. Though, Naruto wondered how she was able to even see where certain things were, since the girl currently had her head on his shoulder, and her eyes were closed. It was like she had some kind of sixth sense or something. Not that he was really thinking too heavily on that, having found most of his attention on the girl whose head was on his shoulder, and whose arms were wrapped around his. That and the fact that she has my arm smashed between her pillows, Naruto thought, fighting a bit to keep the blush off. Really, he felt he should have been used to this by now, what with all the crap he went through with Enko, and then the flirting that Yujito had done with him when they were together. I mean, I had my ass pinched in public. You really can't get much friendlier than that. Well, I suppose you could, but… Gah. Mind out of the gutter, Naruto. Forcibly suppressing the admittedly lewd thoughts that had entered his head, the blonde took a moment to look around. They had somehow managed to locate a park. Really, it was just a basic kids' playground with a few objects of children entertainment like a seesaw, a swing, and a small climbing structure. Oh, I haven't been here in forever, Temari said as she let go of Naruto's arm and sat on one of the swings. She looked over at Naruto and hid a grin as she gave him a pout. Naruto-kun, do you think you can give me a little push? Naruto blushed a bit, finding the way she bit her lower lips and bat her eyelashes to be absolutely sexy. Sigh, maybe Enko was onto something when she said any kunoichi would be able to wrap me around their finger. Especially since I have yet to see an ugly kunoichi. Sure, Naruto dutifully ignored the giggle Temari let out as he walked behind her and began to push her. This would continue on for some time with Naruto pushing Temari while said Suna Kunoichi kicked her legs out on the upswing. They stopped when the sun began to set and Temari got another idea. Temari looked at Naruto with a predatory grin that made the blonde gulp. Why do I feel like an antelope being stalked by a lion? How about we go out to dinner? A little while after that, Naruto and Temari had walked around Suna until Temari had picked a place where she wanted to eat. It was nothing really fancy, just a simple restaurant that thankfully for Naruto had ramen. As Naruto ate his food, using a lot more poise than came naturally since this could very well be considered a date, much like his time with Yujito, he looked up at Temari. Hey, I was wondering something? Temari looked up at Naruto. What is it? Well, I was just curious why you don't have a boyfriend. Temari narrowed her eyes a bit at the reminder. It was fortunate for Naruto that he had continued. I mean, you're such nice and pretty girl, I just found it odd that you wouldn't have one. Temari's eyes softened and a blush stained her cheeks. She looked at him for a second and was surprised to see nothing more than honest curiosity. What makes you think I don't have one? Naruto blinked at the question before answering. Well, if you did, I doubt you would have asked me out to dinner. I mean, if I was your boyfriend and saw you with some guy, I would probably kill them. If anything, the blush that was spread across her cheeks became more prominent. But a smile came on Temari's face as she answered the question. I'm surprised you haven't figured it out. At her fellow blonde's look of confusion, she laughed. I'm the daughter of the Kazekage. A lot of the males in Suna are put off by that, and even our shinobi have some issues getting past it. If that's not enough, I'm also Gaara's sister. Well, that explained things well enough for Naruto, who nodded in reply. The only people who have actually shown an interest in me were some of the sons of rich nobles and daimyos that I had met and escorted. There have even been a few daimyos themselves who have expressed an interest in me. Temari said the words expressed with distaste, and Naruto heard a mutter of perverted old men added on at the end. I suppose that would keep people from actually trying to get to know you. What about you? Temari asked suddenly enough that it startled Naruto. I mean, you were awfully close to that bun-haired girl I fought, and that Yujito girl. Naruto blushed a bit before getting himself under control. Well, they're not my girlfriends per se. I don't have a girlfriend or anything, I'm just really close to those two. Tenchan was the first friend my age that I ever made, and Yujito. He paused for a moment, not sure if he was allowed to tell anyone about Yujito's status before remembering that Jinchuriki were looked up to in Kumo. Yujito is like me and Gaara. Temari felt surprised at the two statements. Though she now understood why Naruto seemed so close to those two. She had listened in on Naruto's conversation with Gaara when he spoke about his experiences, so of course he would be close to that Tenten girl as she was his first friend. And it made even more sense with the Kumo Kunoichi Yujito, since she could relate to Naruto on a level most others could not. I suppose that makes sense. So you don't have a girlfriend? No, Naruto shook his head. I don't. But even I tried to get one. There are complications that make it impossible for me to have a stable relationship with anyone. Temari frowned a bit at the response, but it was soon replaced with curiosity. What could keep you from being in a relationship with anyone? Naruto frowned for a moment before leaning in, forcing Temari to do the same. I suppose since you're related to Gaara, it's okay to tell you. I doubt you've heard, since even Ero Sennin's only found out about this recently. But there's a group of 9 S-ranked criminal ninja that are after the Bija. He heard Temari gasp a bit and nodded. Naturally, that makes my life even more dangerous than a regular ninja. We don't know what they want them for. However, a group of criminals on that level trying to gain that much power, you can be sure it's anything but good. Sighing, Naruto leaned back in his chair. I could never give myself to someone else knowing that the chances of me dying are so high. It was not the only reason, of course. There was also the fact that even if he did end up in a relationship, anyone he got with would eventually die. Whether it be of old age or something else, they would die while he would live. Temari frowned sadly at hearing that. That sounds like it will be awfully lonely. It is, but it's not like I'm just closing myself off. I will do whatever I can to make my precious people happy, and that's good enough for me. Precious people? Temari murmured in a questioning tone. She looked up at Naruto and blushed a bit. Am I one of your precious people? Naruto looked at Temari for a few moments before grinning. Maybe. Why do you ask? Do you want to be? Temari just blushed while Naruto laughed. Later that night, Naruto and Temari walked to the mansion, and, being the chivalrous bastard that he was, escorted the girl to her room. Thank you for taking me out. Temari turned around to face Naruto and give him a smile. Naruto smiled in return, though it was more of a sheepish grin as he scratched the back of his head. Hee. No problem, Mari-chan. I like spending time with you. That's good. I like spending time with you as well. Temari looked down at her feet for a moment as if to gather her courage. When she looked up again, Temari leaned in and gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek. She pulled away and smiled when she saw the blonde shinobi with a prominent blush on his face, as he lightly touched the spot where she had kissed him. That was for giving me such an enjoyable time. Temari gave him a wink. Also, I don't think you should worry about those guys who are after you. You're one of the strongest ninja I know. After all, not many people can beat Gaara. So I know you'll be fine. Good night, Naruto-kun. Naruto watched as Temari closed the door to her room before a smile found its way on his face. Hot damn, what is it with these girls being so close to me all of a sudden? Are you complaining? Came the annoyed voice of Kyubi. She did not really know why, but seeing her container with that girl or any female really gave her an unpleasant feeling. However, Naruto did not notice the annoyance in her tone as he spoke. Of course not. Who could complain about that? I was just wondering what it is I'm doing differently from what I had done in the academy. Kyubi shook her head at how dense her container was. Does it matter? Now get to your room and come into the seal. Yes, ma'am. Naruto made his way to the room they gave him, which he loved due to the fact that it was larger than his apartment. He took off his clothes and jumped onto the bed, not even bothering to get under the covers as he went into the confines of his mind. Chapter 33 Konoha Dealings. The next day was much the same as the first for Naruto, only without him having to listen to the council. Instead, Temari had woken him up and taken him out to breakfast and afterwards had asked for a spar. He found out that the girl was quite good with futon jutsu and her fan. She and Naruto had eventually swapped some jutsu with each other as well as compared notes on their uses for wind chakra. He had also spent some time with Gaara, and he could honestly say that he had never had a more amusing was the appropriate word time. Naruto had introduced his red-haired friend to the fine dish that was ramen. It was to his surprise and great joy that the Suna Jinchuriki loved the dish almost as much as he did. Between the two of them they had devoured upwards of 60 bowls, causing the ramen stand owner there no small amount of shock, nor joy when he had received the money for making the food. After that they had walked around the village and talked about Jinchuriki things, comparing notes on Bija. Naruto had also asked about how well his suppression seal had worked, and was assured by Gaara that it worked perfectly. Another amusing thing was all of the looks the pair were getting. Naruto, with his rambunctious attitude, was almost always cracking jokes, laughing and just having a good time. Seeing someone like him with Gaara, who said ninja was not trying to kill and actually talking with and listening to said blonde telling jokes, was something of a shock for the village populace who was used to having him as a psychotic killer. Naruto actually hoped that this in some way made the people of this village realize that Gaara was just as human as they were, and was deserving of their respect. Other than that, not much else had happened with the sole exception of Kyubi telling him some more about herself. This time it was about how she had gained a human form. Turns out that the only reason Kyubi had managed to gain this form was because family of humans. Flashback. I had noticed them at the edge of the forest, Kyubi said as she lay down in the bed and closed her eyes. I instantly recognized them, of course. I had seen quite a few humans before them. She frowned for a moment. By that time I had gotten rather tired of having to deal with their constant attacks, and had been looking for some way to get them to stop without having to sully my hands with the task of killing them. Naruto's sweat dropped as he heard the last bit. I watched as the two adults watched the small little girl running around, and as I watched them an idea began to form in my head. If I could look human, then those damn humans would never bother me again. Kyubi turned her head to see Naruto leaning against the wall right next to her. I wasn't really sure to go about the task of creating a human body. But as I watched the girl I became curious. I had wondered to myself, what would it be like to be that little girl? I didn't think you would care to wonder about such things, Naruto commented. Kyubi sighed. I do get curious about some things, Naruto-kun. My fox form was not just random chance occurrence. From what I understand, each Bija's form is based on one or more of the primary aspects of their personality. I am a fox. I was blessed with incredible intelligence and cunning as well as a curiosity about things I see and don't understand. I thought cats were the curious ones. Cats and foxes are distantly related, Kyubi said before frowning. At least I think they are. I never really studied animal anatomy, so I could be wrong. Kyubi paused for a moment before continuing. Normally I'm able to control my curiosity, but at the time my mind was also wondering how I could create a human body for my own use. Anyways, as I watched them my body began to shrink and I began to change. Before I knew it I was an exact replica of that little girl I had been watching. After that I had come out of the forest and mimicked what the girl was doing. Seeing me, the family decided to take me in and raised me. Do you ever miss them? Asked Naruto, curiosity clear in his voice. Of course not, Kyubi scoffed as she shook her head. I had never really gotten attached to them. They were humans, and though I looked like one I was not. A smirk graced the redhead's lips. I think they always knew something was different about me. I was much more reserved than their daughter, and did not like to be held or even touched. I tolerated it at the time because I was trying to learn how humans interacted with each other. It was one of the key gaps of information I had on humans. You still don't seem to know much about human interaction, Naruto replied dryly. I didn't say I cared enough to interact with humans myself, Kyubi shot back. I had only observed them for the most part. Once I had gotten all the information I felt was necessary, I began to manipulate them as I saw fit. I would manipulate my parents into treating me like I was the queen of the house and my sister was essentially my servant, and go between for other humans that were not a part of my family. Once my body began to come into its teenage years, I began to expand my influence. I had learned rather early on that the boys would cut off their own arms just to be near me. I ended up using my beauty and charms to influence them as well. My influence continued to expand in the small town I essentially grew up in until I practically ruled it. QB shrugged as she ended her story. In the end, when I had lived with them for 17 years learning all I could about how I could best use humans, then I left, and I never looked back. And so your form now is that of the girl who you had gained the image of? Asked Naruto. He did not comment on her life. He knew enough about QB not to get angry about her manipulative ways. It was just the way she was, and there really wasn't much point in getting angry anymore. No, this is my form, she replied. As I grew up, my looks began to differ from hers, and as I changed forms, I would take on specific physical aspects of the person I changed into until my form became complete. So you can transform into another person? Did you do that often? Asked Naruto. QB laughed. I have always been changing how I look to suit my needs. I had found out that I hold the ability to shapeshift. I believe it is something that only I can do, though you can to a certain extent as well. Naruto blinked for a moment before he realized what she was talking about. You mean my Kagehenge? QB nodded. Yep. Anyways, this form that you see before you is actually my body's representation of myself. My complete form, if you will, that I gained sometime around 50 years after I left the people who raised me. I always have this base human form that I return to after transforming into whoever I have previously. Whenever I disengage my transformation, this is what I become. And what about the tails and ears? Those aren't part of your base form, are they? No, QB admitted. But I dislike having to hide them. I did so when I traveled, but since I am stuck here, I have no need to hide my appendages. Naruto looked thoughtful as he went over what she told him in his head. So have you ever transformed into a guy before? Nope. I tried once, but for some reason I was never able to do it. QB paused and hummed thoughtfully. I'm not really sure why, but my theory is that, when I first transformed into a human, it was into a girl. I grew up being raised as a girl while I was in my first human form. This gave me a female perspective. Because of that, even though I am technically just a mass of yuki, I have the mindset of a woman, and therefore am a woman. I see. Naruto clicked his tongue in mild thought. I wonder why I can transform into a female then. Who knows? Maybe you're just more in touch with your feminine side. Yeah, maybe hey wait. Are you telling me I act like a chick? Naruto glared at the vixen. QB gave him a cheeky grin that was eerily reminiscent of his own, or was his similar to hers? Well, I didn't want to comment, but that's cruel, Q-chan, Naruto sniffed. Sometimes you're so mean, I think I'm gonna cry. Don't feel sad, Naruto-kun, QB cooed as she modulated her voice, much like she used to when using her beauty and charms to turn men into slaves. Unlike with other males she had used it on, Naruto merely felt a small shiver run down his spine. There's nothing wrong with that, and a lot of girls seem to like you, so I wouldn't worry. The redhead frowned at the thought of other women, unworthy human women, pawing at her container for a moment, before shaking the thoughts away. That was true, Naruto thought to himself, completely missing the look QB had as he considered what she said. He had received 3 kisses from 3 different girls in the last 2 months. I suppose that's true. The blonde looked over at the redhead. Does Q-chan like me too? QB looked over at him for a moment, unsure what to do. However, when she saw the teasing grin on his face, she knew he was trying to goad her, much like she had done in the past. She smirked at the thought that anyone would actually be able to get the best of her. She decided to make sure he knew this by setting her head back in his lap and nuzzling against him. Damn it, QB. What the hell are you doing? Asked Naruto in a loud and embarrassed voice. What? QB looked at him innocently. You asked a question. I was just hoping to answer it for you in the way I thought worked best. Flashback. Yep, good times for one blonde future Hokage. It was the day after that, which the alliance treaty was signed, and Naruto was currently standing just inside of Suna's gate as he got ready to go home. Looks like this will be the last time I see you guys for a while. The blonde smiled at the 3 Suna siblings. I'm glad you're gonna be gone, you goddamn cheeky brat, Kankura said, though there was no real malice in his voice. Naruto merely grinned at the kid before Gaara stepped in front of him. I look forward to seeing you again, Naruto-san. Naruto smiled. Me too, Gaara. He held out his hand. Gaara blinked for a few seconds before realizing what the blonde wanted and grabbed the hand, shaking firmly. A moment later, Gaara leaned in to whisper in Naruto's ear, If you hurt my sister, I will kill you. Did he just play the protective brother card on me? Wondered Naruto while looking at the redhead Jinchuriki in no small amount of surprise. Well, he has been getting more protective of his brother and sister as of late. Well, maybe not so much Kankura as he has Temari. The blonde was knocked out of his thoughts as Gaara stepped back and Temari stood in front of him with her hands behind her back and a coy expression on her face. You take care of yourself, Naruto-kun. I expect to see you again when I'm back in Konoha or when you come back here. You got it, Mari-chan. Naruto thumped his chest. Next time you come to Konoha, I'll take you out to Ichiraku's where they serve the best food in the world. Gaara, knowing the blonde's favorite food, licked his lips at the thought of the noodles that had subsequently become his own favorite food. Temari just smiled. I'll hold you to that. She closed the distance between them and gave Naruto a hug and another kiss on the cheeks. Alright, Naruto stuttered with a small blush on his face. Temari grinned while Kankuri gave a snicker, causing the blonde shinobi to glare at the puppet user. It left a moment later as he grinned at the trio. I'll see you guys later. Naruto turned around and let loose, taking off like a jet fighter and kicking up sand as he made his way out of the village. Naruto had cut through the desert and forests of Kaze no Kuni and Hai no Kuni respectively at a ridiculous pace, making it to Konoha within the record time of one day. Since it was nearly night time and Naruto doubted Tsunade was awake, either from being tired from the day or drinking herself into a stupor, one or the other, Naruto decided to get some sleep before giving his report. The next day Naruto arrived at the Hokage's tower and greeted Shizen at the front desk. Hey Shizen-chan. How are you? Shizen looked up and gave Naruto a large smile. Naruto-kun, it's good to see you. How was your mission? Me can't complain. Naruto shrugged before giving a grin. The company was nice and I got to see some new places, so overall it was good. That's good, you can head on in to give your report. Tsunade-sama should be available. Shizen gestured towards the door. Grinning, Naruto slammed the door open. Hello Bachan. You're so lucky I'm comfortable, brat. Or I would have pounded you into the Hokage monument, Tsunade said from her position on the couch. She was holding a bottle of sake in one hand and a saucer in the other. Meanwhile Akage Bunshin was sitting at her desk working furiously on the paperwork. I see you're putting my knowledge to good use. Naruto smirked as he entered the room and sat down on the couch next to Tsunade. You look quite comfortable. Tsunade grinned as she took a sip of sake. I have to admit, you're a genius for coming up with this. Shizen can't even complain because I usually finish my paperwork sometime before lunch. So I take it the mission was a success? Of course. Were you expecting any less? Naruto grinned as he held out the scroll that held the treaty. Tsunade grabbed the scroll and tossed it to her clone, who caught it before setting it down on the desk and continued working. Not really. So do you want another mission, or do you have other plans in mind? You know, I'm not really sure. Naruto stood up and stretched before turning back to the blonde woman with a grin. Since I just did a mission, I think I'm gonna get some more training in before going on another mission so soon. Alright, brat. Have fun but don't cause problems. Tsunade waved him off. Naruto favored the blonde Hokage with a grin. Me? Cause problems? How could you even think I would do such a thing? The blonde shinobi jumped on the windowsill, crouching down before he jumped out. Later, Bachan. Naruto wandered back over to his apartment. Our favorite blonde was in for a surprise when he found Tenten standing on his doorstep. Tenchan? Tenten turned around and her frown turned into a small smile. Hey Naruto-kun, how are you doing? Not bad. Naruto walked up to the bun-haired girl and favored her with a smile. I just got back from a mission. How have you been? I've been good. Our team's been pretty busy with missions recently, but most of them are D rank. Thankfully, Guy-sensei says he'll have us doing more C ranks soon, once the village's repairs get done. Man, I'm so glad I don't have to do D ranks anymore, what with being a chunin and all now. Naruto looked the girl over. So is there any reason you're here, or was it just 'cause you miss me so much? Tenten blushed a bit at seeing Naruto's grin but tried to at least make it seem like she had not missed him. Don't be so full of yourself. I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Naruto let his grin fall as curiosity overcame him. So what did you want to talk about? Remember when we went on our date? Tenten blushed as she looked down. You promised me that you would tell me why you were so hated. Naruto sighed as he heard this. The truth of the matter was that with all that had happened and all the things he had done since then caused him to forget about his promise. But now that she had brought it up, he did remember. Why don't you come inside and I'll tell you about it? Leading Tenten inside his apartment, Naruto directed her towards a couch while he went into the kitchen. Can I get you anything to drink? Tenten looked over to see Naruto looking around in a cupboard. Some tea would be nice if you have any. Naruto nodded to himself as he grabbed some leaflets, a tea kettle and 2 cups, and then proceeded to make some tea. Finishing up, he poured the hot water into the 2 cups and brought them out to the living room, sitting one of them in front of Tenten, who thanked him. For a moment Naruto was silent before he managed to work up the courage to get started. My birthday is on October 10th, the same day the Kyuubi attacked our village. And so he told her. He spoke of the Kyuubi being sealed into him, how he had never learned of this until he had been tricked by a traitor. He told her about his meetings with the Kyuubi and that it was in fact a she, something Tenten had been ecstatic to find out. Apparently it was a big morale booster for Tenten knowing that the most powerful being to ever exist was in fact female. After that it was the only thing she seemed to care about, saying it proved women could be even stronger than men, go figure. The only thing Naruto did not tell her was that he was half demon. He had just given her knowledge about him holding a demon. He was not sure how she would react to learn he was a demon. Naruto had even relented and finally told her everything about his A-ranked mission in Nami no Kuni. From fighting the demon brothers, to meeting Zabuza, meeting Haku and then Haku's eventual death. Tenten could understand why he had not told her, the story being sad enough that she could not even find it in herself to be jealous that he had met a member of the Kiri Shinobigatana Nananin Shu. By the end of his tale Tenten could not help but sigh, okay. So I do understand why you never told me any of this, and I can see how you would be scared of letting friends know about. But I'm gonna tell you right now that you're an idiot. Had Naruto not been seated he would have face-faulted. As it was he merely sweat-dropped. May I ask why? Well, for one, my dad told me to never let anyone other than myself judge you after we first met. Another thing is that I know you very well. You can't honestly think I would believe someone who acts as goofy as you is a demon. Though from what you've told me, QB isn't really bad. She paused and tapped her chin in thought for a moment before adding, though I wouldn't call her misunderstood either. And lastly, I can tell the difference between something that's been sealed and the thing it's sealed into. It's like how I seal my weapons in a storage scroll. Just because I seal my weapons in the scroll does not make the scroll the weapons that are sealed into it. Naruto smiled at how Tenten seemed to just accept it. Were he a lesser man he would probably be crying. Thankfully he wasn't a lesser man, he was one of the manliest men this side of Konohagakure. You keep telling yourself that, Naruto-kun. Kyubi piped up and burst his delusions of grandeur. You're so mean, Q-chan. Naruto gave the equivalent of a mental pout. Sometimes I really hate you. Ah, I love you too. Naruto? Said Blonde looked at Tenten who seemed concerned. Are you crying? Huh? Naruto rubbed his eyes to see tears. Trying to make a quick cover-up he rubbed his eyes dry, making sure to ignore the laughter from Kyubi echoing in his mind. PFT. Of course not, I just got something in my eyes is all. Tenten withheld a giggle. Yeah you do, you've got tears in your eyes. Naruto scowled when it became obvious that his bun-haired friend did not believe him. A few seconds later though it was replaced by a smile before the blonde surprised Tenten and engulfed her in a hug. Said girl blushed a bright red as she felt steam pour from her ears, and she might have actually pulled a Hinata and fainted had she not heard Naruto speak. Thank you. The words were soft, heartfelt, and somehow gave Tenten a warm feeling that spread from the heart to the rest of her body. You're welcome. She returned his embrace, deciding that for the moment, she would just enjoy the feeling. The following weeks were filled with C-rank missions and training for Naruto. Most of his missions were fairly easy. He would usually lead a squad of genin, often one of the squads from his graduating academy outside of the village on simple missions. These would normally consist of things like border patrols, escort missions, guard missions, reconnaissance, and the very rare bandit hunting. He did go on a few B ranks where he would tackle more bandits, and even missing ninja with a group of chunin and jonin on occasion, but they were rare. His training was progressing as it usually did. Naruto had begun diversifying his training even more, not with his Kage Bunshins but with himself. After his morning routine Naruto would usually spend time either sparring with Enko, Team 10 or the other rookie teams, which had been dubbed the Konoha 9, having been called that due to the fact that they were all rookie genin who had made it past the second stage of the Chunin exams despite being in their first 6 months of active duty. In fact that was one of the things he was doing right now. Gutsuga. Naruto dodged the living drills that Kiba and his dog Akamaru had become as they both barreled towards him. He made sure that neither one of them stayed from his sight too long as he analyzed the dog Nin and his canine's moves, trying to discover any weakness he could exploit. Over on the sidelines were Kurenai, Hinata and Shino, all of whom were watching the battle. Naruto is pretty fast, Kurenai commented as she watched the spar. Very fast actually. I think he has gotten faster since the Chunin exams. Shino gave an almost imperceptible nod. It is obvious that he is going easy on Kiba-san. You can tell by the way he is prepared to leap out of the way long before Kiba-san or Akamaru can hit him. And Naruto-kun has gotten really strong, hasn't he? Hinata said, never taking her eyes off the fight. Oh, out of all the Genin W who participated in the Chunin exams and Naruto-kun was the only one to get promoted. The other two said nothing but gave a silent agreement. Back with the battle Naruto had finished analyzing the jutsu Kiba and his dog used. It was a taijutsu move much like the ones Lee and Guy had. Only this one relied on rotating one's body and using the claws that were a genetic trait of the Inuzuka clan's Kekkai Genkai to become a drill and tear the flesh off of opponents. While powerful if the jutsu hit, it had a lot of weaknesses. One being that it only moved in a straight line, meaning unless you had something to bounce off of, you could only really use it once. Another was that it was slow to gather the necessary amount of rotation to generate enough power to become a drill. And the last was the weak spot right in the very center of the drill when it came at you. It was this weakness Naruto exploited. Waiting until the two came at him from opposite sides in the hopes of catching him off guard, Naruto crouched down, and when Kiba and Akamaru were practically on top of him, lashed out. He jumped into the air, spinning his body in a corkscrew, and sent a foot towards Kiba and a fist towards Akamaru. The foot smashed right into Kiba's head, stopping his forward momentum and using the generated kinetic force to launch him backwards. Akamaru had the same effect, but being much smaller it was not as pronounced. Ouch. What the hell? How come I can't hit you? Kiba growled as he rubbed his head. Naruto looked at him for a second before shrugging. Your jutsu depends on several conditions to be met before it becomes ideal for use. The first is you have to be faster than your opponent. The second is you have to catch your opponent in a position where he can't use the weak spot I just hit. And the third? Kurenai interrupted with her own question as she and the other two genin came on the field. There is no third. So long as those two conditions are met, the jutsu should work just fine. Kiba glared at the blonde a bit before sighing. Since when did you get so smart? Naruto gave Kiba a grin. I've always been smart. Everyone else was just too stupid to notice. Lies. Ah, come on, Q-chan. Do you have to ruin it for me? Kyubi's laughter passed through his mind. Yes. Spoilsport. Naruto shut off his mental conversation and grinned at the members of Team 8. So who wants to spar next? Or perhaps all three of you should give it a go. Naruto grinned as he walked off the training field an hour later, leaving 3 unconscious genin and an exasperated Kurenai behind. As he made his way into Konoha proper, he never noticed a small figure following him. Hyuga Hanabi watched as the blonde who had defeated Niji and nearly won the entire Chunin exam walked down the street. Much like her sister had before her, the young white-eyed girl had taken to following the whiskered blonde around, studying him the way one would study a science experiment. She continued to follow the blonde as he passed around a corner, only to stop when Naruto seemingly disappeared. Is there a reason you're stalking me, Kia? Hanabi let out an undignified shriek as she spun around and saw Naruto standing behind her with an amused expression. The young Hyuga did her best to gain her lost dignity as she glared at the blonde, though that only served to increase said blonde's amusement. You know, if you're going to stalk someone you should do it properly. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he gave the girl a smirk. I knew you were following me the moment I left the training field. When the girl continued her glare, Naruto sighed. Look, are you gonna stare at me all day or are you gonna tell me why you were stalking me? Hanabi flushed but was determined not to let the obnoxious blonde get to her, at least not any more than he already had. I was not stalking you as you so succinctly put it, she claimed with a huff. Oh? Naruto raised an eyebrow. So what would you call trying to tail someone without letting them know you following them? Hanabi blushed again, but it soon turned into a scowl as she glared at him. You defeated Niji-ne-san, she said, completely ignoring his question. Naruto blinked as she stared at the girl curiously. You're related to Niji? Well, of course you are with those eyes. So, how are you related to him? Hanabi's right eyebrow twitched. Obviously, I'm his cousin. I see, Naruto nodded. And you're stalking me because I kicked his ass and you're upset. I am not upset. Hanabi growled as she began to lose her Hyuga cool. And I suppose red is your natural facial color, Naruto stated as he looked at the girl's red face. Hanabi's face began to take on a shade of purple as she stared at the blonde who was mocking her. She looked like she was just about to explode, or implode, whichever came first. However, she did none of that as she seemed to take a hold of herself, and her face regained its Hyuga look. I don't know how an idiot like you managed to beat Niji-ne-san, Hanabi mumbled under her breath. However, it was loud enough for Naruto to hear. Well, if you'd like to find out how I beat Niji, you're welcome to try and find out, Firecracker. Naruto smirked as he saw Hanabi's face change colors again. What did you call me? Hanabi asked with a cold glare. Naruto grinned. Firecracker, you've got such a feisty attitude I figured the name suited you. Why? Don't you like the name Little Firecracker? Don't call me that. Hanabi ground out, punctuating each word. Naruto just laughed. Yeah, not gonna happen, Firecracker. The blonde gave the girl a condescending pat on the head. When Hanabi tried to juke and strike him, the blonde disappeared in a swirl of leaves, reappearing right behind her. Boo, Kia! Hanabi yelled as she spun around in shock. She had not been using her Byakugan, so she had not realized Naruto had reappeared behind her. So are your eyes defective or something? Asked Naruto, picking out his ear with his pinky. 'Cause Niji wouldn't have been caught by surprise had I done that. I didn't have them on. Hanabi ground her teeth. Well, maybe you should turn them, suggested Naruto. That way I won't feel as bad when I humiliate you. Rah! Hanabi shouted as her Byakugan turned on and she charged Naruto. A frontal assault? Naruto mentally questioned himself. Is she serious? Even at my dumbest I would never have done something like that against a superior opponent. Of course, like always, Kyubi decided to make herself known with a condescending remark. Yes, you would have. Kyu-chan, why are you always so cruel? Asked Naruto as he dodged several Juken strikes, got behind Hanabi and knocked her out with a chop to the neck. He picked her up before she could fall and began hopping onto the buildings. Just making sure you don't get a big head, she commented idly. So what are you gonna do with her? Just drop her off at the Hyuga compound, he said. Naruto looked over at the eager weapons user in front of him, and could not help but smile at the way she was bouncing on the balls of her feet. Since you're so excited, I believe we should begin. Reaching into his left kunai holster, he pulled out a small slip of paper. He held it out to Tenten. I'm sure you know what this is. Of course, Tenten nodded as she grabbed the slip of paper and began channeling some chakra into it. When she did, the entire slip crumbled into dust. It looks like your element is earth, Naruto murmured. I myself am not an earth user. However, I managed to gain some scrolls for all of the elements in case you were one that I wasn't. He paused for a moment before continuing. This is actually a good element for you since you're a weapons user. You tend to focus more on long range and offense, whereas the earth element is a mainly defensive element. Naruto pulled a scroll out of his cloak and tossed it to Tenten. That scroll contains the first exercise needed to train your element, as well as 3 basic jutsu I want you to learn. I'll be here if you need help, but since I don't know much about your element, it will be best to try and figure this out on your own as much as possible. I gotcha, Tenten said as she looked at the scroll. She looked up at Naruto for a moment before embracing him. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto felt his face get a little warm, but that did not stop him from returning the girl's hug. You're welcome, Tenchan. While Tenten began trying to turn a leaf into dust, Naruto created several dozen Kage Bunshin and began to spar. He slipped down low as one of his clones threw a punch, grabbing the arm and throwing his clone into another one, causing them both to dispel. Spinning on the balls of his feet, he kicked a clone in the face. However, it disappeared and was replaced with a log. Naruto was so shocked to see one of his clones using the Kawarimi that he ended up getting a fist smashed into his face. Alright. That does it, Naruto shouted as he began to go all out on his clones. The battle soon degenerated into a free-for-all as all the Narutos did their best to kill each other. Soon enough, Naruto had several large rips in his clothes and was bleeding from numerous wounds. His clones really weren't holding back. Gah! All of the battling blondes stopped and turned to look at Tenten, who looked constipated as she stared at the leaf in her hands. Having some issues, Tenchan? Asked Naruto, startling the girl so badly she threw the leaf up in the air. I can't get this stupid leaf to turn into dust, Tenten said with a large pout on her face. Ah, don't you look cute with that pout on your face, teased Naruto. Shut up, Tenten mumbled as a blush spread across her face. Anyway, try this, he said, kneeling down and grabbing a leaf from the ground. When I use my element, I often think of my wind chakra as 2 sharp blades grinding against each other to create a finely honed point. The leaf within Naruto's hand split in half down the center. Your element is earth, and your exercise is to turn the leaf into dust. I would think that imagining the grainy feel of texture and dust would help you with this exercise. You think that will work? Asked Tenten, staring at the new leaf in her hand. I don't know, Naruto shrugged. As I said, I'm not an earth element. I'm just guessing here, but it may help. Tenten took a deep breath and closed her eyes again, feeling and focusing her chakra. Naruto gave her what encouragement he could, and while she did not manage to turn a leaf into dust, she did manage to dry a leaf out a little bit. A few days later, Naruto entered the weapon shop owned by Tenten's father and was able to easily spot said girl sitting at the counter in the back. Hey Tenchan. Tenten looked up as the door to her father's shop opened and smiled as Naruto came in. Hey Naruto-kun. Is there something I can do for you? Or is this just a social visit? A little of both actually, Naruto grinned as he walked up to the register that Tenten was sitting at. I'm leaving tomorrow for some kind of mission. Tsunade Bachan wouldn't tell me what it was. I think I pissed her off when I drank nearly 5 human-sized containers of Mount Mayaboku sake without her. You really shouldn't call Tsunade-sama by such rude names, Tenten frowned at the blonde. She was on the fence of being mad at him for calling her idol such a name, and finding his use of such a derogatory name funny. And you really shouldn't have drunken all that sake. Naruto gave a half-assed shrug as he grinned. It's a term of endearment, Tenchan. I called the Sande Majizan. I called Jiraiya Erosenin, therefore Tsunade is Bachan. Tenten just sighed. Whatever. Yeah, anyways. So I suppose first we should get to business. Naruto set the weights he had gotten when he first became a genin on the desk. I need to get new weights. Why? What's wrong with these ones? She frowned in thought. These are some of the most durable equipment we have, Naruto-kun. They're supposed to last for years. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he gained a sheepish expression. Well, I kinda reached the maximum amount of weight these things possess. So, as the blonde trail of Tenten's eyes widened, You've already reached the maximum weight limit. Naruto, the maximum amount of weights for these things are 200 pounds each. There is no way he could have reached that level of weight in just under 6 months. Not even Lee had increased his weights that much in that short a time. It simply wasn't possible, was it, Tenten? Are you forgetting? Naruto placed a hand on his stomach, causing her to flush with embarrassment. She had been told about the benefits of being Kyuubi's container, one of which was the regeneration of his muscles, causing them to be nearly twice as strong each time he ripped them. Right, I forgot. Tenten came out from behind the counter and went over to the sections with the weights. Looking at a few different sets, she chose the one she felt would work best for Naruto. This is the best selection of weights we have in stock. Tenten handing Naruto the box before she opened it up and took one out, unlike his other weights, which actually looked like weights. These ones were dark red wrist and ankle bands with what Naruto recognized as weight seals on them. They use a seal to increase the weight, it was a statement. That's right, Tenten nodded. Unlike our other weights that use a chakra-conducive, lightweight metal, these ones use seals. Because of this, there is no actual limit to the amount of weight you can put on them. At least we have never found a limit. People have to wear them in order to activate the weights, so the most we have seen added was 600 pounds to one of them. Naruto nodded. I'm guessing they're expensive? 10,000 yen, Tenten confirmed. Naruto had never been so thankful that he had started doing exclusively C and B-ranked missions. The amount of money he had gotten had nearly tripled, giving him a nice sum of cash that he had saved up. It also helped that his two Kage Bunshin, Akira and Kian, had also made quite a bit of money. He had even managed to get a bank account now where he put most of it away. That is pretty pricey, but thankfully I've got cash to spare. Naruto followed Tenten back to the register where she rang him up. After paying for the weights, Naruto took a moment to put them on. When he got back up, he gave the bun-haired girl a smile. And now that the business is out of the way, I was wondering if you wanted to go out to dinner with me. Tenten's face instantly became a nice shade of red. I'll like a date? Naruto had never actually asked her out to dinner before. The thought brought a tingling warmth to it that traveled down her spine. Naruto, noticing the increasing hue on her face, tapped his chin. Well, it doesn't have to be if you don't want it to. But if you do, I would be more than happy to take you on a date. Tenten's face seemed to light up for a second before it fell. I don't. Will it be like last time? When Naruto turned a confused look on her, the weapons mistress elaborated. I don't want to go somewhere where people will be rude to you because of… Naruto understood what she meant as he remembered their last date had not gone well due to the waitress. That Tenten was concerned about his happiness brought a small smile to Naruto's face. I wouldn't worry about that. I've found a place that I know won't kick me out, so if you're still interested in dinner, the offer's still open. For dinner, Naruto had taken Tenten to a small but nice restaurant called the Golden Leaf. It was a diner-style restaurant located on the outer section of Konoha's market district. The place was not fancy or anything, but it was nice. When Naruto and Tenten walked into the front door and up to the desk where the hostess stood, they both noticed her stiffen. However, as Tenten began to get worried, the blonde surprised her when he spoke. I would like the reserved seat under the name Fujin, please. The blonde allowed himself a small smile as he saw the widening of the hostess's eyes, no doubt having been informed about the name's meaning. He also noticed that the woman gave him a smile, though it was obviously forced. Of course, right this way. Naruto began walking, forcing Tenten to walk with him, and knocking her out of her slight shock. They were eventually led to a private booth where the pair sat on opposite sides of each other. A waiter will be with you shortly to take your orders. Have a nice stay. When the hostess walked off, Tenten turned to Naruto, confusion evident on her face. What was that about? Naruto chuckled a bit before explaining. On one of my recent missions, a B-rank one where the team I was on had to eradicate a small nest of bandits and missing ninja, I managed to find and rescue a woman by the name of Okawa Kikyo who had been captured while traveling. Turns out she's a citizen of Konoha and had been on a trip to find rare ingredients from other countries in order to spice up the menu of this restaurant. Tenten blinked as the words registered in her mind. So I take it she's the owner of this shop? No, her husband is the owner, while she works the menu. Naruto smiled a bit. When Kikyo-san told her husband about how I rescued her, I guess he just had a change in heart. Because the next thing I knew, he had found me after I had been returning from a mission, and told me that if I ever wanted a place to eat, I was welcome here. I see, Tenten smiled. That's actually kind of cool. So what about the name Fujin? What was up with that? Oh, that, Naruto gave a dismissive wave. I didn't want them to lose customers because of me, so he created this private booth. Fujin is the alias I came up with for when I want to dine here. Since my elemental chakra is wind-natured, I thought it would be a good idea since Fujin means wind god. Tenten covered her mouth to hide a small laugh. A little grandiose of a name, don't you think? Naruto gave a pout as he crossed his arms. I wanted something cool, that, and I couldn't think of anything else. This time Tenten let out a rather loud laugh. causing Naruto to puff up her cheeks comically. It's not funny. However, this only seemed to make the girl laugh that much harder. She managed to calm down in time to deliver her order when the waiter came, and after that the two made some more small talk. Most of their discussion was centered on various new weapon designs the two were trying to come up with. Naruto, having for the most part turned away from pranks with only his sarcasm and occasional torturing of Sasuke and Sakura being the closest thing that could be considered as such, had put his pranking mind to other uses. One of those had been to help Tenten design new weapons or improve old ones. They had come up with several different weapons, a few of which Tenten's father was in the process of making and a few that were unfeasible for the moment, and had been put on the shelf. After dinner they had walked around one of Konoha's parks before Naruto escorted Tenten home, getting a kiss on the cheek goodnight, much to Kaido's, who had been watching from inside the shop, disgruntlement. After that Naruto went home, knowing that he would need a good night's rest for whatever mission he had to go on tomorrow. The next morning Naruto found his way into the Hokage Tower. He paused and thought for a moment, should he go through the front door, or the window? Making a decision he channeled some chakra through his feet, and jumped up all the way to the window to the Hokage's office. "Good morning, Bachan," Naruto greeted, ducking under an empty jar of sake. "Good morning, brat / hey what's up, brat?" Naruto blinked when he heard the other familiar voice in the room, "Anko-ne-chan?" A grin worked its way on his face as he saw the purplet. "Hey! What's up? Am I going on the mission with you?" "Yes you are," Tsunade interrupted before Anko could say anything, causing said woman to pout. "You guys have 2 more people who are going to be going with you. We just need to wait for them." As if on cue the door opened and 2 people walked in, Hokage-sama, Izumo and Kotetsu reporting for a mission. "Izumo? Kotetsu?" Naruto looked at the pair as he scratched his head. "You two are finally getting away from your gate guarding duty?" The pair looked over at him before grinning. "Hey Naruto." Kotetsu scratched his cheek with his index finger. "I guess we are. A good thing too, I was getting bored guarding that damned gate all day every day." "I don't see how you can complain," Izumo shook his head. "Guard duty is an important job. We're protecting the citizens of Konoha every day, you should be proud of that." "Is that what you tell yourself to go to sleep at night?" Naruto grinned at the brown-haired Chunin. "Seriously dude, I don't know how you people can sit there day in and day out. The monotony must be killer." "Ahem," Tsunade coughed into her hand to get everyone's attention. "Now that I have your attention." The busty blonde woman tossed a scroll to Anko. "Your mission is to escort and guard the daimyo of Kiba no Kuni, Land of Claws, to Tatsu no Kuni, Land of Iron, and then guard him during a negotiation process he is having with the daimyo of Ta no Kuni." "Isn't Tatsu no Kuni that samurai nation?" Naruto commented as he tapped his chin and looked up at the ceiling in thought. "The one that's managed to maintain its autonomy through all 3 great shinobi wars. So a B rank then?" Enko pocketed the scroll. "Well, it's not exactly what I had in mind, but I suppose it will do." "Actually, due to the oddity of this mission it will be considered A rank," Tsunade corrected, getting Enko to turn back to her. "You see, the daimyo from Ta no Kuni has hired bodyguards from Kumo. As you know, it's something of an oddity to have 2 different ninja villages on the same mission, and while we are not on unfriendly terms with Kumo anymore, I certainly would not call us friends either." Enko hummed for a moment. "I suppose that makes sense. Still, I can't see anything going wrong." "There are a lot things that can go wrong on a mission like this," Naruto gave the woman a smirk. "I mean, you're going on this mission, right?" "Oh ho, looks like the brat's grown a pair since he became a big bad Chunin," Enko grinned, licking her lips a tad. "Looks like when we get back I'm gonna have to take you down a peg or 2. Naruto gave a grin to match the purple-haired snake summoner. "You think you can still beat me like you used to?" "You're welcome to try, just don't complain when I kick your ass 6 ways to Sunday." "Ha! We both know that you're 1,000 years too soon to beat me. You know you keep lengthening the amount of years it's gonna take me to beat you every time you say that. You must be in need of an ego boost if you're expanding your yearly limit like that." Tsunade received several tick marks on her head as she continued listening to the two bickering, and a part of her wondered if it was a good idea to send them on a mission. Meanwhile, Izumo and Kotetsu were looking back and forth between the pair, placing bets on who would win this war with words. "Oh, for the love of will you two shut up!" Tsunade shouted, her anger getting the better of her as she threw a paperweight at Naruto and a sake bottle at Enko. Both of them ducked under the thrown objects and turned to look at Tsunade. "Sorry about that, boss lady / Bachan." Tsunade rubbed her head as she felt a serious headache coming on from the pair. "Just go. Your employer will be at the North Gate within the next 2 hours. Alright. Everyone get your shit together and meet by the North Gate in 2 hours." Enko shouted, raising her fist in the air. "I'll see you all then, later, Bachan." Naruto grinned as he towards the open window and jumped out. The others left in their own way, Anko shaking her head and leaving in a sunshin while Kotetsu and Izuma left through the door. Tsunade sighed and pulled out a bottle of sake. Maybe it was a mistake to let those two take a mission together. Curse that damn brat. Orochimaru cried out, taking deep heaving breaths as the pain in his arms and now his whole body felt like it was on fire. Damn him. I'll kill that stupid blonde genin the next time I see him. Orochimaru-sama, you must calm down. Kabuto entered the room, frowning at the way his master was thrashing about. If you keep moving so much you're going to injure yourself even more. Kabuto-kun, what have you found out for me? Orochimaru gasped as he ignored his subordinate's words. Not much, I'm afraid. Kabuto pulled out a scroll and unsealed the files from it. This was all I could get, and there was nothing here on Naruto. It seems all information on him is kept completely confidential. Only the Hokages themselves can access those files, and with the Sandaime gone, the next one in line is to be Tsunade, and I doubt she would let me look at them. Orochimaru finished Kabuto's sentence in a murmur, his mind working at the possibilities that this new information might hold. And what of Sasuke-kun? It seems we have some more troubles here as well. Kabuto pushed up his glasses before looking at the information that had been given to him by Orochimaru's mutually beneficial partner. It seems that Naruto managed to combine two Fujihoin seals together to create a more powerful seal. I am sure you have noticed that you can barely even feel the power of the curse mark you placed on him. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, I had been wondering about that. After finding out that blonde brat managed to get rid of his own, I tried connecting to Sasuke's only to feel just a small pulse. Are you telling me that in addition to getting rid of his own seal, he also managed to completely seal off Sasuke-kun's? The thought left a bad taste in the snake Sanin's mouth and served to aggravate him further. Well, not completely. As you said, you have been able to feel small twinges from the seal, Kabuto said. Orochimaru frowned as he tried to sort things through. If the seal was closed off as much as he thought it was, then controlling Sasuke from here would be a problem. However, by that same token he knew that there was no feasible way to get him out of the village. Even if he came willingly, they would still have to deal with that blonde brat, and Orochimaru was not willing to waste valuable resources until he was sure he could procure Sasuke. For the now there is nothing we can do about Sasuke-kun, not until we find some way to slip him out of Konoha without anyone's notice. The pale-skinned man paused. I want you to gather a list of our shinobi who are not listed in Konoha's registry. What do you plan to do, Orochimaru-sama? Asked Kabuto. Kakuku, you'll see. Kabuto-kun, you'll see. I'll make what happens in the Forest of Death stays in the Forest of Death. Naruto entered one of the deeper and more secluded sections of the Forest of Death after having just gotten back from a C-rank mission with Team 10, while Asuma had gone out on another mission. They had gone on a routine reconnaissance mission that had ended with them being forced to terminate a small group of bandits. Despite the minor setback of some douchebags that thought they could take on a group of ninja, the mission had gone off without a hitch, and now Naruto had some important business to take care of. Kuchios no Jutsu. There was a large puff of smoke before Gamabunta appeared within the clearing. Oh, it's you. What do you want, brat? Naruto grinned at the Toad Boss. I remember you saying something about needing to have a drink with you before I can truly be your summoner. Yeah, what have I? Gamabunta blinked before he realized what was going on. He gave a low chuckle, which due to his size made the ground shake a bit. In that case, I'll need you to summon me back in a few minutes while I get the sake. Gamabunta disappeared in a puff of smoke while Naruto prepared the seal that, if he was correct in his theory, would allow him to turn off his regeneration and actually get drunk. Sometime during the night, Team 9 had been assigned a mission inside the village, one that was ranked as C rank due to the place the mission was taking them. Apparently there were some rather odd noises coming from the Forest of Death, and no one knew what to make of them. Because Mitarashi Enko was currently away on a mission, it was obvious she was not the reason for this disturbance, and some were afraid it may be enemy shinobi or some scavengers of some kind. It was not quite a well-known fact that Naruto often frequented the place. Out of all the people who knew him, only Tenten and Anko herself knew that the blonde trained in the forest. However, since Tenten knew that there were many things in the forest, and the reports claimed it was odd noises that sounded like croaking, she figured it could not possibly be Naruto, and thus remained silent. Guy was in front of the formation, being the one who led the team especially when they were in a potentially dangerous place. He was followed closely by Niji, who was their spotter with his Byakugan, and he in turn was flanked by Tenten and Lee. Normally having such a high-level mission within the village would have excited the normally excitable Lee. However, given their present circumstances and where they were going, even he knew to be cautious. Niji-kun, can you spot anything yet? Not yet. Niji shook his head while they traveled. Whatever it is we're tracking, it's far out of my range. Where did Hokage-sama say the noise was coming from exactly? She did not know, Guy answered. Since few ever venture into the Forest of Death, the noise was only heard from the outside. No one has any clue where the noise comes from. Well, I don't hear any noise now, Tenten commented. All I hear is wait. Do you hear that? They all stopped and listened and found that they could indeed hear something, though it was too far away and garbled to determine what. I believe it is coming from the northeast. Guy placed an ear on the ground. Niji, activate your Byakugan and let's head in that direction. Niji did as told and the group was on the move once again. As they got closer to the source, the group began to hear the sound far more clearly, and realized what it was. It was singing. Niji, who had his Byakugan active, saw something up ahead. I see something ahead of us. It looks like his eyes widened in surprise and he face faulted, causing the others to stop. Yash. Niji-kun, are you okay? Did you trip over a most unyouthful root or something? Lee looked around for something that his eternal rival might have tripped over. Niji ignored them as he began speeding over to the direction of the singing. The others quickly followed him, being forced to catch up. When they finally did, they were in the clearing and found a very surprising and very shocking sight. 10 large barrels of what the group easily guessed held sake, judging by the stench in the clearing, were littered around the area. Sitting near the bottles was one very large and very drunk toad. Even more surprising was that Naruto was also there, sitting right next to the Gamabunta, and he too looked rather wasted. Both Naruto and Gamabunta had a large human-sized saucer right in front of them, and both were singing pirate songs. 16 men on a dead man's chest. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Shot. The pair picked up the saucers in front of them and began guzzling down the saucers of sake. It was a great surprise to see that Naruto seemed to be keeping pace with the large toad, though there was a little bit of overspill since the saucer was just too big for his mouth, so quite a bit of the sake would slosh over the side. Not that he seemed to care that some of it was drenching his clothes. The pair set their saucers down and laughed. Right before they started singing again, Guy-sensei, these two are doing some most youthful singing I have ever heard in my life. Lee exclaimed as tears ran down his eyes. I must join them in this youthful excursion, and fan my own flames with my youthful singing voice. Lee ran over to them and began to sing, causing both Naruto and Gamabunta to look at Lee before looking at each other, shrugged and began singing again. The other three merely watched this odd sight with weariness, curiosity, and embarrassment respectively. Guy-sensei. When Guy turned to look at Tenten, she continued. Now that I'm pretty sure we found the disturbance, what do we do? You know, Tenten-chan, I'm not sure. Chapter 34. I'm a rappin' man fool. The trip from Konoha to Tatsu no Kuni was for the most part boring in the opinion of our blonde hero. Due to the fact that the person they were escorting was a daimyo, a rather portly man with slicked back black hair and a mustache, they were forced to carry a jiao, a human-powered transport that required 4 people to lift a portable chair, bed or room by holding onto the poles at their sides or on their shoulders. This one was covered up by a set of royal blue veils with golden designs running along them. Inside sat the daimyo of Kiba no Kuni, whom they could only see the silhouette of. Thankfully, Naruto had created kage bunshins to carry the jiao, allowing everyone to set themselves up around it as they walked. During that time, Naruto had taken to speaking with Enko and the 2 perennial gatekeepers. In that time he had gotten to know the 2 very well, and had also managed to gain great joy out of scaring the holy hell out of them with Enko. He was glad to see that the 2 Chunin gate guards actually seemed to like him, unlike some of the Chunin and Jonin he had been forced to work with, though the number of ninja actually hating him was surprisingly small. Naruto was actually very interested in seeing Tatsu no Kuni. Having been forced to do a lot of studying after he graduated, Naruto had read much on the geography and history of various countries of the elemental nations. Tatsu no Kuni, while holding no shinobi village, was said to have the most powerful samurai force within the elementals. It was due to this reason that the country had been able to remain autonomous throughout all 3 of the great shinobi wars, and had an alliance with all nations that made it so when any nation attacked them the others would have to come to its aid. While Naruto knew not to expect a fight or anything in the nation, he had high hopes that he could at the very least get a chance to see the country's samurai forces. When the group arrived in Tatsu no Kuni and was allowed entrance, they walked through the streets and managed to reach the hotel the daimyo had booked in advance. Unfortunately, they had not been given rooms, and so Anko had been forced to get a few rooms in a much cheaper hotel, a few blocks away. Alright, since we're here, I'm gonna allow us to take a load off. Anko turned to the 3 Chunin. I want 2 people staying outside the daimyo's room at all times. Anko grinned as she looked at Kotetsu and Izumo, who felt a shiver crawl down their spines, and since you 2 are so good at guarding, I've decided that you're getting first watch. Wah! The 2 Chunin barely had time to speak before Anko had grabbed Naruto's arms and began dragging him out of the hotel lobby. Come along, brat. We're getting some dango. Izumo looked over at his partner. Did she just dump us with guard duty? Looks like it, Kotetsu said with an imperceptible nod. Man, this sucks. Anko grinned as she looked at Naruto around a mouthful of dango. Nothing better than dango and red bean soup, brat? Naruto took a sip of his sake, sighing contentedly before he set it down and looked at Enko. Well, I won't deny that I rather enjoy a good platter of dango every once in a while. But I must confess to liking ramen much more. You just don't know how to enjoy the finer things in life. Enko shoved another stick of dango in her mouth. There is nothing better than dango. Obviously you have yet to realize that ramen is a far better dish than dango. After all, what can beat a food that has been gifted to us by the gods? Nothing. That's what. And once you taste the delectable noodles and smell the heavenly aroma from the broth, you will realize that dango cannot compare to ramen. Enko narrowed her eyes at Naruto as their age-old battle seemed to come to the fore. It seems you're still not budging on this. I thought I had taught you better, but it seems like you need more lessons in order to understand that your noodly dish is nothing but a. The purplet was cut off from speaking when a dark-skinned boy a few years older than Naruto crashed into their table, knocking it over and spilling Enko's dango all over the floor. The boy groaned as he got up, and Naruto saw that he had spiky white blonde hair and red eyes. He was wearing gray pants and a gray hoodie with a Kumo flak jacket over it as well as a Kumo headband on his forehead. The blonde also took the time to notice that he had a long katana strapped to his back. A few seconds later a young dark-skinned girl the same age as the dark-skinned boy came stomping out of a restaurant. She had long red hair and amber eyes. She had a bandana-style headband, a gray short-sleeved long dress, a Kumo flak jacket and a katana on her back. The dark-skinned boy rubbed his bruised cheek as he looked at his female companion. What was that for Karui? I didn't do anything. The now-named Karui angrily shook her fist as she glared at him. Didn't do anything. You keep on running that overreactive brain of yours. If I have to hear you overanalyze something stupid like why grain sake tastes different than rice sake one more time, I'm gonna make sure you can't sit straight for a week. Throughout this little exchange between the two Kumo ninja, Enko had been deathly still as she stared at her knocked-over dango. She soon began to shake, something that the two dark-skinned ninja were unfortunate enough not to notice. In Konoha there were a few things about Enko that one learned to never do. The first was to never call her any derogatory names unless you were on her good side. This was something most of Konoha's civilian populace found out early on when a woman had called her a snake whore for a traitor, and was seen in the hospital later that day with snake bites all over her body, and her nipples looking like they had been bitten off. The second was don't ever try to get in her pants. Despite rumors, Enko was very selective when it came to who she slept with. The last man who had tried and couldn't take a hint had his balls bitten by a venomous snake and could no longer even get it up, much less reproduce. The last and most important rule about Enko was never, ever, mess with her dango. But all I said was GH. The dark-skinned boy suddenly found himself being constricted by several snakes that had wrapped around his torso and began constricting him. The snakes lifted him into the air and brought him face to face with a very pissed Enko. I hope you're ready to feel a lot of pain, brat. Enko gave the boy a sweet grin that spoke of unspeakable horrors and made the dark-skinned boy shiver in fright. Because these snakes of mine are going to give you the worst case of blue balls you'll ever see for what you did to my precious dango. Karui, seeing her teammate in danger, put a hilt on her sword only for Naruto to step in front of her and shake his head. What the hell do you think you're doing, blondie? Get out of the way or I suggest you stop talking while you're ahead, Naruto interrupted as he sent a small dose of killing intent Karui's way to shut her up. If you even try something, I can guarantee Enko will just make you suffer with him. He gave the dark-skinned girl a grin. Fortunately for you, I know how to handle situations like this. So just stay out of the way and I'll get your friend out of the shit he piled on himself. Naruto walked over to Enko, who was torturing the poor boy by constricting her snake around him. He sighed, knowing this was going to be troublesome but also knowing that it was the only way to get her to stop from killing the Kumo ninja. He channeled chakra into his gauntlet, activating his claws as he slashed the snakes and forced them to dispel. Before the snake summoning Jonin could react, Naruto was in front of her, hands on her face as he forced her to look at him. Enko-ne-chan, what have I told you about attacking others for no reason? He gave her a chiding look that one would expect a parent to give to a child. Enko did not appreciate the look at all. No reason. No reason. That son of a bitch spilt my dango. How can you even think such blasphemous thoughts? My dango is ruined because of him. My poor dango. Oh geez, what the hell? Naruto sighed as the woman actually had tears gathering in the corner of her eyes. It was often depressing to see just how much she loved the sweet dish. Trying to resist muttering a quick troublesome, he gave Enko a hug and gently patted her back. There, Enko, it will be alright. I'll give you some money to buy some more dango. But, I'll have a kage bunch and give your dango a proper funeral too, Naruto interrupted, already knowing what she wanted to do from previous experience. The last time this had happened, she had a funeral service for her dango, and had forced Naruto to attend. Her eulogy speech had been nearly an hour long and the blonde Hanyu had been hard-pressed not to fall asleep. Naruto pulled back and gave his Jonin leader some money. Go buy some more Dango while I talk to these nice Kumo ninja. Enko growled at the mention of the Kumo ninja but did as told. She grabbed the money and went back into the Dango stand, but not before giving the boy who had been sucker punched into their table another growl. I swear she's such a baby when it comes to her Dango. Naruto sighed as he created a Kaige Bunshin to throw away the Dango before Anko got back. Then he walked up to the dark-skinned Kumo shinobi. I apologize for my friend's behavior, Omoy, the boy answered as he popped a sucker in his mouth. I appreciate the rescue, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, Omoy greeted with a nod of his head. What the hell was that about? Carrie decided to butt in. Naruto turned to her and gave a sheepish smile. My Jonin leader is a bit eccentric and oftentimes violent when people mess with her favorite food. Among other things. The blonde looked at the two of them before he remembered a piece of information about the mission. Are you guys the bodyguards for the daimyo of Ta no Kuni? How did you know that? Omoy asked with a slight narrowing of his eyes. Are you here to try and gather information on our mission to make assassination attempt on the daimyo? Maybe you want to make Kumo look bad so Konoha gets more business. Or perhaps you want to try and find out more about Kumo by befriending us and asking about the mission and then you'll try to steal our secrets. Or maybe, Naruto blinked as the man came up with more and more intricate plans on why he would ask about their bodyguard detail, which also began to sound more and more ludicrous as time wore on. Naruto looked back at Karui and hiked a thumb at Omoy. Does he always overthink like this? Karui sighed in a depressed manner. Yes, always. She blinked before narrowing his eyes at the blonde. Though I do have to wonder why you were asking about something like our mission. You can't honestly think we would tell someone about that when they're not even from our village. Naruto rolled his eyes. Because I'm one of the escorts for the daimyo of Kiba no Kuni. And that means we're going to be partners on this mission. Karui blinked and was about to say something when another voice spoke up. Karui, Omoy, what are you two doing with this Konoha ninja? The three turned to see another girl about a year or two older than Naruto. She had light blonde hair that stopped roughly around the shoulders and like him had blue eyes, though hers were icy compared to his warmer-colored ones. She was wearing a low-cut short skirt outfit with mesh armor underneath, and a short sword strapped horizontally across her lower back and what looked like a modified Kumo flak jacket that wrapped around her lower torso. Not that Naruto couldn't see why, the woman's chest was huge. Holy shit. I think her chest is as large as Ba-chan's. He thought, doubting that a flak jacket actually existed in her size. With much effort he kept his eyes on hers. Your friends got into a bit of trouble with my Jonin leader when Omoy here knocked our table over and spilled her Dango on the floor. He was actually lucky that situations like this are fairly common, and I was able to get him out of having his balls being eaten by her snakes. Omo paled a bit at the thought, though Naruto was too busy focusing on the blonde before him to notice. The woman looked over at Omo with a cool expression and upon seeing him nod she turned back to Naruto. I suppose some thanks are warranted, Mr. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde grinned as he held out a hand. Pleased to meet you, miss. The woman looked at it for a while before nodding and taking it. Samui. Naruto grinned as he looked at the woman. I take it since you are from Konoha that you are with the group who has been partnered with us for this mission. It sounded more like a statement with her, but Naruto decided to answer it anyways. Yep. I'm with two other Chunin and my Jonin leader. Speaking of partners, you may want your friend Omoy to leave before Anko comes back out from getting her Dango. Samui raised a delicate eyebrow but shrugged any curiosity she may have felt off and turned to Omoy. That is fine. I was actually coming here to get these two. Omoy, Karui, Karabi-sensei wanted you two back for your shift. Hi Samui Taicho. The pair said before hustling off. Samui Taicho? Naruto looked amused by the title. Samui looked at him coolly and Naruto had to admit to being impressed by her somewhat blank stare. The woman was as cool as a cucumber. I am the one who is in charge when Karabi-sensei is not around, she replied, deciding that there was no harm in informing him of something trivial like that. It's not like it was something that he could use against them, and he would find out soon enough. That's cool. I wish I could get a kick-ass title like that. Something like Uzumaki-sama, or Naruto-senpai. The blonde shinobi sighed when his words did not get a rise out of the woman. I see. Well, it was nice meeting you, Uzumaki-san. I will most likely see you again tomorrow when the negotiations are likely to begin. Feeling there was nothing left to say, Samui turned around and followed the two dark-skinned Chunin. The next morning Naruto and the rest of the team he was on made their way to the meeting room that had been given to the daimyos so they could have their meeting. As they made their way there, he caught sight of the group from Kumo whom he had seen yesterday. Only this time their fourth member, and likely their Jonin leader, was there. The man was large and muscular dark-skinned man with whitish blonde hair. On his shoulder was a tattoo with the kanji for Tatsu, and on his right cheek was a tattoo of bull horns. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white headband. He had a modified Kumo flak jacket that only had one strap going over his right shoulder, a red rope tied around his waist, white handbands and a white scarf around his neck. The thing that caught Naruto's attention the most were the 7 swords strapped to his back. As the Konoha ninja walked up, the Kumo ninja seemed to notice and turned to look at them. However, they did not give any greetings until the Kiba no Kuni daimyo stepped into the meeting room where the Ta no Kuni daimyo was already waiting. I take it you're our partners in this mission. It will be nice working with you people. I hope it can be worked together without any dissin, the large dark-skinned man said as he stepped forward. Enko blinked at the man's strange way of talking but tried her best to shrug it off. Right. Well, I guess since we're going to be working together we should do some introductions. Right, you are little lady. And since an intro is a necessity, I will go first so you'll know who is with me. The man grinned at them all as he pointed to himself. I am the one who is known to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I go by many names but you can call me Karabi. Samui sighed as she stepped forward. I am Samui, and the two behind me are Omoi and Karui. Oh yes, Anko purred, sounding similar to a snake as she looked at Omoi, who gulped. I remember you very well. Before the situation could go anywhere, Naruto stepped forward. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. He grinned at group. Though, your students already know me. Anyways, the crazy lady who looks like she's about to eat your student Omoi alive is Anko, and the other two are Kotetsu and Izumo. Killer Bee looked at Naruto before smiling. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? You know I saw your battles in the Chunin exams. You were killer, dynamite. I must say your battles were really out of sight. You were at the Chunin exams? Naruto asked as he got a nod from the man. Wait, Karabi? Do you mean you're Killer Bee? That's right, I am 8-0, Mr. 9, Killer Bee said while the other 6 people there looked confused. So did a certain kitty cat tell you that? Naruto was easily able to figure out who he was referring to and grinned. She did mention you several times, saying how you were the Raikage's brother and had some killer rhymes. That was a lie. Yujito hated his rhymes, but she mentioned that it was a health hazard to make fun of them, at least to his face. The statement caused several different reactions from the other ninja. With the Konoha ninja, it was slight fear at hearing that they were with the Raikage's brother, who after the battle in Konoha was over, became known as a Jinchuriki with perfect control over his bija. For the Kumo ninja, they face faulted at hearing someone else who had just rhymed like their sensei. Killer Bee on the other hand was looking at Naruto with a large grin as he held out his fist. Realizing what the larger man wanted, Naruto held out his own and bumped it with Killer Bee's. You know our little kitty cat can't stop talking about you, Mr. 9. She seems to be quite taken in with you. Really, thoughts of you seem to make her shine. Naruto's eyes softened a bit at hearing that. How is Yugi-chan doing, by the way? Behind Killer Bee, the 3 Kumo Chunin listened in with intrigued expressions. Does this guy know Yujito-san? Asked Kari as she leaned into the other two. It is possible. Omoi pulled the sucker out of his mouth. I mean, she did go to Konoha for the Chunin exams. And Karabi-sensei says this guy participated in them. Though from the way he's talking it sounds like that Uzumaki kid and Yujito-san are close. They are. Karui and Omoi turned to see Samui looking at Naruto with slightly narrowed eyes, as if trying to analyze the blonde. Yujito-san told me about how she met a real cutie, as she called him. Though she refused to say anything else. The way they were talking, she was positive that this Naruto was the one. Yujito would always get that dreamy look on her face when she spoke of him. This would bear further investigating. And so this is him? Karui looked at the blonde boy in interest. Samui shrugged. I would assume so. Man, that's so cool. I can't believe Yugi-chan got promoted to Jonin right off the bat. Naruto looked disgruntled as Bee gave him that piece of information. I wish I got promoted to Jonin. Bee just laughed. Take your time, Mr. 9. There's no need to rush things or you may be dead before your time. I guess. Naruto tilted his head before turning back to Anko. So how are we going to do this? It took several moments for Anko to realize Naruto was talking to her. Having been too busy staring at the pair of Jinchuriki who seemed to just click, she figured it must be a Jinchuriki thing. When she did, however, she stepped forward. I figured that it would be a good idea for us to split up in groups of 2, with a Konoha ninja and a Kumo ninja on each. That way we won't have any form of mistrust on this mission, since we'll have a member of each village to watch the other. I have to agree that is right, so we'll do it that way and this will help make us tight. Bee seemed to agree, in his weird, rapping way. We'll have to split up and walk around, that way we'll cover more ground. I think it's time we get ready and pick our partners. Killer Bee looked at Anko. Since you're in charge of these Konoha fools, I'll go with you. I hope that sounds cool. That's fine, I suppose, Anko responded. Though she was a tad freaked out by his rapping, she could only thank the high heavens he was not in green spandex. In that case, I'll go with Samui. Naruto walked up the large-breasted blonde and smiled at her. If that's alright with you? Samui nodded. That is fine. Kotetsu and Izumo ended up working alongside Karui and Omoi respectively. After that, the 2 Jonin gave the Chunin their orders on where their patrols would lead them while they stayed to guard the entrance. Naruto and Samui had ended up patrolling the left side of the meeting hall, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. Honestly, Naruto did not know why the daimyos even bothered hiring ninja for something that was so mundane. It's not like anyone was going to try to steal something of that belonged to them or hold them hostage anyways. Their countries weren't all that important in the grand scheme of things. Though he knew he was probably just complaining because he was bored, he looked over at his partner for the moment. He still did not know much about her, not that she was very talkative. The woman was about as cold as ice. He had tried making casual conversation with her, but she had rebuffed all of his attempts with statements like talking about personal matters while on a mission is highly inappropriate, or some other crap like that. Naruto sighed as he focused more of his attention to the task at hand. No matter how boring it was, he still had a job to do. Little did Naruto know that Samui, despite her continuous rebuffs of any and all forms of communication that did not have to do with their mission, had taken to glancing at the blonde out of the corner of her eyes. I wonder if this really is the guy who Yujito-san seemed to be talking about. She looked him up and down as she tried to get a read on him. While she was not as good as some at reading people based off of things like movement and facial expressions as Yujito was, she had been taught how to do it. As a kunoichi, that kind of thing was important for the infiltration and assassination missions they were sometimes assigned. However, getting any kind of read on Naruto was a task in and of itself, at least now that they were actually working. Despite his attempts at conversation with her, he kept his face for the most part blank, with only the occasional boredom flickering through his eyes. Add on to that was his state of dress. Samui could not see anything other than the large black cloak he wore over his clothes and the steel-toed boots. Because he was so thoroughly covered, she could not even determine what kind of person he was from his walk. Damn it, this is so boring, Naruto grumbled to himself. Hey Q-chan, are you awake? He heard a yawn in his mind, signifying that Kyubi had probably been asleep. What is it, Naruto-kun? Something wrong? No. I was just bored. Sorry if I woke you. Kyubi stifled a small laugh that threatened to escape her. It's perfectly alright, you know I'm always willing to make time for you. It's not like I have anything else to do in the seal. She paused for a moment as she took stock of where Naruto was and what he was doing. It doesn't look like you need me for anything. Is there something you want to discuss? Well, no. I was just bored? Kyubi finished with a soft laugh. Naruto had to fight down an embarrassed blush at being called out on that. It seemed Kyubi was getting to know him fairly well within the past 4 or so months they had started talking. It was a definite improvement to how they had pretty much hated each other at first. You don't always need to be doing something, Naruto-kun. You really do need to learn how to take some time off and just relax. Even Kyubi knew how to relax, not like there was anything else to do while she was sealed. Hey! I know how to relax. Naruto cried out indignantly. Oh? Naruto could almost picture the vixen in his mind raising a delicate eyebrow while giving him a small grin. When was the last time you just let yourself rest even when you didn't need to? Or the last time you went to the hot springs just because you wanted to? Had it not looked odd for him to do so, Naruto would have puffed out in cheeks in indignation. However, since Kyubi would not see it, and Samui would probably wonder what the hell he was doing or if he had lost his mind, he simply settled to giving what amounted to a mental glare. I went on that date with Tenchan, didn't I? That could be considered relaxing. And what about all that time I spent with Gaara and Mari-chan and Suna when I escorted them back, huh? Kyubi frowned for a moment as Naruto mentioned Tenten and Temari. However, she did not let any of what she was feeling enter her voice. Your date with Tenten was just that one time. And what about your time with the blonde and her Jinchuriki brother? That was a mission, wasn't it? It was kind of your job to be with them, and it's not like you would have truly been allowed to train during your stay there. And even then, you still wound up doing some form of training with Temari. Naruto pouted a bit at that but could not deny the truth of her words. Of course, if he did not have to worry about a group of S-ranked criminals coming after him, he would probably take some time off to relax. Whatever, relaxing is for pussies anyways. I'll relax when I'm dead. As her fellow blonde was holding a riveting conversation with his inner demon, Samui watched as various emotions played over his face, those emotions ranging from amusement and indignation among a few others. Shaking her head, the blonde woman tried to clear all thoughts of curiosity from her mind as she started paying more attention to her mission. I can ask him some questions later. A little ways away from the building, 4 figures stood and watched the patrolling ninja. So should we attack them? Asked one of the ninja, his voice raspy due to the breathing apparatus attached to his mouth. No, not yet, we'll wait until they drop their guard before attacking, said the leader of their team. I say we just attack now, another one of the people said. They don't look so tough. We're outnumbered 2 to 1, and that dark-skinned man is Kumo's famed guardian. Facing him head-on is tantamount to suicide. The leader scolded, no, we wait until they drop their guard, then we separate whoever is guarding the daimyos at the time from the others. 2 days came and went, and the daimyo still seemed to be having problems with whatever they were trying to hash out. Since nothing had happened to jeopardize their lives so far, and the only mildly interesting thing to happen was a pickpocket who was stupid enough to try and steal from the Kiba no Kuni daimyo, Enko and Kurabi had decided that protection detail would be done in shifts. That way everyone could spend some time exploring the city. Naruto grinned to himself as he walked around the city. The place was fairly large, and there was a lot to explore. The blonde had found all sorts of shops that sold blades of the same if not better quality than the Higurashi weapons store. He had even indulged on a small short sword that was made of a powerful chakra-conductive metal, a rarity that was only found in Tatsu no Kuni. The blade was actually two-sided unlike the standard kodachi. The handguard was a dark blue and flared out in what looked like an odd pair of eagle wings. In the center of the guard was an eagle eye. Really it was a golden orb with black dot in the center making it look like a pupil. The hilt was wrapped around in blue leather, and the pommel of the blade held an eagle claw with a clear blue gem. Naruto had learned that in the hands of a master samurai the blade could produce powerful chakra-based attacks that were on par with some A-rank jutsu. Other than that he had just walked around, looking through the shops. He had found a small something for some of the girls he knew, figuring they would like a nice gift. Halfway through the day Naruto had found a small cafe and gotten himself a cup of tea. As he was drinking his tea 3 people sat down at his table. Looking up the blonde found himself staring at the 3 Kumo Chunin who he was partnered with for the mission. "Can I help you?" Samui opened her mouth to speak, however she was cut off by Karui who spoke in her usual blunt fashion. "How the hell do you know Yujito-san?" While Omo slapped himself and Samui pinched the bridge of her nose, Naruto blinked a few times. "Is it not obvious?" Karui seeming to take that as an insult turned red in the face. Not that Naruto noticed since he continued speaking. "I met her during the Chunin exams. Her friend fought against a kid named Hyuga Niji during the prelims and was about to be killed. Thankfully, I managed to rescue her and I guess I just piqued her interest." "So she came onto you?" Samui sounded intrigued. Naruto blushed a bit. "Well, I don't think she necessarily came onto me or anything. I had been told that she had visited me in the hospital after my battle with Gaara, a ninja from Suna, and I decided to visit her and see why she had gone to visit me." He shrugged a bit. "We just sort of hit it off after that." "You must be strong if Yujito has taken an interest in you," Samui commented lightly, trying to judge just how strong this boy was. "Well, I'm alright I suppose," Naruto went for a modest answer, not that he actually had any modesty. He just didn't want to seem arrogant in front of foreign ninja. "I was good enough to get promoted to Chunin, so that's saying something at least." Karui snorted. "I don't see why Yujito-san is interested in this kid. I mean he doesn't look like much. In fact, he looks kind of weak." "Come again?" Naruto asked, standing up and glaring at the girl. "Perhaps you'd like to get some first-hand, up-close and personal experience to see how strong I am. I can guarantee that I can kick your ass." Keep himself modest be damned. He was going to shove his foot up this girl's ass if she kept up with that mouth of hers. "What was that?" Karui growled, standing up and forcing Omo to grab a hold of her. "You wanna go, punk?" Rather than look angry at this, Naruto looked amused. "You want fight me? Seriously?" The blonde Konoha shinobi snorted. "Woman, I would kick your ass so badly your grandchildren will feel it." Karui growled at the blonde. "That's it. It's on now. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp." The hot-headed girl began stomping off. However, when she noticed no one was following her, she turned back and scowled at them. "Get moving." Naruto looked at Omo and then Samui as if to say, "Is she fucking serious?" "We might as well just follow her," Omo said after a while. "It's almost impossible to get her to do anything when she's like this." Naruto ran a hand through his hair. "Fine, I was getting bored with all this goddamn monotony anyways." They came upon a large clearing a few miles outside of the city. Naruto grinned a bit at the thought of getting some excitement in. He looked over at his opponent who was glaring at him. "So how are we gonna do this? Are there any rules to this little spar of ours?" "There will be no crippling or killing blows. This will be a Tai and Kenjutsu match only," Samui said, sighing at the situation they were now in. "I suppose I'll be the judge of this match." She looked at Naruto and Karui, one whom was in a fighting stance and the other who had her sword out. "Hajime." Almost as soon as the battle started, Naruto appeared right in front of Karui, aiming a jab at her head. Said Kumo Kunoichi eyes widened as she reacted on instinct and slashed at the hand. However, Naruto proved to have quick reflexes as he brought his hand back, letting the sword pass through nothing but air. Not having expected to hit nothing, Karui's sword overswung where her target had been. This allowed Naruto to plant a kick in her torso. Karui's eyes widened as she let out a breathy oof and skidded back several feet. She rubbed her ribs, which felt like they had cracked from the attack. Looking up, she saw her blonde opponent looking at her with disinterested eyes. That seemed to rile her up again, and despite the creaking in her ribs she rushed back in. Naruto dodged an overhead swing from Karui's blade, and then jumped back as she slashed at him. During the redhead's assault, Naruto made sure to judge her swings, timing them to see how long his window for a counterattack was. When he felt he had gotten the timing down, he waited for the next swing before striking. Karui made a downward slash that Naruto sidestepped, right before he brought a foot down on her blade, sending it into the ground. Naruto kept a foot on the blade, making sure Karui could not pull it out. Almost at the same time, his two fists flew out from his cloak, hitting the red-haired girl in the solar plexus and the stomach. Karui folded over like a cheap lawn chair, coughing up spit and a bit of blood as she held onto her stomach and tried to regain her lost breath. After several seconds, the redhead felt ready to stand but could not when she found a blade pointed at her throat. "I believe this battle is mine," Naruto stated, looking over at Samui. Said woman nodded and let Naruto claim victory. Naruto pulled his blade away from Karui and allowed her to stand. "Damn it, I can't believe I lost so easily." Karui rubbed the two spots where Naruto hit her, knowing they were going to be bruised the next morning. "That's what happens when you underestimate an opponent." Naruto gave an uncaring shrug. "Not so bad for someone who looks really weak, right?" Naruto sighed while Karui glared at him. "Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Chances are Anko and B are looking for us." Tossing a parting wave over his shoulder, the blonde Konoha shinobi left the three Kumo Chunin. "I guess he's a lot stronger than you thought," Oma said as he popped a sucker in his mouth. "This is what happens when you run off at the mouth so much. Perhaps you should learn to think before you speak. It may help keep things like this from happening again." "Shut up, Oma," Karui yelled, wincing a bit as she felt the stinging in her stomach. "I'll admit he's stronger than I thought, but I only lost because I underestimated him. Next time I'll get him." Omoi just shrugged, not sure whether he believed she could win or not. He turned to their blonde teammate and leader. "What do you think?" Samui rubbed the back of her neck as she watched the spot where Naruto had left. "I think Yujito was right. He is pretty cool and cute. I wonder if he gives good massages." Karui's eyes widened as she turned to watch her female teammate walk off. "She can't be serious, can she?" The redhead turned to look at Omoi. "Can she?" Omoi just shrugged as he patted her on the shoulder and left, making Karui follow him, still shouting. The rest of the mission went by easily enough. Thought that was after Naruto had gotten scolded for picking a fight with their joint team. Naruto had ended up guarding the daimyo all of 2 times, and the rest of his time was spent exploring the city, or hanging out with his apparent new friend Samui. The blonde female seemed to have taken a bit of a shine to him after he had defeated Karui with minimal effort. In fact, almost immediately after his spar, if you could call it that, with Karui, she had managed to find him and surprise him with an unexpected request. Flashback. Several minutes after kicking Karui's ass, Uzumaki-san, Naruto turned around when he heard the voice and saw Samui walking towards him. "Can I help you with something, Samui? You're not mad that I beat your teammate, are you?" Samui stopped in front of him and shook her head. "No, I'm not mad. Karui tends to overreact to things and is very quick to anger." She gave a small bow. "I would actually like to apologize on my teammate's behalf." Naruto blinked a few times before grinning. "There's no need for you to apologize." "Hell, there's no need for Karui to apologize. I was getting pretty bored anyways, and there's nothing like a fight to get the blood pumping." Samui looked at him oddly for a second. "So you're not angry at Karui or anything?" "No, why should I be?" Naruto shrugged. "I'm not one to care about things that happen in the past too much. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's learned her lesson, and if she hasn't..." Naruto gave the blonde a grin. "Well, I suppose I'll just have to kick her ass again." "You're a very strange person, Uzumaki-san," Samui commented. "Yujito-san was right about you." Naruto scratched the back of his head and adopted a look of confusion. Yugi-chan's been talking about me? What has she told you, Yugi-chan?" Samui filed his nickname for Yujito away as she answered his question. "Just a few things about yourself. She told me that you were very strong even though you've only started your shinobi career recently. And she told me you were very kind, friendly, sweet, and very cute." "Ugh. What is it with the whole cute thing? I don't want to be cute." Naruto mentally ranted, why his fellow blonde Jinchuriki insisted on calling him cute rather than giving him a more appropriate and manly description was beyond him. His right eye gaining a small twitch as he heard Kyubi laughing in his mind. "So does she talk about me often?" "She does on occasion," Samui said. "I get the feeling she misses you." Naruto's eyes softened a bit at that as he felt a small warmth that spread throughout his being. "I miss her too." He paused when he noticed Samui narrow her eyes very slightly, and got the feeling that he might want to switch subjects. "So is there anything else that you wanted to talk about, Samui?" "No, well yes." Samui paused and for a second looked unsure about herself before taking a deep breath and plunging in. "I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out with me during some of our free time on this mission." "Well, that was unexpected," Naruto looked at her for a few seconds as his mind registered what the young woman had said. When he did, he gave the girl a mega-what smile. Sure thing. It would be nice to spend some time with a beautiful girl like you. When Naruto said that, Samui's eyes widened just a tad before a blush spread across her face. It wasn't much, just a small line of pink that tinted her cheeks, but it was enough that Naruto, who had been getting more experienced when it came to dealing with women, noticed. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. Naruto held up a hand to interrupt her. Please, enough with the formalities. I really hate honorifics like that. If you have to call me something, just call me Naruto. Samui nodded and Naruto saw a small, almost imperceptible smile on her face. Okay, Naruto. Kun. When we get some free time, come over to the hotel I'm staying at. She reached into a pocket on the inside of her vest and pulled out a small piece of paper. Naruto watched Samui leave with a small sway of her hips before turning his eyes on the ripped sheet of paper she had given him. Opening it up, he saw that it contained the name and address of the hotel she and the other Kumo ninja were staying at. He chuckled a bit before pocketing the paper and heading back to his room with a large grin on his face. Flashback end. It was 2 days after that when he and Samui went on their date. Samui had taken him to see a movie, one of the first Princess Gale movies done by the actress Fujikaze Yuki. The woman's choice of movie had actually surprised Naruto, who had not expected a movie that was heavily based in fantasy and romance to be something a woman like Samui would like. Not that he was going to complain, however, while Samui asking him on a date was surprising but not completely unexpected, or more like, he had somewhat come to expect things like this to happen given the amount of times he had been asked on a date by other girls. What happened the day after his spar with Karui was, flashback. Naruto blinked a few times as the memories of the Kage Bunshin he had sent on patrol came back to him. He was not surprised when they reported nothing. He looked over at his partner for the day, Karui, who was currently looking off into space, a look that was a sharp contrast to her hot-headed self yesterday. He looked away from the redhead and resisted a sigh. After he had come back yesterday, Anko had given him a half-assed verbal lashing about proper conduct when working a joint mission. Not that she was really into scolding him. Naruto had gotten the impression that she was more upset at the fact that he had beaten one of the people they were working with, and just did not invite her to see it. Hey. Naruto? Did she just call me by my name? Naruto wondered as he looked over at Karui, who was currently turning her head away from his. Yes, Karui? I. Karui bit her lip before sighing in exasperation. Look, I'm sorry for being rude the other day, okay? I didn't mean to upset you or anything. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he looked at the redhead. He was actually surprised she would apologize to him. He may not have known her for more than a few days or so, but he got the impression that she never really apologized for things like this. Still, it would not do to say nothing. Meh, it's alright. I actually have to thank you. When he noticed Karui giving him an incredulous look, he grinned. This job was getting pretty boring. Nothing exciting has happened yet. So I have to thank you for breaking my boredom. Karui looked at him for a second longer before giving a tentative smile. You're welcome, I guess. There were a few more minutes of silence after that until the redhead decided to speak up again. Hey Naruto. When said blonde turned his attention back to her, she flushed just a bit. She was incredibly thankful that it would be hard to see on her dark skin. I was just wondering if you wanted to spar with me again sometime. Naruto's mouth opened for a second, surprised by the request. I somehow get the feeling this is her equivalent of a date. He resisted the heavy urge to sigh. I really shouldn't be so surprised anymore. I would like that. Guard duty is pretty boring, and also having a sparring partner during our little bit of free time would be nice. Karui grinned after that and began to actually talk to him. Flashback end. He had sparred with Karui once after that, though it was much later at night so they would not get caught. It seemed she had been scolded by her sensei as well. He had also learned a bit more about her. It turned out that she and Omoe were actually related, which Naruto felt he should have realized from the way they were constantly bickering. He was shaken from his thoughts as a large explosion took place on the opposite side of the building. He turned to Samui. Go find either B or Enko and get them back here. What about you? Asked Samui, not used to being ordered around like Naruto was doing. And why can't you just send a clone? I need to make sure the daimyos are alright. And if I sent a clone it might get dispelled, they only last one hit after all. Fine, Samui sighed. She knew he was a better fighter than her anyways. Just be careful, okay? Naruto gave her a grin. Hey, it's me. That's what I'm afraid of. Samui shook her head before running off. Kasumi Jusha no Jutsu, Miss Servant Technique. Enko frowned as she watched what looked to be several hundred clones of a person climb out of the ground as if made of some kind of muddy substance. The figure was wearing a light tan straitjacket-like jumpsuit, a breathing apparatus, and had a Amigekure headband. What the hell is going on? Enko wondered out loud as she looked around herself. Who the hell are you? All the figures gave an eerie chuckle. I'm the person who's going to be killing you today. Enko shrugged off the ridiculously small amount of killing intent and gave the clones a bloodthirsty grin. You think you can kill me? Well, let's hope for your sake that you can, otherwise I'm going to take a lot of enjoyment listening to you squeal. Kasumi Jusha no Jutsu, Miss Servant Technique. At the same time that Jutsu was called with Kurabi and his two students Karui and Omo. They watched as the clones came up from the ground, with the two Chunin looking at the Hachibi Jinchuriki. This is the most interesting technique, yo. Looks like these are all copies of the original fool. Kurabi pulled two swords off his back, prompting the two to do the same. My raps are hip, my rhymes are sweet. I hope you dudes know what you're getting into, cause the killer bee can't be beat. Omoy, Karui and all of the clones' sweat dropped. Kotetsu growled in frustration as he cut through another one of those clones, only for it to reform as if nothing had happened. What the hell are these things? Why won't they die? He hacked a clone each word in emphasis, biting back a scream of frustration when the clones all reformed. Hey! Chill, man. Izumo tried to calm his comrade down as he sliced off the arm of a clone, frowning when the wound became covered in that murky substance and healed up, and stopped swinging that thing around so recklessly. You might end up taking my head off rather than your enemies. Sorry about that, man, but these things are pissing me off. Nothing seems to work. To emphasize his point, all of the clones he had just hacked to pieces reformed and charged back at him. Konoha-san. The two gate guards took a moment to look towards the center of the voice to see Samui running into the midst of the clones, hacking them apart with her blade. Have you two seen Kurabi-sensei or Anko-san? Samui asked as she got near them. Kotetsu and Izumo looked at each other before getting back to work. No, we haven't. Samui narrowed her eyes, the only sign of her frustration that she allowed to show. I see. And if things are like this for you, then they are likely the same for the others. She readied her blade. So it seems we will need to get through these things and find the real one before linking back up with our teammates. That seemed to be the gist of it, Kotetsu said. Right. Samui sighed as she and the two Konoha Chunin readied themselves for a fight. Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.